Look at these colors. Look at these colors, guys. I haven't changed the colors in a while. We have new, kind of new colors. These are actually the older colors, the ones I used to use. Wait, hold on. Is that just cause? Oh fuck! Hold on. I need to. What? Why is it? Ooh. It shouldn't show up in this one, but it should show up in this one. The chat isn't showing up. I'm a good streamer. Well, it shows up here. I'll just copy it. Okay. I have too many scenes. Hold on. I don't even need this scene anymore. Goodbye. All right. What's up, everyone? Think we're good on everything. Okay, before the Jubilee video, which I assume they're gonna take me down for. I want to watch because I saw this on. I saw a short of this on Instagram, and I don't know. I don't know how much this video is gonna piss me off. I don't. For whatever reason. Well, I know the reason because it's populist and dumb or whatever, but. It plays well with voters who don't understand economics. Progressives have this tendency to be anti-free trade, but try to make it progressive. And I think this is what this video is doing because I watched like the first 60 seconds of it in a fucking Instagram reel, but I don't know because this title, Trump says to save American jobs. John Deere is calling his bluff. I don't know. Obviously, they're progressives, so they're anti-Trump, and I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna. I don't know what we're actually gonna end up saying here. Welcome, Pablo Escobar. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh boy.
There's a big label on these backhoes that says proudly built in the USA. But the truth is, the biggest companies that make farm equipment and construction equipment like this,
hats off to the future.
They've been moving their jobs overseas.
Deere made the determination that, yeah,
kill me.
go ahead and pull the trigger on.
Kill me.
In the last year, the biggest makers of farm and construction equipment have laid off thousands of workers across the Midwest.
The company wants us to live in that constant state of fear.
We set out to uncover how these iconic American companies are abandoning the workers that built them.
Not only did they have the gun to our head, they had it cocked as well.
The tactics corporations use to undercut their commitments to good jobs.
They had the perfect divide and conquer strategy.
It's a very powerless position right now.
And why American jobs keep disappearing despite politicians' promises to save them.
Not only will we stop our businesses from leaving for foreign lands, but under my leadership...
I don't even, they are anti-Trump, so I don't know if they are gonna, like... They're saying, like, I'm assuming they're gonna find a way to still have, like, an anti-Trump, like, tilt to this. But it's so annoying, dude. This is, the big issue is that it's so easy to point a camera in front of a factory and say like, oh, free trade destroyed all these jobs, guys. Look, this factory used to be here, and now we have a trade agreement with Mexico, and now Mexico is producing the thing that we used to produce, right? It is so hard to see the opportunity cost of having the job here and to find the jobs that were created because these jobs were, quote unquote, shipped overseas, right? So I guess there's that, and then also there isn't that much evidence that trade actually even to really cost that many manufacturing jobs, because like we have obviously like there's some certainly some jobs are lost because we quote unquote offshore them, but also manufacturing just has gotten better. Like we just make like we've just gotten more productive. We've experienced a ton of automation. I think there's I don't know why I wrote I don't know why I wrote these down in my notes, but the highest estimate I've seen is that I think 43% of jobs in manufacturing were lost due to trade, and the rest of them were lost due to automation. Others put it at like 90% due to automation. yeah, there just isn't even that much evidence that it harms manufacturing that much. That's why manufacturing output in the U.S. has only increased since up until 2008, and then it stagnated a bit after that. But even since then, it's up a little bit. I mean, look up Fred real manufacturing output, and like it's I don't know which fucking exact thing it is. I think it's just this. Yeah, you can see it has increased a lot until 2008, and it dropped, and it's basically been stagnant. But that's more to do with, well, 2008 messed up a lot, but
We're going to take other
we were quote unquote
jobs.
losing jobs in manufacturing before then. So
The question is just that. How do we keep the work in the U.S.? What's it look like? How do we do it?
kill me. Not like what, like no one ever stops to ask, like, why should we keep this work in the U.S.? Why should we not allow people to import stuff at a lower price while allowing those same domestic resources to do something other than produce what we were previously producing? Like do we? There's this funny word called opportunity cost, and no one seems to fucking understand it, bro. God, this video is pissing me off.
For an average
God
person
damn it,
in
more
high school,
union.
to get hired on John Deere is a pretty big deal.
Chris Larson worked at John Deere for 22 years.
John Deere has been, the premier employer here in Ottumwa and many of the small communities throughout Iowa and Illinois for many, many years. But
Also, it's an issue of there's an issue when it comes to journalism and when it comes to the journalism surrounding like this and government policies, that there's a like localized cost here and then a very diffuse benefit. So the localized cost is, this one town that is actually genuinely getting fucked by their jobs being offshored or whatever. And such a diffuse benefit in that all 300 million Americans are going to benefit from, the lower price of whatever they're producing. Not that they're producing now at a lower price in Mexico rather than here, right? So, one, again, it's super fucking easy to point a camera at this one town that's actually getting fucked, and it's a lot harder to create like the same emotional story about like all 300 million Americans getting some like small diffuse benefit from something, even if, because there's so many Americans getting that small diffuse benefit, it actually outweighs the cost of the cost of the one town that's getting fucked. Like, the gain in consumer surplus is greater than the loss in producer surplus from a tariff. And then, this, from a government policy perspective, the same thing applies. If we were to tariff these goods to like prevent these jobs from going overseas, it's very easy for this, powerful people or whatever. It applies that. Using this doesn't work with that because there aren't many powerful people here. A better example is the U.S. sugar program, right? So currently the U.S. has a ton of programs involved with sugar, including like tariffs and I think subsidies as well and stuff that restrict our ability to import sugar, and it makes sugar way more expensive in America, right? So that's a very concentrated benefit for a few rich sugar companies in America. They get billions every year, and they're able to effectively, lobby Congress to keep this policy in place. But for all the millions of Americans, it's a very diffuse downside, right? Every American, because there's so many of them splitting the increased cost of sugar, it's only like $30 per American per year. Voters are not gonna vote on that, right? Voters aren't even informed of it. There's a level of rational ignorance there. It actually wouldn't even. Thanks, Vanessa. Or Ness. Is that just Ness? What was I going to say? Oh, it doesn't even make sense for voters to research the U.S. sugar program because it's literally not worth their time to learn all this stuff about tariffs and everything just to save $30 a year.
Recently, they've moved the cutting department to Monterrey, Mexico.
In 2024, Deere cut its workforce in Ottumwa by about a third. Some people were laid off, and others, like Chris, were offered voluntary retirement. In 2023, Deere made $10 billion in profit and spent about $8 billion on stock buybacks and dividends.
Deere's in business to make money for their shareholders. Moving to somewhere like Mexico is attractive to them, so you have a cheaper workforce.
Chris says that Deere has used the threat of offshoring to demand concessions from its workers for decades. It really got started in the 90s, after NAFTA.
I mean, I can't work. Oh no, we're going on the anti-NAFTA train now. Oh no. Oh damn, I was right. Okay, this video is gonna piss me off. Fuck me. Oh fuck me. Okay. the actual thing, it could be an interesting story if they were actually, I don't know if they wrote into this, if they were actually trying to fucking like union bust by threatening to go like offshore or whatever. There could maybe be a story there. Interestingly, that actually is. I forget where I took notes on this. That actually is a. I shouldn't have said that there's two reasons that jobs are lost due to either productivity or trade, and a lot of them have been lost their productivity. There actually is another reason. And that's because unions in the Rust Belt did actually demand like exorbitant benefits for a while in like the 50s and whatever. Like they did actually. Clearly, conceptually, it's possible for unions to demand so much that the business literally can't function. And that did actually happen. There was a paper that there was a fuck. I wish I remembered where I wrote this down. There was actually a paper that looked at that, and I think it and I guess that like 40% of the jobs lost were actually due to exorbitant demand from unions, but I don't fucking remember where I wrote it down.
In a few moments, I will sign the North American Free Trade Act into law.
Based.
Zone stretching from the Arctic to the tropics.
Based.
The largest in the world, a $6.5 billion market with 370 million people.
NAFTA gradually eliminated tariffs and trade barriers on products.
God, where would I have written it down? I want to find it before I. It would have to be somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I didn't even write it down. Maybe I just read it.
Passing between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. It was a green light for companies to move their factories wherever labor was cheapest.
NAFTA was a collaboration of both the Democratic and Republican parties. They both sold us.
Based.
I remember being on the Union Hall floor here in the 90s.
Oh, here we go. It was this. It's a paper cited in this. Excessive demands from strong unions, which led to a high frequency of strikes in the Rust Belt region between 1950 and 2020, are one of the main reasons for the decline in manufacturing employment in the Rust Belt during that time period. Rust Belt manufacturing industries had by far the highest rates of work stoppages from strikes in the United States. According to CPS data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, between the years of 1973 and 1980, 48.1% of workers were union members in the Rust Belt manufacturing, compared to 28.4% among manufacturing workers in the rest of the country. As the economists note, while unionization rates in manufacturing were around twice as high in the Rust Belt as outside, the rates of work stoppages were about 7 times as high in the Rust Belt. In other words, labor relations were particularly fraught among unions concentrated in the Rust Belt. Overall, these labor union conflicts accounted for 55% of the decline in the Rust Belt's share of manufacturing employment, leading to its economic deterioration throughout the second half of the 20th century. And he also goes over. I swear I definitely read this before. I don't remember if I took notes in it, but yeah. A lot more complicated than just saying offshoring. They're offshoring our jobs. There are multiple factors here, right? One can be automation, not just trade, and also, maybe despite those $10 billion in profit, you are asking for too much, buddy. Conceptually, that's possible. Okay.
I saw it all coming. It began with NAFTA.
Mike Edwards was working an hour's drive away at Deere's competitor, Case New Holland.
I was county chair of the Democratic Party for 8 years. I got to meet a lot of politicians, and I remember in 2004 talking to John Kerry, and I was hammering Senator Kerry about trade laws and the unfair landscape that unions, well, I can't talk about that, I can't do that, and besides, who else are they going to vote for?
Since NAFTA, union membership in Iowa and surrounding states has been cut nearly in half. And since NAFTA, union membership in Iowa and surrounding states has been
Sure. I guess I was gonna say this doesn't look that. I guess. I mean, 15. That's not really in half. It's like clear. Okay, NAFTA was signed here. This led to a little bit of a decrease, assuming causality, which they're not actually pointing to causality, but like this, like clearly a longer trend here. I don't know how much of this we could attribute to NAFTA, but okay. Causal inference is my passion.
And even many union workers now start out on a lower pay scale than before.
In 1997.
Lower pay scale than before. Trade agreements result in job losses. Growing. Kill me. Oh, EPI. I love the EPI. And we're never gonna point a camera at there. Or if they even mention the benefits of trade, which I'm not sure they'll do. They'll mention it in like this stupid fucking way that people always mention it. Just so we can get slightly cheaper products. Just so we can have, like, first of all, no. You increase productivity. You increase employment. I've not seen a single study that suggests trade actually leads to net job losses. I don't know what the EPI is fucking citing here. You increase growth. It seems like we have evidence that trade agreements actually increase the growth of GDP per capita. And like to dismiss the increasing real consumption possibilities as just so we can get slightly cheaper plastic crap. It's so fucking dumb. We would never apply this to anything else. To like anything, literally anything. This company's gonna expand just so we can create slightly cheaper plastic crap. Like, really? Like, no. Like, these are like genuine products that help people that people want. It's not like we only trade cheap plastic crap with China and Mexico as well. Like, we get fucking. I'm trying to think of it more important. I mean, we get a lot of vegetables from Mexico, right? Like, that we can't even really grow here. Let's see what EPI says. Trade agreements. Results in job losses. Growing. Also, the wage suppression thing. I mean, it's possible that there's maybe like wage suppression in certain industries, but on net, you. In fact, I'm not aware of any empirical evidence that suggests you see on net wage suppression because trade mechanistically increases productivity. Trade, I don't want to run through the entire competitive advantage model. I'm assuming a lot of you guys already know it. Mechanistically, trade increases productivity because it lets you get more with less, right? Like, the entire point of trade is to get more imports than you could. It's a way of indirectly producing things that you import by first producing things to export and then trading for them. And both countries can actually get more overall from the same resources if they trade than if they don't trade, right? Like, this is a very basic like economics 101 comparative advantage concept that they teach you. That's mechanistically productivity enhancing. And guess what determines wages? In large part, productivity. The average productivity of a country is highly correlated with the average wages in a country. So, I'm assuming EPI is going to either use some odd data like they do with the productivity wage gap that they throw out a lot, which is not accurate data, or they're focusing on like one industry. Oh, is this even, what are they even, is there data here? For some people, not has been a success. Most people don't support themselves on investments. The United States economist Robert Scott details NAFTA has eliminated some 766,000 job opportunities, primarily for non-college educated workers in manufacturing. I mean, it just doesn't translate into a net job loss if there's job gains in export sector. Or I don't. Maybe he does. Maybe he does. Maybe this is the net job loss, but I would hope that they would say the word net here. Contrary to what the American proposal of NAFTA promised workers, the agreement did not result in increased trade surplus with Mexico, but to revert, who the fuck cares? Trade deficits aren't bad. Manufacturing jobs disappeared. Workers downscaled to lower paying, less secure service jobs. Not convinced that this happened. Wages have really only been going up, even if, EPI uses their data to show sometimes it's not, but not convinced that has happened, considering we can just look at wages deflated with PCE. Or even wages deflated with CPI, which is the highest inflation measure, still show a. I've already watched that, Slime. Obviously, I watched that. Still show an increase in real wages. I'm not convinced this happened. For them, manufacturing to threat our employers to move production to Mexico provided a powerful weapon for undercutting workers' bargaining power. To the extent that happened, based. What's U.S. workers lost, Mexico gain? What production jobs did they move to Mexico? They moved primarily. Okay, I don't care right now. Is there even any? Okay, I want to know what they cite from. Oh, Jared Bernstein. This guy, the Robert guy. You had to leave? Why? Because of the thing you just DM'd me? Okay, where's the actual thing they fucking cite for this? I'm gonna chat for you pedophiles. I don't be so sure. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how many. We'll see when people get here. I don't know. I don't want to go searching for their randomized footnote. Pretty sure I also have another. I think I was studying not of jobs but of actual welfare gain. Alright, maybe I don't. Oh yeah, here it is. Change in welfare is in the sum of the change in terms of trade from NAFTA. United States gains 0.08% in welfare. So I mean, we gained in terms of terms of trade. That's a odd sentence. There's got to be a better way to phrase that. I guess that's probably why they use the word welfare. It focuses on jobs. This also 255 to 261. I don't know what I. Okay, why the fuck? These are footnotes. Oh, you know what? It's probably 255 of the paper, not the PDF. Or maybe not, because this is page 255. Fuck. Why did previous year not take better notes? But anyway, the simplest way of understanding why trade, at least typically does not cost jobs, is the Iowa car crop, okay? Forget empirics. I'm a praxologist and I know everything synthetically a priori, okay? There are two technologies for producing automobiles in America. One is to manufacture them in Detroit and the other is to grow them in Iowa. Everyone knows about the first technology. Let me tell you about the second. First, you plant the seeds, which are the raw materials from which automobiles are constructed. You wait a few months until wheat appears. Then you harvest the wheat, load it onto ships, and sail the ships eastward into the Pacific Ocean. After a few months, the ships reappear with Toyotas on them. International trade is nothing but a form of technology. The fact that there's a place called Japan with people in factories is quite irrelevant to America's well-being. To analyze trade policies, we might as well assume that Japan is a giant machine with mysterious inner workings that convert wheat into cars. Any policy designed to favor the first American technology over the second is a policy designed to favor American auto producers in Detroit over American auto producers in Iowa. A tax or ban on imported automobiles is a tax or ban on Iowa-grown automobiles. If you protect Detroit car makers from competition, then you must damage Iowa farmers because Iowa farmers are the competition. And then, even if, so there's that, and then also the true Chad position, okay, is that jobs just don't matter. They're more of a means to an end. What matters more is like real consumption possibilities, and trade mechanistically increases that. So.
Deere threatened to move a couple facilities to Mexico if they didn't do this two-tier system.
Deere pushed its workforce onto a two-tier system, which meant lower pay for new hires. It effectively zeroed out years of wage and benefit gains for future employees. A few years later, Case followed Deere's lead in demanding a tiered contract.
The best way to explain it to you is you and me are working on a job. I've been there, let's say I'm a senior day worker. I'm making $10 more an hour doing the same job that you're doing right next to me, right? It creates issues in the workplace.
Nick Guernsey is president of the union at Case New Holland's Iowa plant. He explains the tier system created A workers, B workers, and C workers, the lowest paid.
An A worker has not got a pay raise in over 17 years. And the company is really proud of that. We had members that would work 40 plus hours a week in that plant, still qualify for state aid food assistance because they didn't make enough money. That's pretty sad when you're a $1 billion corporation, right?
In 2021, John Deere workers across the Midwest went on strike. 7 months later, Case workers in Iowa and Wisconsin struck too.
So the strike happened because we were trying to close some of the gap issues.
After more than 260 days on the picket line, they reached an agreement on a new contract that included wage increases and upgrades for lower tier workers. But then, about a year later, Case announced it was laying off over 200 of the workers who had fought for that contract and shifting their work to Mexico.
Based.
But at the end of the day, when you punch a bully in the mouth, sometimes the bully brings friends, right?
The pattern was the same at John Deere.
Thursday afternoon, workers in the Ottumwa John Deere plant received news that the company is moving mower conditioner production from the Ottumwa plant to a facility located in Monterrey, Mexico.
Again, we're not going to mention, even if they do. Oh, God, I hate this so much. Again, it's the things I've mentioned a few times now. One, it's so easy to point a camera at this and point to, all the jobs going overseas, but like so hard to point to all the dynamic effects of trade that actually increase job opportunities. Because like here you can very clearly see like a physical plant that's like physically, the production like moves overseas or whatever. And so hard to see the dynamic effects of like, consumers now spend less on tractors and that means they have more money to spend on other things. And the domestic resources previously being used to make tractors are now diverted towards other more productive use cases. You can't point a camera at that because it's so like dynamic or whatever. And then they're never, up until this point, like almost halfway through the video, I have not mentioned the benefit that like we're spending less on tractors. like good. That allows farmers to sell their crops for cheaper. What do you mean? You're helping American farmers like very directly, but are they ever gonna point a camera in front of an American farmer and say, hey, I'm benefiting greatly from this. Like, why do the manufacturing people matter any more than the American farmer? And then they're never going to point a camera at just a regular person and be like, oh, don't you know, what's up, localist? Don't you know that like you're benefiting from like cheaper grocery prices? Like, kill me, dog.
Workers in shock.
A lot of people speculate that these layoffs that we're facing now might be a retaliation for some of the gains that we made in these contracts.
The layoffs came in the last months of the 2024 campaign. On the road, Donald Trump started talking about them.
I'm just notifying John Deere right now. If you do that, we're putting a 200% tariff on everything that you want to sell into the United States.
Just 2 days after Trump's victory, Case workers in Iowa were called into a meeting.
Okay, how do we remember they're progressive? Okay, they are evil because they oppose free trade, but they're still progressive. Okay, so how are they gonna still come out with the anti-Trump tilt? Simultaneously saying that like trade causes job losses and it's evil that John Deere is moving to Mexico. Increase aggregate demand for locally produced. Well, you probably decrease aggregate demand if you made people buy more expensive locally produced crops rather than cheaper, centralized produced crops or whatever. Yeah.
It was supposed to be just a regular meeting. As we walk into the room, we see individuals that don't normally go to our agenda meetings.
Tracy Chu has worked at Case for 12 years. Her husband, daughter, and son-in-law work there too.
We knew something was going down.
They gave us this third grade slideshow on what their plan was.
Case announced tentative plans to close its Iowa plant, eliminating over 300 jobs.
Increasing demand lowers all else equal. Increasing demand does not lower the prices, and it's kind of hard to argue that like you're eventually going to benefit from the economies of scale if you never let the economy scale because you want it to be all locally. I can't engage with you right now because I need I'm going to turn this into a fucking like VOD with edit, and edit and upload it. It's going to be horrible. It's going to be horrible the entire time if I am just debating you. Okay.
There would be moved to Italy and to a non-union plant in Kansas.
From a family view, from a community view, just absolute devastation, just a smack in the face. It's just not feasible to build a backhoe in Burlington, Iowa anymore.
Why not?
Because it costs too much.
Case showed its workers a presentation comparing its operating costs in different countries, saying that big wage and benefit cuts would be necessary to keep the plant in Iowa.
The total annual labor savings in Burlington would need to be over $33 per hour. So here's what they're saying is we need $33 an hour off the price of this.
And that's the fundamental problem. Companies like Case can pay workers in other countries nearly 10 times less to do the same job.
Are we God. They haven't even hinted at the notion of opportunity cost yet. Dog kill me. Like yes, they're paid cheaper because their productivity is lower. Actually, you know what? They haven't mentioned they aren't like saying they're exploiting the other country. But by the way, just so you know, when multinational corporations like make plants overseas, typically they raise that country's productivity, and actually over time it'll actually increase that country's wage level, right? I think that the What's Wrong with Protectionism book has a really good way of explaining it, though. Like, American workers have very high productivity, and we're remunerated for that with our with high wages, okay? And countries in lower productivity countries are low productivity, and they're remunerated for that with low wages. But so long as both countries specialize in what they have a comparative advantage in, both countries can still gain. America still gains overall. Mexico and wherever they're offshoring to still gains overall. Even if you, no matter how much you point a camera at the loser from trade, obviously like some manufacturers are gonna lose, right? It's just that the gain to the rest of Americans is way bigger than the loss to this one fucking plant in Iowa. But you're never gonna. It's a localized loss and diffuse benefits, so it's easy to point a camera at the localized loss, but very hard to point a camera at the diffuse benefits. Kill me. I'm missing the word away. Another way to understand comparative advantage is to understand that a poor country's low productivity is more than compensated for by its low wages, and on the other side of the trade, a rich country's high wages are more than compensated for by its high productivity. This offsetting holds true for goods which each country has a comparative advantage in. Comparative advantage allows each country to obtain more than if it had not engaged in trade. Each produces through imports what would be more costly to produce at home in exchange for what it produces at lower cost. Thus, each obtains more for less.
To help offset this disparity, Congress passed an update to NAFTA, the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement, or the USMCA.
Today, we're finally ending the NAFTA nightmare and signing.
It's really funny to watch you get worked up over obscure economic argument. What do you mean obscure? Localist. This is economics. What do you mean? This is 101. This is the third thing that they teach you. What do you mean? Look right here. My library. The Principles of Economics 7th edition. Look, this is page fucking. This is like chapter 3, buddy, of an introductory economics textbook. This is not obscure economics argument. This is something that every person who graduates high school should know. I think it's chapter 3. I don't remember what page it's on. Chapter 3, Interdependence and Gains from Trade. What do you mean? What do you mean obscure? This is the most basic economics 101. Everyone should understand this thing. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. This is not a localist. I'm getting worked up because not because they're ignoring a obscure economic argument, but because they're ignoring economics 101. I wouldn't be worked up. For example, an actual more obscure economics argument is basically it's like the argument behind the MES curve, the manufacturing share of employment curve. We observe this pattern in basically every country that agricultural employment starts super high and continues to fall. Service sector employment starts low and continues to rise. And manufacturing employment, starts low, rises until it reaches a peak, and then goes down. We observe this in every single developed country. I have the multivariable regression that shows this pattern in every single developed country. Even in countries that run trade surpluses. This is like an obscure economic argument that I understand why they're not addressing, but like they're ignoring, here's the pattern. They're ignoring economics 101. They would read chapter 3 of Gregory Mankiw Principles of Economics. What do you, here's the multivariable regression here. What do you mean, brother? I'm not upset that they're not saying percent change in M is greater than the percent change in A plus S. I'm upset that they're not addressing opportunity cost. They've not done anything to. I even understand that they don't use the word opportunity cost, but they've done nothing to even address opportunity cost. What's up, my goodness my? Welcome to the stream. My goodness my me. What about advanced economics? Well, I just gave my advanced economics. It's not even like that advanced. I'm not a advanced economist.
Into law, the brand new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. Very special.
The USMCA gave the U.S. the power to penalize union-busting companies in Mexico and even bar their products from the U.S.
What's up, Jennifer? Trump will add trillions to the debt. I mean, I think every president would add trillions, but yeah, if Trump goes through with, he's shifted how much he wants to do tariffs and how much he wants to do tax cuts quite a bit. But yeah, if Trump does all the tax cuts he plans, even with the tariffs will not raise nearly as much as he wants them to. Debt ceiling, yep. Well, no president. First of all, getting rid of the debt ceiling is based. Okay, that's the one time Trump is based. Okay, but yeah.
Organizing in Mexico.
Obviously he was like saying he's gonna have the corporate tax at like 15%. He's gonna increase the SALT cap and the corporate tax is 15%. That's way more deficit adding than just increasing the SALT cap. But yes, where he's the tariffs are not gonna cover that, even if he actually did end up doing the 20% tariffs and everything, and then we didn't see any decrease in trade, which is obviously absurd that we would put high tariffs up at that level and see no decrease in trade. But kill me.
To bring Mexican wages more in line with American wages, reducing
possible that tariffs benefit the. It's almost. It is very unlikely that any tariffs benefit the U.S. You can maybe make the. Unless national security wise, I think you can make arguments for like tariffing batteries and semiconductors, but
incentive to offshore.
Si pudiera hablar con los compañeros de John Deere, de Caterpillar.
They're in Mexico now. We're gonna.
Aquí en México tienen unos compañeros que están.
Why is spending as a percent of GDP worth looking at? Because GDP is equal to our tax base. GDP represents basically everything that you can tax. So you care more about how much you're spending relative to how much you can possibly tax than just like how much you're spending in absolute terms. Because maybe you're spending a lot, but maybe your tax base is super, super big. But yeah, it just represents the size of your economy and therefore the size of your tax base.
Igual que ellos, luchando.
Is national security a real concern or just excuse for monopolization and hegemony? Maybe you take the position that like U.S. hegemony is evil or whatever, but we want to maintain our position on the world stage. Maybe you think that's good, maybe you think that's bad. Either way, having China produce all our batteries and drones and semiconductors, or Taiwan producing the semiconductors and China claiming ownership over Taiwan, this is not a good situation to be in terms of maintaining your nation's security.
Por mejores salarios.
Victor Manuel Vergara Garcia works for a Mexican subsidiary of Caterpillar, repairing their computers.
My goodness me, we don't seem to have much evidence of that. Even China, even when we put tariffs on China, it was like 92% of the incidents was on the U.S. And And then there's like 1.5 of the cost of the tariffs was made up for by exporters lowering their prices. And that's China, the country like most willing to subsidize their exports. I don't see a lot of evidence that like the vast majority of the incidents will not be on the U.S., even if exporters reduce their costs to some, exporters in other countries reduce their costs to some degree. And there's other costs of tariffs, like
run Caterpillar's heavy machinery. Like Deere and Case New Holland.
Currency. Well, the currency dynamics kind of get all fucked up when you have universal tariffs, because that actually would probably appreciate your exchange rate a lot more than like some specific targeted tariffs. But even the currency appreciation is part of the reason why tariffs don't actually tend to reduce the total trade deficit. Although they still, I mean, they can sometimes at least decrease the bilateral trade deficit if you just tariff one specific country a lot. But usually the increase in exchange rates doesn't fully offset the tariff.
Caterpillar increasingly builds its products south of the border. In the last 8
Real
years,
Jennifer.
nearly doubling its Latin American workforce. Victor makes about $3 an hour. In 2023, he led an effort to
Which is
organize
probably like, we're not gonna put it in terms of like how much cheaper stuff is in Mexico as well. We're just gonna say the absolute dollar amount, and not gonna say like, not compare it to like the median wage in Mexico or whatever. But
independent Democratic Union at his plant.
Lo que estamos solicitando es una...
Not too bad. I don't think there's really any solid evidence of the currency appreciation and exporters lowering their prices doesn't it's the entire cost of the tariff. Like I don't think there's much evidence of that. Literally Googleable. I have stuff on the pass-through rate. I haven't gone through all the pass-through rate stuff, but wait, do you mean importers and exporters eating the difference? Do you mean U.S. companies taking less in profit? I would still say, is that what you mean by that too? But I have the study that's like, I don't know where I put it. I can find it real quick. But I have a study that says 92% of the cost was on America over China when we tariff China. And again, China's the country most willing to subsidize their exports. And I have a few studies on the appreciation caused by the currency appreciation caused by the tariffs as well. But they didn't fully offset the increase in prices.
Aumento justo a los salarios, respeto a nuestra libertad sindical, trato digno como trabajadores.
A week after Victor's union won its first vote, the company fired him. That's when the Biden administration decided to use the USMCA. It filed a case against the company, and under pressure, Caterpillar's subsidiary offered to reinstate Victor. It was one of about 30 times that the Biden administration used the USMCA to crack down on corporate labor abuses and help workers organize.
Lo que esperábamos era que con las sanciones la empresa se sentara con los...
Hold on, I can't. Oh, they don't even have captions here. Okay.
Contrato colectivo de buena fe.
But when Victor went on to lead workers on a strike,
here they have dollar got stronger. There is possible to cancel out 100%. Exchange rates are pretty flexible. It's actually pretty easy for everyone to get involved and say, okay, tariffs make Chinese goods more expensive in America, so we'll just say that Chinese currency costs fewer dollars now, so the actual price of Chinese goods is the same. In reality, exchange rates only cancel out part of the effective tariffs. There's a bunch of stuff that prevents exchange rates from fully adjusting to the new tax. If you put 1,000,000,000% tariffs on everything, you probably get rid of all trade, and thus you'd eliminate all trade imbalances. So it's really an empirical question as to how much exchange rates cancel out tariffs. Gene and Sun use a somewhat plausible theoretical model to arrive at a number of 30 to 35%. That's a substantial decrease already, and I think the true number is likely to be higher, especially where China is concerned. If all of the won's movement against the dollar during this time were due to Trump's tariffs, it would mean exchange rate appreciation cancel out around 75% of the effects of tariffs. He's baiting us with abortion to make us learn. The abortion thing is next, okay? This wasn't supposed to take us long. I just get triggered, okay? I get triggered too easily. Would you agree that humans have inherent value outside the realm of consciousness? They are. I wouldn't apply inherent value to anything other than like sentience, right? So like, you know, clear, like, I don't really care. I care about animals because they're sentient, not because of their DNA. I care about humans because we're sentient and have a high level of sentience, not just because of our DNA, right? Like, did Biden repeal any of Trump's tariffs? He did, yeah. He let some of them expire, yeah. I think he did. Actually, I don't remember. I think he got rid of the ones on Canadian lumber. I think he got rid of the ones on washing machines. I think he got rid of the ones on, just not the ones on steel and aluminum. Which, by the way, I don't. When Biden did tariffs, they were bad too. Okay, I don't like them.
He found that the company had put him and other strikers on a region-wide employer.
I don't think so. Do you dispute the fact that Biden let the tariffs on washing machines expire?
It impossible to get other work. It's a classic strike-breaking tactic, illegal in the U.S. and many other countries.
Inclusive tenemos testimonios de trabajadores que comentaron que fueron a varias maquiladoras y que todas les decían lo mismo, que no los podían contratar.
Why don't they subtitle this? Maybe you're right. Yeah, he let some of them expire. I know he did on washing machines. I believe he did on. President Biden kept this as nearly all, but I believe he did on washing machines and. Although I don't. When was this written? 2024. Okay. Dog, where do I have it in my notes, dog? He kept most of them. I think he did keep most of them because most of the ones Trump put on, and most of Trump's tariffs were like on the steel and aluminum shit from like China, which like he didn't want to remove. But although sometimes like I don't think reciprocal tariffs are good, at least most of the time. But sometimes people don't want to. If you put a tariff up, the other country will tariff you in response, and then you don't want to put your tariff down without a guarantee that the other country will say, without a guarantee the other country will reduce their tariffs as well. So sometimes you have to actually go in and negotiate with other countries to both reduce tariffs. Now, in my opinion, reciprocal tariffs aren't good. So he should just get rid of them anyway, even if the other country doesn't reduce their tariffs. But that's the reason. He doesn't want to look weak by just repealing the tariffs and not getting anything in exchange, right? 2021 says he increased lumber. Oh, did he increase the lumber? Oh, God damn it, Biden. Fuck you, Biden. What the hell, man? I know he increased the ones on steel and aluminum, which I think are bad. It's honestly increased the ones on Canadian. It's on Canadian lumber, right? That's bad. That's worse even because at least that's Canada, like our ally. Like who? Like what? Like what? Like what, brother?
A coalition of American and Mexican unions asked the Biden administration to sanction.
We need to stop money and drug trafficking. Hit us. I mean, we are corrupt as shit. I'm not convinced. Canada is that bad, man. But okay. I also don't think tariffing really. I think tariffing harms us more than it does you. We are literally that bad when it comes to how many money and drug. If you can link something, brother, I'm not convinced the problem of Canada is that bad, but okay.
The company under the USMCA for blacklisting strikers, but this time the administration did not take action.
At the end of the day,
oh yeah, he did. Wait, when did he do this? This is 2024 or 2021?
The community of Burlington, Iowa, the surrounding communities need follow-through. My members at the plant that are currently working right now, we need the follow-through.
Oh, well, really? We're supposed to? They're anti-dumping? I highly doubt. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but I kind of doubt Canada is dumping lumber. But even if they are, first of all, based. But really?
From our elected officials.
Victor and his colleagues have now been on strike for over a year and a half.
Resenting those workers isn't going to change a damn thing. It's just like a sea worker, you know, in a plant here. They're going after the low wages. We need to be down there helping them.
As Donald Trump enters the White House again, a consensus seems to be building that the U.S. needs a bolder trade policy to protect good-paying jobs. But what that means in practice is very much up for grabs.
What we need is President Trump to step in and say, no more jobs are leaving. We need you to step up and do what you promised.
Kill me.
Trump has promised tariffs on companies like Deere that offshore jobs.
We're putting a 200% tariff on everything that you want to sell into the United States, so that if I win, John Deere is going to be paying a 200%.
Not a big fan of Donald Trump, but yeah, kudos.
Tariffs make it more expensive to offshore, so they could give workers more leverage, not only to keep their jobs, but to make them better. But the other
Are you going to mention any of the...
side of keeping good jobs in the U.S. is investing in them. If tariffs are...
Oh, kill me. We're not even gonna... We're not even gonna mention the, like, increased cost that we have to pay because of the tariffs? Really? This is a bank? $3 billion fine over cartel money laundering.
Canada's biggest banks.
This isn't really what I was looking for. I was looking more for, like, evidence that, like, drugs were coming over the Canadian border in large numbers. I don't really care that much if I don't care that much in terms of, like, whether or not we should trade with Canada if one of their banks was doing money laundering for a cartel. I don't know. It's possible. I just don't see much evidence. I would intuitively, I feel like our gain from trading with Canada is much more than the cost of whatever drugs are coming over the border. And I feel like I don't know how effective it would be to tariff Canada, and that would somehow prevent them from bringing fentanyl in. Do Chinese fentanyl dealers bring in doubles the cash, and banks like, yup, that's cool. Well, I feel like that's we'll send evidence of that, not just a bank money laundering.
If they're not combined with government support for high-wage industries, they can only help workers so much. And Trump has promised to end the Biden administration's investments in new American manufacturing jobs. So far, Trump's tariff threat has not dissuaded John Deere. It's continuing to move jobs from Iowa to a new factory it's building in Mexico, scheduled to be up and running in 2026. How the Trump administration will respond remains to be seen.
Let's start new.
True
Let's build
localist.
protections for United States workers.
Kill me. You don't care. Shut the fuck up. These people don't care about United States workers, okay? They have a fetish for manufacturing for no conceivable reason, okay? To be clear, they don't care about American workers, because if they did, they would fucking support free trade and not, like, just point a camera in front of a worker, in front of one worker who suffers a localized cost, and well, the quote-unquote loss of his job would be a diffuse benefit to the rest of American workers. Kill me, bro.
You're not. We got to have protection.
Progressives are evil. Progressives are evil.
First.
There you have it, guys. No mention of opportunity cost the entire time. No mention of the gains from trade the entire time. They didn't even do I thought they were at least going to be like, do the cringe, like, just so we can get cheaper plastic crap. They didn't even do that. They didn't even mention the cheaper plastic crap that we get from trade, okay? They don't care about the American farmer who's paying 20% more for his tractor just because he has to get from an American factory with unionized workers. They don't care. They don't care about workers. They care about workers they can point a camera in front of and say, hey, cry on camera so I can exploit you. 670 million through 18 trillion unmonitored. Oh, this is still the bank. What do you mean? What? Send something. Is there? Okay. Does this mention like how many? I don't care about just a bank. I care about like how much drugs are actually coming over the border. Like, I'm sure this is like indicative that like there is quote unquote a problem or whatever. I'm just not. What's the amount of like drugs actually going over the border? I don't know. Like, this doesn't tell me that. What the fuck? This is not what I wanted. Or is this what I wanted? Is accused of a fugitive drug lord. Based? This guy seems based. Why would I wanna stop this? What the hell? Progressive to evil took you this long? I shouldn't say I've never been a progressive. Throughout my time on Twitch, I've never... Okay, to be clear, I don't actually think progressives are evil, okay. They might do this one evil thing because they don't understand opportunity cost, okay, but they... Look, guys, like, pre-watch.
Look at the bell curve.
I watched, like, the first 10 minutes of this, and then I skimmed around because I didn't initially plan on watching it on stream because they most certainly going to take this down. On YouTube, so we'll see how much we get through. But I was watching it and playing Minecraft, and then I was like, watching Jubilee and playing Minecraft. Wait, this is a fucking sick stream idea. What am I doing? Okay, so now we get to make fun of progressives for making shitty abortion arguments. Okay, are we ready? I listen. I won't even say I have a super high conviction take on abortion right now because there's infinitely more intellects change the speed and hide. I'm not gonna hide the video. I can mirror. I can mirror the video, but if I mirror the video, I can't have it play picture in picture. I don't know. We'll see if they get mad at me, and if they do, I'll change it. But there's always infinitely more good discussion in just like Discord VCs and chats about abortion from people who have actually like read philosophy papers than there is in like these types of environments. Okay, so we'll fucking see.
It does break my heart that if you're sharing you had an abortion, that there could be a child, I don't know how old they'd be, 10 years old today, who would be cheering you on saying, go get it, mom, you got this.
I can promise you that would not be the case. With your statistic and your information,
your baby had a right to live.
You don't get to speak for my child. You don't get to speak for my child. Let's start right there.
Hey everybody, I'm Lila Rose. I am the president and founder of Live Action. I am a mom of 3, a wife, and the host of the Lila Rose podcast. And today I'm surrounded by 25.
Would you prefer to be aborted? Sometimes, guys, I don't know.
My first claim is abortion leaves women scarred for life.
Hey.
Hello. What's your name?
Julia.
Julia, nice to meet you.
Okay, so from my understanding is scar means permanent, and I would argue that life is permanent. And so by not allowing women to an abortion, you're basically saying you have to have this permanent being that exists in this world.
Death is also permanent. And that's what a lot of women struggle with, especially on the anniversary when that baby would have been born. For many women, again, I've talked to hundreds just personally, but there are thousands and millions more out there. On the anniversary of when that baby would have been born, 1, 2, 3, 4 years old,
Dude, fuck this. Fuck, Kyle, if you're watching, fuck this stupid medieval combat mod you got that doesn't allow me to fucking hit the mobs in a mob grinder.
There's deep regret and pain, and some struggle with mental illness afterwards or other struggles, or they have fertility issues. There have been several studies done that show that women have higher suicidality who have abortions than that women that give birth. There's the California study, which is
Research on abortion and suicide risk is contradictory, often influenced by research and funding bias. Okay, base. Thanks, fact checker. I would imagine the women more likely to get abortions are also the ones more likely to commit suicide in the first place. I would imagine that's true intuitively. I don't have any evidence on hand to back that up, but I would imagine that's the case anyway.
200,000 Medicaid patients, 150% more likely to commit suicide if they had an abortion.
Study examining 173,000 California Medicaid patients found the suicide rate for a woman who had an abortion was more than twice as high compared to those who gave birth. The research was conducted by Ellie Institute, a pro-life group.
Abortion than if they had given birth.
Right. So I think
what do you think about that?
So I have a lot of points about that. I also want to talk about the fact that, from my understanding, is you did go undercover into Planned Parenthoods, and I have many friends that work at Planned Parenthoods, which honestly, I'd feel a little unsafe if someone was like going undercover to mask something.
Do you know
also,
what we
the other
were
thing is women.
in the abortion clinics?
Oh, hold on a minute. I think abortion's not an easy choice for women. I don't go, oh, you know what do I want to do today? So go see a movie or have an abortion. It's not an easy choice, girl. Like,
why is abortion not an easy choice?
It's not an easy choice for any woman.
Why?
Why? Because you are literally deciding your own future on your own terms, and you're allowing women the choice.
And why is that? Why is that decision so?
I mean, I understand the answer she wants to get is, oh, because you're ending a life or whatever. But like, can we not trying to find a way to lay out my fucking OBS better so I can see if I get taken down? But there we go.
So heavy. For example,
Also,
I could go in.
the decision's
I could
heavy
go in and
because
get
you're
a, I
asking-
could go in and get a wisdom tooth removed, and I'm not going
Right,
to
an
have
elective
this
choice,
heavy-
much like an
I'm not
abortion,
going
which
to
you're
have
like-
this heavy decision around it. Why is abortion such a uniquely heavy decision?
Why
It's
are women the
because-
only ones
it's because
having to
it's
choose these and
involving-
we're shamed instead
it's
of
because
men?
it's involving
Because the
an
men who are
innocent
committing
human life, a
acts
new
of
child.
assault.
I believe there is mostly women here. I know there's like 2 men because I recognized one guy. I don't know if he ever spoke because no uterus, no opinion. Am I right, fellas? I don't know if he ever spoke, but it's the Mason guy who I've seen in other Jubilee videos.
I don't think they're father of the
Why,
year,
Maida?
quite
Do you
frankly.
hate
If
women,
they're committing
Maida?
acts
What
of
the hell,
violence,
Maida?
We're in total agreement on that. We're in total agreement on
Okay,
that.
you're a mother. How many adopted children do you have?
I don't have any adopted
Okay,
children.
so what about all the
But I would
children
love
that
to
are
adopt
forced?
one day.
Okay, so great. Let's call up the agency tomorrow. It'll take a couple years to go through the adoption process.
Well,
leaving
are you
children
aware-
in foster care
are you-
into the system
are you aware
that thus
that
affects them and
there
causes
are
scarring
over
against the women that
there
have to
are
make that
2
choice.
million
Bro. Like,
families.
what?
There are 2 million families who would like to adopt a newborn baby and they can't.
Okay, are you helping them? Because if you're providing
we
resources,
do
like, you should-
promote and help them, but you know
great.
what?
I mean, I watched all of this girl speak and a little bit of the next girl, right? I remember I pre-watched it because I'm evil, and I've already rehearsed everything I'm going to say. This just seems like the easiest, like, like, I don't know, maybe just response to come to mind for her, but like, obviously no one says that you are entitled to adopt a child, and under some ethical views, you are entitled to your own body, and that would be the justification for abortion, at least so long as you're not harming someone else's. Well, I shouldn't say someone else's, but well, someone else's body works because the someone there implies a moral subject. Although some people say even if fetus is a moral subject, you should still have a right to an abortion because of the bodily autonomy thing. But like clearly, some people believe you're entitled to your own body. No one believes that you're entitled to adopt a child.
You know the reason why they can't adopt? The reason they're not able to adopt is because we have 1 million abortions a year. Our country kills children.
Those, if there were
we have 1 million
safe abortions, I would say that scarring exists.
And those are all
physically when
legal
they have
abortions.
unsafe
To be clear,
abortions.
those 1 million abortions a year are all being
You're
done
Catholic,
legally.
right?
Real, not too
Are you
bad.
not going to feel Catholic guilt when all the women are dying in parking lots from illegal abortions?
So people with
You know, fucking Avi Bitterman ever reply to my DMs? Okay, I'm sure we could have a great. I'm sure I need him to. He's an actual doctor, and he seems to think that sentience emerges in fetuses a lot earlier than a lot of other doctors do. And I'd be curious to ask him about it because I haven't seen him talk much about it. But he never replied to my DMs. Okay, so fuck that guy.
women are dying right now from legal abortions. Women who take
See
the
that
abortion
zinc
pill,
flash? What?
30,000 of them are going into the emergency room every year because of the abortion,
to
the
get my
legal
dog.
abortion
Doctors
pill.
are now in fear of
The
malpractice
media is lying
because
to you
people-
guys. The media is
Oh,
lying to you guys because
okay.
legal abortion kills women. It killed Tanya Reeves and a Chicago Planned
I
Parenthood.
have a lot of friends who had abortions. They're live.
Legal-
I was talking to them yesterday. They're pretty chill. They're actually
What
pretty great.
about-
They're in therapy
there's-
because they made that choice to have children when they are ready.
I mean, I don't know. Obviously, it's dumb to like say, "Oh, legal abortion kills people." Like, okay, brother, skiing kills people. You still like have a right to ski. It's about like weighing the like constant benefits of these things. And like abortion, obviously, has a pretty big benefit for a lot of women who don't want a fucking child. And then like I don't know. I'm sure she knows the numbers, and I'm sure it'll come up at some point. Like, what's the actual risk of dying due to an abortion versus dying due to childbirth? I'm sure she has numbers on it, and I'm sure she has the numbers favorable to her, and then the real numbers might be slightly more ambiguous. But
to have
But
children.
there's tens of thousands of women who go to emergency rooms because of the abortion pill. There are dozens of women who die from
If they
legal
had safe
abortions.
access in
And that
education,
was- those
sex
were- but
education early on,
those were
women
safe-
and
safe
men
legal abortions that they were
well,
having.
men and women would have access to education to understand sex.
You've been voted out by the majority.
Okay.
Please return
Thank
to
you.
seat.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
What's your name?
Demi.
Demi, nice to meet you.
So I just wanted to clear it up. When you say scarring for life, what do you mean?
I mean, it leaves at minimum emotional wounds on many women and some of them physical wounds.
I think something to focus on is the emotional part.
I mean, I would imagine a chemical abortion is not going to leave much physical harm in most cases. But like, do we really? I would assume most women are informed that getting an abortion is going to leave. Like a DNC or whatever abortion, I think is when they actually go in or whatever. It's going to cause some amount of physical scarring. But who is that? Is it that serious? I'm not a woman. I don't know.
It's the shame that you get from pro-life activists. I know what it's like to go to Planned Parenthood and walk out and then see people protesting, calling the women murderers, chanting religious prayers at them. I think that's what's the scarring part emotionally.
What, the stink spark? It's an inorganic signature of human egg activation. Oh, that's when the soul enters the body, guys. What? That's when I have to entail it with with all the human rights. It's a reflection of modern men more than it's a reflection of modern. Oh, the abortion debate is a failing of men. Every woman I've got pregnant has felt confident in having a baby and felt confident that I would provide for it. Oh shit, my dogs are here. I mean, I think that wouldn't be. I wouldn't judge. I wouldn't want to legalize or not legalize abortion based on like the cultural like status of like, are women confident in whether or not men will provide for the child or whatever.
So I've had the privilege of interviewing now almost 1,000 women who've had abortions and hearing their stories. And many of them share about how everyone told them it was the right thing to do, that there was nobody opposing it, and they had the abortion.
But you run a pro-life
and then years later,
organization.
and this is their story. And then years later they would say,
focusing on people.
well, this is their story, not mine. And they would tell me, and they would
like, I've spoken to a lot of women who don't like abortion. Yeah, you work at a pro-life, like, what do you expect? Like, true? Based? Okay, based?
report about how after their abortion, sometimes it would be years later, they would remember it and they would say,
What about the
I
other
wish I had
stories
never
out there
done that.
who don't regret
Or they
it?
would face mental health challenges, they'd face addiction.
Yeah, but what are the people who
Some
don't?
of them would face infertility.
You're not interviewing the people who don't regret it, who think that their life would have been worse off if they didn't get the abortion.
So I think if what you're saying is there's some women who don't regret it, I think it's absolutely true. There are some women who would maybe sit right here and say, I had an abortion, I don't regret it at all, it was great. But that doesn't mean that abortion isn't leaving women scarred for life, because it is.
But you're generalizing
those
it,
stories
saying
usually
that's
aren't.
all women.
Those stories aren't usually made or told by typical media groups. Usually in media and in the entertainment world, you hear the stories of the women that are saying abortion is great, it empowers me. There are thousands and thousands of women who have experienced bitter abortion regret.
People,
and then there's also
women can have abortions and they want to have kids in the future, but they know that they're not in the position for it right then and now, so they can have guilt, they can feel sorry, but that's not all women, and that's totally valid.
I think there's a stigma today, if I may, I think there's a stigma today on a lot of women that they can't share their abortion regret, because society's telling them that abortion's your right, it's empowering, it's a reproductive freedom, and so if you have abortion regret, there's not really a space to share that.
Stigma. You're feeding into the harmful narrative.
What harmful narrative?
Women are getting abortions, and then that they shouldn't feel regret about it because they're murderers, and that they should own up to their actions. That's what the pro-life people are arguing.
I think what our narrative, if you want to call it that, is to say this is a human life. The science tells us this. It's always wrong to take a human life, and abortion does leave deep scars on a lot of women. Thank you. What's your name?
Hi, nice to meet you. My name's
India, nice to meet you.
Okay, so when you say that abortion leaves women scarred for life, I have had an abortion before. I had an abortion actually a week before my 21st birthday. I'm a young black woman in America, come from a low-income family. I'm also adopted.
How do you feel about your abortion?
How do I feel about my abortion? That's what I'm about to tell you. So I wouldn't want to have to make the decisions of what's next after a child is born. I personally did not feel like I was in the proper mental state, financial state, emotional state, physical state. I did not feel like I was in the best of any of those states to be able to bear a child. To be a parent, exactly. My circumstance was a little bit different with the father of would have been child. He actually wanted me to keep the child, but I chose not to because of my body.
I'm curious if you considered adoption.
I absolutely did. But like I said, based on my testimony and what I've experienced, I grew up in a home with foster children in and out. I have an adopted brother as well. We're 2 years apart.
So you think killing them's better?
At my home, which is now my lifelong home that I've been at. I've seen all different kinds of circumstances. I've seen babies having withdrawals. I've seen babies who come from rape victims. I've seen all of it. I've seen all of it, you name it. It's not the best environment that in my opinion, that I would want to raise a child in, okay? I have friends who have multiple children and they're struggling because they don't have the resources that they need. They don't have the proper support system that they need. The whole thing about this pro-life and pro-choice, it's not I'm choosing to kill this baby. Pro-choice is the choice of what I want to do with my body, not what you think I should do with my body. Wait, I'm not done yet. So anyways, what I want to do with my body, who are you to judge me? I go to church. I'm actually a new member of the church, which is funny. I didn't believe in God a couple years ago.
That's great that you're going to church.
Thank you. And the decision that I made maybe wasn't the thing that I
that's another thing
wanted to do.
By the way, this woman will never change her mind, because at the end of the day, the reason that she is actually against abortion is because she's Christian and believes that the soul enters the fucking zygote at the moment of conception, and it's immoral to kill any of God's creatures. Like,
what do you mean? Did you feel pressured to have the abortion?
No, absolutely not, because everybody around me was in support of whatever I did, especially my mother and especially the father of the child. But I didn't feel pressured at all. In fact, I felt as if it was harder to make the decision based on how I'm going to feel. Exactly. And as you're saying, women are scarred from this. I don't feel scarred. I definitely have an effect from it, but I don't think that saying this procedure scars women for life, because you don't know what I'm going through up here. Absolutely not. I don't care who you are, what you stand for, what organization you're behind.
I'd
you're
love
not
to
God.
respond to
you
what
don't
you're
get
saying.
To judge me.
I'd love to respond. The flags are going up, and I'd love to respond before you go.
But you know, like my whole point is you have absolutely no idea what people go through.
So I understand you're experiencing, and you're telling me your experience, which is important. Everybody's experience is important.
Absolutely.
A lot of the women that I've had the privilege of talking to, their abortion wasn't yesterday. Their abortion was a couple years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. As you get older, you get more established in your life. You're a young woman.
And I'm not saying that that's not going to affect me later down the line. But what I am saying,
that's the key, right? Because we make big decisions, right? Especially when we're young, we can make big decisions. They have an effect down the line. And so my advocacy is saying this is a big decision. This is a human
But is
life.
it your right to make the decision for me, or to say what decision is right? Because God is the only one that can actually judge me. And based on my beliefs, He's
it's not my right to tell you. It's not my right to tell you what to do with your personal life, but it is the government's responsibility to protect the right to life of every life in this country. Do you want the government to protect you from being killed?
You know, I want God to protect me from everything evil in this world. Absolutely.
Do you think you have a right to life?
Kill me, and now she's not actually engaging. We're never gonna engage. Okay, we're just gonna do this forever, man.
I can't guarantee that I'm not gonna walk out this door and get shot in the head.
But do you think if somebody tries to do that, you would hope someone would intervene?
Honestly, I'm just gonna pray for the best.
Well, I would hope someone would intervene, and I want to live in a country.
Well, Leela is like, obviously I don't agree with her position, but she's too nice. She has a convoy syndrome. You should be, if you're like asking, like, do you think it's thanks, Carter. Do you think it's the government responsibility to protect people? And their answer is just like, well, I would actually just like pray and sit, just make fun of them, be like, you won't answer my question because you're scared, because you know what it entails. You have to, thanks for the sub, Carter.
Streamer.
I appreciate it. 9 months, hell yeah.
Honestly, I don't think you would.
There would be a penalty for that person that might hurt you.
If you really wanted somebody to intervene with the protection of life, you would be kind of, getting more background on these women and why they do the things that they do.
Well, I think.
I was just gonna do the meme, with the true meme, by the way, which is like Republicans are pro-life until the baby's born, which like that one, unironically true though. That one's kind of true. That one kind of true.
Hi, what's your name?
Audrey.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so do you know the number one emotion women get after having an abortion is relief?
Are you referring to the Turnaway study with that information?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so the Turnaway study has been heavily debunked because it's done by those that support abortion, and they said they were going to follow 1,000 women to see if there was an abortion regret after their abortions. Only 150 women would complete the study with them. The rest of them dropped off, some of them struggling with issues maybe connected to that abortion, but only 150 completed it. So that's a survey of only 150 women. And again, I think we need to look.
I mean, it's typical that, I don't know if it's typical that the drop-off rate is that high. Intuitively, I wouldn't think it is, but like usually you do have some people that drop off during like long-term studies, but
at women at large and their experiences, and there will be some women who say, well, I feel great, I'm good, this is good, I don't regret it. And then there's a lot of women whose stories aren't being told.
But you don't look at women at large with their experiences.
That's what we do. And those women deeply regret their abortions. They feel scarred by their abortions. Some of them suffer mental health issues afterwards.
That's not true at all. 95% of people who got abortions said it was the right decision.
You're referring to the Turnaway study.
She's just citing the same study. Kill me. Come on, girl. Come on. I don't know. I said girl because she's not a guy. I was going to say bro, but that just came out weird.
You could search that up.
I think it's better to look at a study like the Medicaid study in California. 200,000 women, not 150 women doing a study with a pro-abortion group. It was a California 200,000 survey of women.
It is done by an anti-abortion group. The fact checker said so not that long ago. Like, you clearly don't care about the ideological bias as long as it's yours or whatever. But I mean, 5% women do regret it, so it doesn't disprove a narrative that doesn't have it. Yeah, I mean, the prompt, I understand that the prompt that they... obviously, like, the prompt is abortion leaves women scarred for life, and like I think any reasonable person would accept that, like, yeah, obviously some abortions do that. It's a matter of like how much, and if we should ban access to abortion on the basis that it leaves some people scarred for life. You use their cost benefits analysis and everything. But obviously everyone I mean, everyone gets that her real point is just that like most abortions do this is probably her like actual point, and not like all abortions do it or everything. I mean, Jubilee just they need the contentious prompt or whatever. Span pregnancy instead.
That had abortions, they were 150% more likely to commit suicide than those that gave birth and did not have abortions. In Finland, there were 2 studies done of women there that found that women who had abortions had a higher likelihood of committing suicide than women who did not have abortions.
Studying participant in Finland using data from 1987 and 2012 concluded a woman who had an abortion had a 3-fold risk for suicide compared to a pregnant woman. It doesn't even specify that it's if it's a pro-abortion group this time. Damn. I don't know. I'm not aware of any of these studies. I never argue on these fronts when I talk about abortion, so I don't really.
Abortions. People deserve to know this. Okay. Women deserve to know this because when they have an abortion, that's a huge life-altering decision, not just for ending the life of a baby, but it's life-altering for the woman.
It is life-altering for the woman because, pregnancy is a big deal. Having a baby is very, very expensive. And if you're willing to put survivors, children on top of that, and the shame that they have to go through, forcing an 11-year-old to go through a pregnancy, and yes, they're not forced to be a parent, but the adoptive and foster care systems are very, very broken.
So my friend Liana Rebolledo, she was brutally in a gang at age 12. She went to the doctor, she found it.
Okay, before they do the emotional intuition pumping. Exposure to abortion increases the risk of mental health disorders by 23%. There's no way this doesn't seem. If you're saying if it's a 3-fold risk of suicide, it doesn't seem to make sense that the risk of the risk of mental health disorders only goes up by 23%. Though that doesn't seem intuitive. That would make me think that her numbers are a little weird. Although obviously, I guess maybe it's easier to see that someone's committed suicide than it is like someone has a mental health disorder. So, this is a Medicaid study. Women who have an abortion in their first pregnancy, outpatient mental health visit 5 times more likely to increase inpatient admissions. Another period study, women with a history of pregnancy loss, including abortion, are 35% more likely. History of pregnancy lost. This seems a little weird. I would imagine, people who either have abortions often or have miscarriages often probably. They might even have if they just have miscarriages often. They probably have some underlying health issue that makes them go to the hospital more. Suicide and violent death. Okay, women who have abortions approximately 2 to 6 times the risk of suicide within a year. To women who give birth, this risk increases with multiple abortions. Additionally, women who undergo abortions have significantly high risk of deaths from violent causes. Together with the elevated, are more likely to get murdered. This would, to me, that any other like violent death that isn't suicide or whatever would make me expect that is what I said earlier, where it's the causal inference is my passion. It could just be the case that the women who get abortions are women who are more likely to commit suicide in the first place. I would imagine. I could imagine that's true, and I could imagine. People who are more likely to commit suicide are also probably more likely to be murdered or something. I don't know, but I would assume the studies try to find causality.
She was pregnant. She had severe mental health issues, suicidality from the trauma of the right. She goes to the doctor. The doctor says you're pregnant, and the doctor says, "Do you want an abortion?" And she says, "Will the abortion take away the trauma of that?" The horror I feel in my body.
But that's her choice, though. But that's her choice.
Said, let me just finish what she said. And the doctor said, no, it will not. He was honest with her. And she said, why would I take the life of this baby because of the trauma that I endured?
Not everybody will experience.
It's a belief, but it's also a fact that it was a human being inside her. It was an innocent third party because of that. So that was perpetrated upon her.
On the emotional thing or whatever, I would imagine I don't speak to women, okay, but I would imagine I'm pretty sure I've heard stories of people I don't want to have a kid with a rapist baby because every time I look in her eyes I'll see the rapist. Obviously people don't want that to happen. Obviously if you don't think it's a moral subject then you probably don't really care. Then regardless of whether it's a innocent third party or will take away the trauma of the rape or whatever, if you don't believe it's a moral subject, then it's kind of a moot point. It's irrelevant. Also expect women who have abortions are more likely to be homeless. Does that mean abortion causes homeless? Yeah, exactly. Like I would imagine, exactly. Again, I would imagine, I'd have to look at some of these. I would imagine that these studies try to associate causality, but I don't know. But even this, like, it seems weird to me that they would also have a increased risk of death from violent causes, because that seems like there's a clear, I could imagine a mechanism for abortion causing mental health issues that lead to subsequent suicide. It's hard for me to imagine like a mechanism that leads from abortion to someone getting murdered, unless maybe in like domestic violence cases, I guess. Like if you have an abuser who's like mad you got an abortion and therefore they, I guess murder. I guess I could see a mechanism there.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Hi, what's your name?
Jax Prince. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Mila.
So, based off you've given incredible points, genuinely and truly, I'm learning quite a bit.
Thank you.
So, for the people that you say have the abortion young, how old do I look, out of curiosity?
You're never supposed to answer that, right?
No, go ahead. By all means.
Will you tell me you'll do me if I do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you are 25?
I appreciate that. At about 10 more years. So,
Okay.
by
You
your
look
logic,
awesome.
thank you.
You look amazing.
By your logic, I should be in that age range of people who abort, let's say.
I need a
who
fucking
should
another
be feeling
monitor
good,
so I
right?
can fit all this shit on my screen, because I need to make sure I can see if YouTube takes down either my stream, the main stream, or the YouTube short stream.
And everything. If I had carried a term, I would be labeled a drug-addicted black mother, and if I had kept the baby, I would have been labeled a incompetent single mother. So my question for you is, what is your perception of how I should feel about my abortion?
So a couple things. First of all, sometimes the regret happens later in life. It's not within even 5 or 10 years. The trauma they feel might come out later when they have their own other children or grandchildren. So every woman, it's going to be different. Sometimes it's immediate, sometimes it takes years. I mean, I think you're amazing. I think if that's what you've overcome in your life, I think that's incredible. And you should be proud of overcoming so many tough things in your life. It does break my heart that if you're sharing you had an abortion, that there could be a child, I don't know how old they'd be, 10 years old today, who would be cheering you on saying, go get him, Mom, you got this.
I can promise
And I
you
think-
that would not be the case, because I can almost promise you that would not be the case, because I say again, I'm in a domestic violence shelter. I've got
Kinda
a
true,
dog
Mida.
I can
Kinda.
barely take care of.
Then
You're
I
expecting,
would-
excuse me, you're expecting me to sit here and let you tell me how I'm supposed to feel. You're trying to scare me.
I'm not
with all-
telling you
No,
how
no,
to
no,
feel.
Yes, you are. Yes,
I'm
you are.
not telling you how to
with
feel.
your statistics
But I
and
am
your
telling you that your
with
baby-
your statistics
your
and your
baby had a right to
information,
live.
with your statistic and your
Your
information,
baby had a right to live.
you are completely wrong.
And-
Because yes,
and I wish someone
yes.
had been helping you more.
Listen,
That's the
listen,
other thing.
listen. But
You
you weren't
deserve
there.
more
That's just
help.
it. Everybody always likes to say,
then
"Oh,
we're
that
gonna,
hits the baby."
I don't. Yes, give me. I love you, Jubilee. Yes, give me more. Give me more of the emotional, intuition-based domestic violence arguments. Yes, let's never talk about philosophy. Yes, give me more people screaming at each other. Yes, like they almost touched on the thing there. Like your baby had a right to life. No, it didn't. Like they almost got there, but now they're back to to this.
Be given up for adoption. I know what our foster care system is like.
But when you just
you
to be
can't
clear,
tell
when
me
you-
I would have a child cheering me
just to be
on.
clear,
in
when
this
you place
instance.
a child
You
for
can't-
adoption,
hold on. You're
they
not
don't
gonna
go into
speak-
foster
You don't get to speak for my child. You don't get to speak for my child. Let's start right there. You don't get to speak for my child saying, oh, mommy would be cheering you on, or everything like that. You don't fucking know that. You don't know that at all. You don't know what my child would be. I may not even have my child, because I was so unfit at the time. Drug addiction, sex work, everything like that. Yes, Mom, I'm a proud pro-ho. That is exactly what I do. But you're telling me how my child would feel. And what gives you the right?
I
What
would
gives
hope
you
that
the
for your
right?
child.
What gives you the right?
I would love to respond to you. I think, yes, your child had a right to life. And I would say that I wish there were more people helping you at the time. It sounds like you were at a really rough time in your life. And I think that you mattered, that baby mattered, and you both deserve more help. That's what I would say.
That's what you would say. But you're saying my child
Mida
is cheering
hates
me on.
women,
Right?
confirmed.
You
You
chose
chose to
that's
parent.
what you
You
just said.
chose to
You would
parent.
hope.
I would hope
You
that.
would hope. So all of this is going off of hope.
Please return to your seat.
Okay, last point. Kind of valid though. Kind of valid.
Hello, what's your name?
Miriam.
Miriam, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So I just want to start off, and you're saying that a lot of women have abortion regret, right? So I'm going to tell you about what happened to my best friend's mom. She had a late-term abortion, which I know you don't find morally acceptable, but
How
her
far
baby,
along was she?
She doesn't find any abortion morally acceptable. I don't know why.
Sure, the exact week. But she was told that her child would not live for more than 1 hour. However, if she gave birth to that child, she would never be able to have children again. That is literally what they told her. I'm so glad that she was able to get an abortion, because my best friend wouldn't be alive if her mother wasn't able to have an abortion before she was even born. So I just yeah, there are some women who regret abortions, but we shouldn't just ban all abortions because of some of those women regretting it.
So I
there
have
are
heard,
many
I love
women.
I've heard so many stories of medical professionals who tell the woman, you have to have an abortion, X, Y, and Z.
Okay, we're not gonna address the actual point that she's making, that like clearly we shouldn't ban something just because like some people might regret it. We're not gonna address that. We're just gonna go to, actually, your mom should have had the baby get fucked. Like,
and then I talked to many other medical professionals. If I can finish, I talked to many other medical professionals who say if you have a high risk pregnancy or there's a disability that the baby has, there is healthcare for you to protect both your life and the baby's life. That's what women deserve. They don't deserve to be told by the abortionist or the doctor, just kill this baby. That's the solution. Have the abortion. So we can do better for both the mom.
She has to separate the abortionist from the doctor.
And the baby. Dr. Anthony, just as an example, Dr. Anthony Levatino, he worked with tens of thousands of high-risk pregnancies in upstate New York, dealing with these very high-risk pregnancies. He said in the number of pregnancies where we had to do an abortion was 0. Sometimes we would have to do an early delivery, but we would never have to intentionally kill the baby to deal with the health risk for the mother.
Medically necessary, right?
Correct. And so as an example, your friend, right? You said you had a late-term abortion because her baby had a health issue.
Never. What's your definition of medically necessary here? Like, technically, I'm sure like there is, another option or whatever. But like, if those other options are significantly less safe, and like the abortion would be safe and save your life or whatever. Like, I'm no doctor, but I feel like that could fall under the bucket of medical necessity. I don't know how. I don't know how it's technically defined, but.
To die, and then otherwise she would have an issue. The doctor, and my, Dr. Anthony Levatino as an example, could have done an early delivery to give that baby a chance at life instead of intentionally killing that baby in
I don't understand how you can sit here across the table and tell me what
who fight for both the life of the baby and the mother.
Tell me what my best friend's mother
could have had an abortion, a process that's a real concern in her life, despite the fact that she's a drug addict who. Well, no, she wasn't saying. What do you mean? Her point was that she didn't regret her abortion. Was that on her point? Because Leela was like, "Oh, a lot of women regret her abortion," and she was like, "Oh, my abortion was important for me, and I don't regret it because I have all these other issues going on that made it so that like I couldn't, have a child or whatever." But was it not her point, or? Oh, they don't get to speak on behalf of a hypothetical child to get. Yeah, sure. Well, thanks for the follow. I'm Sappy. Welcome.
Better medical care than what she was told. That it was unfair and wrong what she was told. And she wasn't given a choice.
She was given a choice.
They told her you're going to die. They told her you have to have this abortion. That's what they told her.
Informing her medically, she cannot deliver children if she had not had that abortion.
Did you know that?
So why do you think that she should have a
just to be clear, in a late-term abortion, you have to remove the baby, right?
Yes.
And what is the difference between a late-term abortion where you remove the baby dead and an early delivery where you can remove the baby alive? One is an abortion and one is a life-saving act.
I mean, I don't. I'm no doctor. She isn't either. Okay, to be clear, she doesn't know if there's a difference between those things, because she's not a doctor. Now, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know if there's a difference between those two things. I could imagine. I could guess that the reason abortion might be safer is because they go in and they don't have to induce labor. They can just anesthetize you and then go in and cut the baby up and suck it out, and that might not cause as much trauma or whatever as inducing labor and actually pushing the baby out. I could imagine that being the case. I don't know if that's the case because I'm not a fucking doctor, and neither is she, but
what she deserved was a life-saving act for both her and that baby, and an early delivery could have been what she needed.
I agree, because she wanted that child. However,
and that's why it's devastating that they told her that.
But
it's wrong that they told her that.
No, but they were right.
No, how can you say that when there are
because I know this
medical?
How do you know if they were right? What do you mean? I mean, she didn't answer whether or not she has a medical degree, but she's not a doctor. What?
Medical professionals who say that abortion is not medically necessary. It's not my opinion. It's thousands of medical professionals who say that.
That's time. I appreciate that, but you're not a doctor, and you weren't her doctor.
There's thousands of medical professionals who say you can care for both mother and baby.
That's fine, but it's you.
Can doctors be wrong?
Doctors can be wrong.
Could our doctor have been wrong? My next claim is abortion cannot be justified under any circumstance.
In your beta, what's up, Phil Jones? Real.
Hi, good to meet you, Lila.
Nice to meet you. What was your name?
Mason.
Mason, nice to meet you.
Okay, under any circumstance, so I can't wait to only go over the most edge case extreme scenarios and never actually engage with the philosophical question of what should we entail moral rights to, okay? We're never gonna get there, okay?
So a couple things. First, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going to make a lot of assumptions about your organization. I don't know the specifics. But when you say alternatives to abortion, I assume that you're saying philanthropic assistance when it comes to helping people with pregnancy or start families. Is that true?
Yeah, promoting options that are not killing the baby, basically. So
okay, well,
that could be
without that moral language,
the baby, adopting the baby.
Yeah, and I think that's valuable to a lot of people, especially if they don't have the economic means in order to start a family. So I want to commend you on that. Yeah. When it comes to the policy proposals that you propagate as an organization, I would say that those don't help anybody, especially when it comes to just adding punitive measures.
Are you familiar with our policy proposals? Because we support making birth free. Do you support making birth free?
Yeah, I think that'd be great. Do you support access to contraception?
We support more cash credits for families.
Wait, they support making birth free? What? Bro, you're in favor of socialized medicine? What the fuck?
Kids so that they can invest back into their families and take care of their kids. So part of what we do on the public policy side is smaller than
money.
I won't just criticize all of the policies then. I'll specifically criticize the ones that are punitive measures against women or against doctors who are facilitating this type of reproductive health care. That's not something that's going to help people.
Here's a question for you.
Unfortunately, and I'm assuming that there's a lot of ideological similarities with a lot of other conservative movements. So when it comes to things like gun rights, what I hear so much from conservatives are guns are something that's a necessary evil. If there was a world where we could get rid of all guns, that would be awesome. It's just one thing where there are going to be bad people with guns.
Okay, true.
In order to counteract that, you're going to need good people with guns. And I would say the same thing for abortion.
This would have been a good thing to bring up on the, last point, but guess you didn't get to speak on that one.
I think in an ideal world, we wouldn't have any abortions. Unfortunately, the reality of the situation is it's going to exist, whether or not that it's legal and can have safe actual procedures, or it's going to happen in the alleyways where it is going to damage women. So to continue to advocate for punitive measures, and I'll let you speak after this, I think that does more harm to women at large than it does to help protect the unborn life.
Here's a question for you. Do you think that it is always wrong to kill an innocent person, an innocent human?
I would say the intentional killing of somebody who's innocent is something that we should advocate against. Okay. What I will say, though, is
what is an abortion in your view?
One sec, I got to finish my point. Okay. What I will say is the rights of people's bodily autonomy.
They're touching on it.
Life, especially when it comes to the government enforcement of that.
Do I have the right as a mother to kill my child?
So I think there are two ways that we determine what rights are in a society, right? It's either we all have rights, and then we decide as a society that there are some actions that we need to restrict just because we live in a social world, or we have no rights, and we just have the grace of the government that grants us some rights.
I have a question
for
you.
What I would start is, I think that we do have all rights. I think that we restrict things that would be unnecessary and bad. I wouldn't count somebody's rights to their own bodily autonomy as something that we need to restrict.
So it sounds like you're making the argument that dependency means that a mother should have the right to end the life of her child.
I wouldn't say dependency because I'm sure
the child's dependent on her body, right? That's what you're saying.
I'm assuming you're going to go into like a toddler's dependent in order to be fed by their parents.
A newborn is totally dependent on their parents,
but it doesn't rely.
We can never end the life of a newborn.
I know, but it doesn't rely on the specific bodily functions of somebody.
But it fully relies on the functions of everybody else.
Well, no, because you can opt out. You can give that to an adoption agency.
A newborn baby relies on the functions of other.
I don't know why I never hear like Leela make this argument. Like the dependency thing, like you forced that fetus to be in a state of dependency on you. Like you had the sex and forced the fetus to be dependent on you. Like it doesn't really it'd be like you can have an analogy of like, oh, I'm giving somebody a poison, and that poison has like a 10% chance of making them entirely dependent upon me. And then like after I gave them the poison and made them dependent on me, should I have the right to the right to kill them or whatever because they're using my body? Like I feel like that's a much stronger argument than just the like, well, but newborns are still dependent on their mother. I mean, there is the I do like the I think it's when she is going down this road, there's an analogy called Mary's Cabin. I think it's Mary's Cabin. It's like, oh, let's say like even in the case of rape, like if we kidnap a woman and like put her in a cabin with a baby, a newborn baby, and it snows, and she's trapped in a cabin for 6 months with a newborn baby. Is she entitled to just say, well, like even though there's enough food in the cabin for both of them, to like just say, no, I'm not going to feed the baby because of my own bodily autonomy. I shouldn't. I've been forced to be here. Should I have the right to just not feed this baby because it requires my bodily resources to do so? She is. I feel like those two analogies are better than just going down this cringe path or whatever. If I were to be an evil pro-lifer, gonna call me sexist, but this guy has made better. Okay, this guy has made better arguments than the woman so far. That's not. Yes, he has.
For adults, right, for sure.
But plus, I'm a guy, and I've made. If I was there, I'd make the absolute best arguments out of all of them. So
nothing to do with that biological mother. The mother can't put it up for adoption if they don't have the means in order to take care of it.
Let me make sure I say it back to you. You're saying the biological mother has the right to end the life of her biological child, but somebody else who's not biologically connected could end the life of a young child that's totally dependent on them physically.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Then what are you saying?
Well, you like to go into a lot of biology. Do you know what an FMT is?
Tell me.
So it's a fecal microbacterial transfusion. It's necessary for people who don't have proper intestinal responses for immune disorders. And what it is basically a transfusion of someone else's feces into that person. What's funny to me is we don't enforce people in order to like collect their own poop in order to preserve life. So it's funny that we protect the sanctity of people's poop over people's wombs and uterus.
But the womb is designed for a baby, right?
Not all wombs can deliver babies.
Wombs are designed for babies.
Not all
What else are they designed for?
I hate to do it, guys.
Okay.
I hate interrupting you, but it's the only way to keep the
No worries.
rotating.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Thank you.
Again, like Leela has like fine secular arguments for abortion, but I'm pretty sure. I don't know this for certain, but I am pretty sure that Leela also does not believe in evolution and believes in intelligent design. And like that's why she uses this like loaded language of like, oh, you know, the uterus is designed for a fetus, right? Like it's a woman's purpose to be the baby, to be the baby carriage. Make it worse, Mary accidentally caused that situation to happen. Well, yeah, I guess, yeah. I don't. What do you mean accidentally cause that situation to happen? The reason that the Mary's cabin analogy is supposed to be like in the case of rape, so like we kidnap her and like force her to be in the cabin, right? Then once she's in the cabin, ought she feed the baby? Like, yeah.
Alex,
nice to meet you, Alex.
So your claim is that abortion cannot be justified under any circumstances. Yes. Is that right?
Correct.
Well, I want to tell you a story. So I'm from Florida, and I remember when I heard the story of Anya Cook and her husband Derek.
As you play video games, well, yeah, because I'm based in awesome.
They kept on trying and trying, and they had miscarriage after miscarriage after miscarriage, and then finally they were able to conceive, and the pregnancy kept going, and they reached 16 weeks, and they were so excited because they were finally going to have a baby. And they went out for dinner to celebrate it, and on the ride back home, Anya felt something going down her leg, and she said, "I really hope that's not what I think it is." But it was, and it turned out that her water had broken. She had to go to the emergency room, and they turned her away because even though the pregnancy was completely not viable, and the doctor said, you're going to lose your baby without a doubt 100%. But if we give you a procedure right now, it would count as an abortion.
Listen, if being a beta is playing video games and watching YouTube, I am the biggest beta out there, and it's based.
Abortion under Florida's 15-week abortion ban. This isn't even when they went to the 6-week abortion ban in Florida. This was when it was still 15 weeks. They said this because you're 16 weeks, that would count as an abortion. We could go to jail. We could lose our medical license. We can't operate on you. So she had to go home with her stillborn baby that she had been so looking forward to having still inside her. And the next morning she felt so sick. And she said that she thought she was going to die, but she wanted to get her hair done first so that her mom didn't have to get her hair done. So while she was at the hairdresser, she felt like something was going to happen. So she got out of the chair, went into the bathroom, and that is when she saw her baby. And she had to call her husband in, and her husband took care of her. And then she was bleeding out all over the floor, everywhere. She ended up losing half of the blood in her body that day. They operated on her for 8 hours, and Derek and all of her whole family was there praying for her the whole time. And miraculously, she survived. But she would not have had to go through that if she was able to get the medical care that she needed. And this is why I think that instead of having the government legislate, abortion should be illegal, except in this case, that case, the other case, it's impossible to have something so black and white as the law legislate something that is so individualized and so complex as every person's experience. And that's why I will always trust a mother and her family to make the right decision for her instead of the government trying to make things so black and white. And that's what abortion bans do. They cause people to get really sick and even die because they're denied the medical care that they need.
Okay, so I'd love to respond. Thank you for sharing the story.
Set up a slam dunk argument against everybody seems to it. Yeah, he kind of, I don't know why he transitioned even to the like, why should we? Well, I guess it kind of makes sense. But into a case where like, when it says unjustified or whatever, cannot be justified, I'm thinking like ethics, and like he started talking like the ethics at first, it sounded like with like the case of his mother, but then he kind of we kind of switched over to like, well, maybe we shouldn't ban it just because sometimes it's gonna have negative effects when you restrict medically necessary abortions, like.
Away.
Was you more also not fun Destiny vocalist reproduce. I'm glad we're all in the same category there. Don't worry. We listen, okay. Well, We'll get the non-fun dating show eventually. I'll prove you all wrong. I'll prove with my amazing Riz, okay? Well.
Was dead. If this was a miscarriage, the baby was dead. It was medical malpractice for the emergency room to turn her away, and she would have had a lawsuit against them. In any pro-life state in the country, any kind of care for miscarriage, to complete a miscarriage if the baby has passed away, is completely legal, and that's actually written in the books. So I think that's a really important point, that medical malpractice unfortunately does happen, and that could have happened in the case.
Abortion bans actually cause doctors to have to do medical malpractice.
There's a lot of narratives out there saying that, but that's inaccurate.
Just to justify
I don't know what you tried to say, Malibu.
There are thousands of medical professionals, including many in pro-life states, who say we are able to do miscarriage care. We're able to deal with
the baby
pregnancies
was still alive.
Completely
She was
under the pro-life
her water
law.
had broken, but her baby was doomed. It was gonna die.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, they didn't even get the fancy head on that? God damn it.
Hi, my name is Dana Peladon.
Dana, nice to meet you.
So I am the executive director of one of the oldest rape crisis centers here in the nation. And one of the things that I need you to understand is that abortion care is health care for survivors. And it also gives them the options that they need in order to move forward after they have had so many choices that have been taken away from them. So let's remind ourselves that most women who have been assaulted know they're assaulters. 1 in 20 women who have had pregnancies that result from assault. In addition, 1 in 4 women have had abortions. So these are women who are making these choices because they need to make these choices. And when you say to someone who has already had choices taken away from them, that in addition to I have had my body violated, I have had my choices taken from me, that I then have to carry a child to birth, and then have my life put in danger, and reminding ourselves that as a black woman, I have a higher rate of death in our society just by birthing. So I'm putting my life in danger.
I don't think, I don't remember the controversy over that. I don't think that ended up being true, because I think that was brought up. Oh, I think that was brought up in it might have been the hearing for the Justice Brown Jackson. And I think it was, I think her claim was if we place black mothers with black doctors, they seem to have a lower rate of death from giving birth. But I'm pretty sure that ended up not being true, but I don't remember. I don't remember the controversy over it.
Just to carry a child that has resulted from an assault. So you cannot tell me that there is no circumstance where I don't make that choice for my body and for the tissues that are in my body. There is always a space for me to make a choice for what is going to happen to my body.
I'd love to respond, if I may. First of all, we are aligned that is absolutely horrific. We're aligned on that. And part of the work at Live Action is we do interview survivors of sexual assault, and we talk to survivors of sexual assault as well as children conceived via sexual assault. That's part of their story.
Fuck this stupid
and we're aligned that it's absolutely
dude.
Horrific. Where it sounds like we're not aligned is that I don't believe that 2 wrongs make a right. That if there is a horrific act of an assault, if I may just explain my position here, if there's a horrific act of assault and a pregnancy results, a new life is conceived, that ending that new life, giving that new human being the death penalty
so what has happened?
The death penalty is that
there's been a fertilization of an egg.
If I may finish. So as an example, my friend Rebecca Kiesling or my friend Ryan Baumberger, 2 amazing people, conceived in brutal ways. And they go around and they say, I was that embryo, I was that fetus.
Is that...
I was that thing, people conceived in brutal ways. And they go around and they say,
yeah, they did that. That's a weird way of censoring it. They didn't just get the audio, whatever. That's weird. Anyway.
Was that embryo? I was that fetus. I was that unborn baby. Do I not have a right to live? Should I have gotten the death penalty for the crime of my father? One more thing to say.
That mother made a choice. Well, that mother made a choice. I, as a person who has been assaulted, then get to make that choice for my body.
And that's the difference.
I can see the chat.
Actually, the difference is I get to choose what happens to my body because I didn't get to make that choice with that assault. I didn't get to make that choice.
Art, that's crazy.
But I do get to make the choice with what happens with that fertilized egg, and that is a problem.
Okay. Let's go. Are we gonna finally get to hey, maybe I don't care what you are right now. No offense, but I don't even have enough money to afford that art. Plus, I already have fucking twerk break. Okay, why do people think I need art all the time? What's this thing? Oh, we're finally gonna get to should we entail moral right to a fertilized egg, or maybe there's something more complicated there? We finally gonna get there? Are we gonna avoid it somehow? Let's see.
10-year-old child who didn't have a choice about what happened to her body to then say you must carry that child.
That was absolutely horrible. Post-birth abortions are better than your twerking break. Real.
Until you give birth. That is unconscionable.
If I can respond with a couple things that are really important, I think. First of all, Rebecca Keesley, my friend who was conceived, her mother tried to have an abortion. It was illegal and she couldn't access one. So she ended up placing Rebecca for adoption. And Rebecca goes around and says, what about my right to life? And she ended up meeting with her mother years later, and her mother said, I'm actually glad I wasn't able to end your life.
And I'm glad for Rebecca's mother.
If I can just finish, one of the key things that we need to acknowledge is that abortion isn't something that's going to heal. Abortion
does. Abortion does.
I'd love to respond to you. I'd love to just have a moment. Abortion can add trauma. It's another act of violence.
It does not add trauma. There is no evidence that abortion adds trauma.
If I may respond.
Oh no, she's gonna cite don't say that. She's gonna cite the studies again. No, don't say the evidence. No. She does this for a living. Obviously, she has all the studies on hand. What do you mean? No, don't say it. No. You ever watch content from Trisha Paytas? She has a kid. She has kids now. Yeah, I have seen. I am familiar with Trisha Paytas. Yes, I know. With IDF pilot base. This point where I tap out and up ran out for the day. Thanks for stopping by, Maida. Appreciate it.
200,000 Medicaid patients, women, 150% more likely to commit suicide for those that had an abortion. That gave birth.
There is no psychological evidence.
There have been a lot of studies that have been done that show that abortion can be profoundly traumatizing.
There is actually correlation to the trauma of having to carry the birth to term.
Wait, you know what? I didn't even think of that. Yeah, you know what? The people who get abortions are probably also more likely to have been raped, right? And that probably increases the risk of suicide. I didn't even think of that. That's another. I don't know I would assume the studies try to factor that in and find causality. I don't know though. It didn't seem like that one did, at least. Considering it also found that they just experience more violent deaths generally, not from suicide, and there's no clear mechanism by which they would experience more violent deaths, and there at least is a plausible mechanism for causing suicide, but yeah, causal inference is my passion.
In relation to the trauma of the stigma
I think early
of
delivery
abortion
might be the right decision, because keep in mind, what is an abortion? It's the forced birth of a dead fetus or embryo. An abortion is the forced birth of a dead baby.
An abortion is an actual medical procedure to remove tissue from your body.
Want to react to your own debate with Fabian Guy? Which one? I have 3 of them by now, or 4 of them by now. I think 4.
What kind of tissue is being removed in an abortion?
Fetal tissue.
Of what? Of a what?
Of a fetus.
Of a fetus. And what is a fetus?
Seems you know nothing. Why you even here? Because I'm a beta. Is that what you want to hear?
A fetus could grow to be a live birth.
So is a fetus alive?
Not necessarily.
If the fetus is dead, why do you have to have an abortion?
Well, you have to have an abortion to remove the fetus
If the
from your
fetus
body.
is already dead, I have no problem with removing a dead baby.
As you saw with
the baby's
I
alive.
think her definition of abortion bakes in a lie, right? I think she'll define abortion as the intentional killing of a viable pregnancy or whatever. We're just gonna ask the easiest question ever. It's so easy. Do we care about life? Do we entail rights to life? The answer is obviously no, because she doesn't give a fuck about animal rights. Okay, she doesn't. Obviously doesn't. Obviously, there are brain dead people who we could, or who, there's a whole dialogue tree past the brain dead point. I was just say actually brain dead is dead because it's the permanent cessation of whatever. But you ask about life, she's like, no, I don't give a fuck about life. We don't care about a tree just because it's living. And it's okay, but human life. Well, do we really care about human life? What about a brain dead person? Why should we entail rights to something that is something that has human right, or something that is human but is not actually sentient and therefore can't suffer in the way that we usually care about in morality? What if we had a situation where there was an alien race that was exactly as sentient or even a higher level of sentient than humans were? Should we give moral rights to them just because they aren't human, but are still have a higher level of sentience? Yeah.
What is the fetus alive when you're doing an abortion, an elective abortion?
So sometimes the fetus is not alive when you do an elective abortion.
So we would agree that would be a miscarriage, and we are
no,
both fine with that
absolutely
if the baby
not.
has already passed away.
Absolutely not.
So
because
just to be clear,
times
I am only against an abortion that is intentionally taking the life of an innocent human. Thank you.
People too, so.
I'm
Lila.
Ceci.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So your claim is that there's no right for abortion under any circumstance at all, which obviously I disagree with because...
And I'll just define abortion really quick, just for clarity, because it was
You don't really need to.
Okay,
the intentional
finally.
killing of a living...
Whatever you want to call it. All right,
Yeah, living. Yeah, thanks for a chicken sandwich. Yeah, she bakes into her definition living, so she automatically. I don't want to say like presupposes because like I mean it does. It's just I don't think it's a wholly unreasonable definition of abortion, but automatically gets rid of the criticism of like, oh, you know, what if there's a mole or pregnancy and like we need to remove it because she just bakes into her definition of abortion. That's not that isn't an abortion.
Don't disagree with it. Anyway, so my point though is that there should be exception. I mean, I think you should be able to get it if you want one, but
under any circumstances.
For the 10-year-olds that are raped, which you know that 10-year-old in Ohio who was raped by her father, then was told she couldn't have an abortion, had to go to a different state. So you're more than comfortable with holding down a 10-year-old once again to make her do something with her body she doesn't want to do.
So an abortion is another act of violence in my view, both of that baby and of a survivor. I think this view that we have that abortion is somehow going to heal
Even
a
if
rape
that 10-year-old
survivor
is crying and begging you, I don't want to give birth, I don't want to carry it for 9 months, I don't want to be a mom.
I think she deserves the best support and care. She needs to be taken out
the
of that
best support
abusive
care would be
situation.
health care, and in this case would be an abortion.
But we can't
what a
take
cool
away
answer.
I think in that case, an early
Don't
delivery.
speak out of your mouth, it's real.
You're affording more empathy toward a zygote more than you are a living, breathing 10-year-old who just went through something seriously traumatizing. So your empathy is in a place I don't understand.
If I can respond.
Now you can, absolutely.
So is absolutely horrific. Incest is absolutely horrific. We are completely aligned on that. We need more penalties for abusers. I think
incest is horrific. I wouldn't be so sure. You're gonna stop 2 lesbian sisters from making love, okay? What the hell is wrong with this woman?
the things that I have about that case that I've seen is there's no story about what happened to her abuser. Was she protected from her abuser? It's like that's left out of the narrative.
Her father.
I mean, but what
I've heard you say before, though, you shouldn't punish a
So-
child for what you called generational sin.
But if I can finish.
But which child are you not? Which child do you
gotta let me make the case. You gotta let me make the case. You gotta
Well,
let me.
you're worried about punishing a child, but which one? The 10-year-old who was already punished?
Can I respond?
Now you can.
In a case of for incest and there's a new life that's been conceived, there's another human being now we're talking about. It's not just the abuser and the victim. There's another potential victim.
There's a zygote,
and we
right.
need to care for both. They're both human beings. And in
They're
the
not
case
yet.
of a very young girl who's been the victim of a horrific assault, the idea.
God, I hate. There's a human being. Like, obviously. Oh, thanks, Colton. Okay. For the sub, I appreciate it. Hell yeah. ×4. When were you? You've been a sub for 4 months? I guess you were gifted one once, right? Hell yeah. I appreciate it, Colton. Okay. What was this used? 5. Okay.
Hold her down again.
The idea, well, in an abortion, you're literally held down, and you have to submit your body to an act that will deliver
she would
a
want
forced
to have
child.
done
Well, you're
rather
speaking
than
for.
Are you? I mean, I don't know. I mean, first of all, like, it's a procedure that you consent to, so like you're consenting to being held down. Like, I obviously. I mean, I guess they can't be moving during an abortion or whatever. I thought it was I thought like prior to 12 weeks or something or 15 weeks or something, you just like you can just take a pill and then like it'll the baby will die and eventually you'll like deliver the dead fetus. Or so level, yeah, I know, yeah. And then like past that, I thought you were anesthetized for the other ones where like they have to like tear the baby apart, rip it into pieces and murder them. But maybe not. I am an expert on the fetal anatomy. Why am I saying my understanding? I am right because I am the ultimate woman. I am the knower of all women.
You're speaking for her right
No.
now.
We're talking about the 10-year-old who wanted to get that abortion.
But the point here is that there are human rights now in play for an unborn child and a born child. They both have rights. And I think the medical care is very key, as well as the counseling and the support that she deserves. And probably an early delivery would be what would be necessary to protect her health and to make sure that the baby would have a chance to live. But at the end of the day, you don't give the death penalty to the baby because they were conceived by a rapist, because their father is an abuser. We don't even give the death penalty in this country to rapists. Were you aware of that?
My question for
You can't even get the death penalty for. Why would we be okay with giving the death penalty to a child because they're conceived by rape?
It's not a child.
What are they?
It's
in
a
your view?
zygote. It's
What
an
is
embryo.
what
it's
is
a
an
fetus.
embryo? What is
and
an
I'm not
embryo?
going to get into the science behind it because the thing
You don't
now
think the science
is
matters?
not in this
kill me.
argument right
So
now.
you don't think there's
come
no-
on, come on. You're touching on the only relevant question of what we entail moral rights to.
Right right for an abortion for any reason, but there
because
definitely are.
That's
like Nancy Davis in Louisiana, who her child was going to be born with a crania, meaning without a skull. You thought, and you said this to her, you said, I think your child should have died in the loving arms of their parents instead of at the tools of the abortionist. Now, this woman was going to give birth to a child that will die within minutes of being born. So you're not bringing life into the world.
Do you know what abortion procedure would have been done on her baby? Do you know what abortion procedure would have been done on her baby in a later term abortion that she had in the second trimester?
Emergency abortion.
If I can just complete my sentence here. Either there would have been a lethal injection of that baby to kill that baby, or that would have been a live dismemberment of that baby. Those are the abortion procedures used in the second or the third trimester.
And you don't think either one should have been?
But you support that? Do you support that? Thank you.
Hello, Christine.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. You're very brave.
You are too.
So I would like to ask you, so I believe in abortion at all levels whenever the person chooses, but I would like to ask you why you think the attention and responsibility and all the shame that you guys give to people that get abortions instead of the father. Like, why are we spending so much time on punishing the woman or the person that got pregnant and not the person that made them pregnant when they can control when they ejaculate? Women can't control when we...
True. I don't know. I'm pretty sure, like, when she was talking about the death penalty for rapists before, she probably is in favor of the death penalty for a rapist. I feel like she was, like, hinting at that earlier, but something it almost feels the pro-life people don't believe their own nonsense, like the incessant need to refer to everything in the strongest terms possible. Well, I mean, I've mentioned this before, but, like, to be clear, like, Leila, again, doesn't believe in abortion because she's a Christian and believes in the fucking soul and believes in I'll look up her content after this. I am fairly certain she doesn't believe in evolution either and believes in intelligent design and that's why she was saying like the uterus is designed for a fetus. Like I don't know that for sure, but I'm fairly certain I she's talked to Trent Horn before and he definitely believes that. So, we'll look into that afterwards. But like, she's made good arguments so far. Like Leila has had a lot better arguments than people so far, just because they're coming over to the most pointless, dumb, stupid shit right now, man. I don't care about any of this, man. I don't even need it. I don't need iron.
So really, if you want to have responsibility, it should be with the person who fathered the child.
I think you're totally right that men bear equal responsibility for any pregnancy. And I would say it's equal. It takes two to make the baby. And I think
not always. Sometimes you get held against your will.
Well, in that case, yes, it's even more horrific, and the man not only is responsible, but he should be put in jail. I mean, that's even a horrific situation, right?
So we're not used your efforts for that.
I think, I'm not sure how familiar you are with our work, but a lot of our work includes reporting on women who are being coerced into having abortions by men who would not take responsibility for that baby that was conceived.
But that's completely separate.
A lot of men, especially abusive men, they see their subject of abuse, that woman, if she gets pregnant, or that girl, if she gets pregnant, they see that as something in the way of them being able to continue to abuse and use her. They don't want her to be pregnant. And so one of the research reports that we've done, it shows that in the life of a sex trafficking victim, she'll have up to at least one and up to multiple forced abortions in her life because her pimp doesn't want her to be pregnant because he can't monetize her, basically. So this is some of the horrific underside of the abortion industry that they actually profit off of: coerced abortions,
but again, you're shaming
rape-based
women,
abortions,
you're
trafficked
people
victims
who
abortions.
Are pregnant and not the perpetrators.
What do you mean by shaming?
You're the one saying that women or people that get pregnant are not making decisions that are right for their own bodies. You're empathizing them, and then you're also not putting responsibility on the people that actually cause the situation.
Well, if it's a rapist, I think we're probably in full agreement that they should be held fully criminally responsible and put in jail for the rest of their life, in my view.
It's fun to say that, but the conservatives do not act like that. They act like it's entirely women's responsibility.
Well, I can only speak for myself here in my organization. And we work with liberals, we work with conservatives, we work with Republicans, we work with Democrats. So we're a nonpartisan organization. Nice to meet you.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much.
I don't know how they determine that, Coach. Okay. But I mean, it's not. She has the. She did this earlier when, like, she talked to. Oh fuck! What was the point about? She's talking to someone like, obviously, like, whether or not, like, some amount of, like, or forces use, like, some time to make some women have abortions is kind of separate from the question of, like, whether abortion should be legal. Like, if we clearly get a job, this is my job. What do you mean I make so much money on YouTube ad revenue? You don't even know, Nate. But like, but yeah, unless you're saying that, like, this happens in, like, fucking, like, 10-20% of abortions, which maybe they do, I don't know. Like, I don't think that's justification for abortion being banned. And she even They talked about this earlier when she was talking to one person about it was about oh fuck. Okay, doesn't matter. I have protection 4. She was talking to another person about like whether abortion is like medically necessary, and he was like, oh, you know, like some laws that prevent abortion prevent abortions that are medically necessary from happening. And she was like, okay, well, I don't think that we should let abortion be legal just because sometimes the, you know, abortion law might restrict this from happening. Like we should just like write better laws or whatever. Yeah.
Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now let's get into it.
My next claim is every unborn child has the right to life.
Oh, finally. We'll see. Okay, let's see. Kill me, dog. Kill me. They don't care about this one at all. Kill me. 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 I'm brain dead. I don't know it. I mean, if I'm brain dead, I can't really know anything, right?
All right.
Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Adam.
Adam, nice to meet you.
Likewise. So when you say a child, I feel like you're kind of like preemptively loading the prompt with a lot of emotions. A child implies a person, and I don't believe personhood begins until around 22 weeks of gestation when, if you want to get into neuroscience, the thalamus connects to the cortex, and the brain finally has a capacity to support a subjective experience. So why do you think that a fetus at 10 weeks, 8 weeks, for example, that has no capacity to be self-aware, to experience pain or anything else, should be valued equal to the bodily autonomy of a woman?
Okay, so a few questions for you to get to answer that.
Yeah.
Do you believe that a human fetus is a human?
It's a human, yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah. So your argument is that some humans don't
Destiny
have human rights.
Unironically, probably like.
Sure. This is again. This is getting into semantics, like the colloquial way we use the word human versus maybe a more scientific way. So obviously, a fertilized egg and beyond has human cells. The question is, when we talk about protecting that life, when does it become on the same level as the life of the mother who has bodily autonomy? And the answer there is 22 weeks, because again, prior to that, there's nothing. The car is on, but there's no driver in the car, and you don't apply traffic laws to an empty car, right? There has to be a subject present. It can't be a something. It has to be a someone.
So does a newborn baby have the same capacity, brain ability as a 3-year-old?
No.
And does
it has the same capacity for consciousness though, because the thalamus and cortex are connected.
So you're defining human life as consciousness. That's your.
You don't even I was talking to the president of my server, Moxie, about this too. You don't even really have to go like this far. You're gonna say like, I entail, like, you know, part of the reason I believe like killing people is wrong is like people like have the, you know, capacity for like future sentience or whatever. It's like I entail like a you know, the loss of that like future sentience as a like a negative on their side, right? And that's part of the reason why killing's wrong. And you can say like, well, I entail someone with any level of sentience that same right, like they have a right to like their future, right? It's just that in order to have that right, like there has to be an individual subjective experience to be there in the first place. I don't like entail like an individual right to future experience to an experience that doesn't exist yet. So like you can just say like, any sentient human or any human that has at one point reached sentience, I would entail like rights to, and that gets rid of like all these problems and any problems with like, well, what if they're in a coma for 9 months, which I'm assuming she might bring up in a few seconds here as well. Why is that guy calling you a beta? I think he thinks I'm Jewish, and is because he keeps complaining about my nose too. I'm not even Jewish, but I'm pretty sure that's what he thinks. I don't know. He hasn't really substantiated on why he thinks I'm a beta. He just keeps saying it, presumably because he thinks I'm a Jew. I need to ban him.
Yeah, the ability to have a subjective experience, consciousness, sure.
So if someone is unconscious, are they no longer a human?
They still have connections with the thalamus and cortex, whether they're undergenerate.
Sorry. I thought she was going to make a good argument. No, she just went right to, well, if someone's unconscious and they're still a human, even though he's already, that wouldn't even make sense with his stance, because he's literally already said he doesn't care about humans, he cares about like subjective experience. Like, brother, you already can see that like a fetus is a human or whatever. Oh my god, dog, kill me.
Anesthesia, whether they're asleep, whether
if
they're
in a coma, we would say they're still a human.
They still have the neural pathways connecting those parts of the brain.
If you're an unborn child before you've developed your brain fully, right? Because we all started life before our brain was developed, right? And then eventually after we would develop our brain, we develop more capacities with our brain. But that child, before it has developed its brain, has the natural capacity
out of fear
for a brain, because that's what
I'm banning you just because you're not contributing. I haven't even banned you yet. You're not contributing anything. You're just being vaguely anti-Semitic and like insulting me for no reason, but
kills that child.
When you say
first.
before it's developed a brain, do you mean prior to 22 weeks?
Prior to 22 weeks.
So,
and there are parts of, a lot has happened in the brain activity even before 22 weeks, as I'm sure you know.
Sure, but it's not sufficient to support a subjective experience. And
but she doesn't even, I don't know why people don't push back. She doesn't care. She they shouldn't make the argument. If you don't care about brain experience, then like, why are you making the argument that like, oh, maybe this happens before 22 weeks? You don't care if it happened, like, you don't care about brain experience at all. You should just fight on whether that's a worthwhile thing to value, and not like when exactly does it happen. Because she supports, she doesn't support abortion even when we know for certain there's no brain activity at fucking 0 weeks at the moment of conception. Like, what do you mean, dog? What's your abortion? Are you missing the word stance?
2 weeks. I would agree a potential life has some value, but it's not equal value to an actual person who has a right to bodily autonomy. If 200 years in the future, thanks to like medical technology advancements, we can safely remove an 8-week fetus from a mother, respect her bodily autonomy, and protect the fetus, I don't think anyone's going to call for abortion in that situation.
Like standing. So, I'm not a fucking neuroscientist, so I don't know when fucking fetuses are sentient. I would say, like the thing I gave earlier is like the hypothetical. I would say it makes the most sense to value, essentially, all humans that have at one point reached sentience. That would apply to any a human that has at one point reached a level of sentience, any level of sentience. That seems to get rid of all the issues with like, what about being in a coma? Well, I still entail them with the there's something Moxie sent me this like paper, whatever. Because we were talking about this earlier in the Discord server, which everyone should join right now. By the way, ! Discord in the chat, which like you can tell like an individual with the value of like having a future like ours. I wish there was a defining thing, but yeah, like if you're killing someone, you're depriving them of like a future, of like their future positive sentient experience or whatever. I think that argument makes sense, but I don't think it makes sense to entail the like future like ours value to a being that has literally never ever been sentient. I shouldn't even say being, because there's no being. There's never been sentience there. So I would say like a human that is at one point, or not just a human, a being that is at one point to reach sentience, because I care about non-human sentience as well, believe it or not. I would say is what we should entail moral rights to, right? So I don't know when a fetus is sentient. A lot of people say like 20 weeks. I hear other people say fucking 12 weeks or whatever. I don't have a strong position on when that is, but whenever it is, I would say it's okay up to that point and not okay after that point.
The reality is, respecting her bodily autonomy typically is mutually exclusive with keeping that pregnancy.
So make sure I'm tracking your argument here. You're saying that before this specific moment when there is a certain level of brain development, because the brain has begun
certain
developing
connections
before.
between brain regions.
And why for you is that the level of humanity? Why for you does that give that person
level of humanity?
Because that includes anyone we'd want to include, people that are asleep, people that are under general anesthesia.
And if they have a brain developmental disorder where they're missing part of their brain, and so
like anencephaly, for example,
and those connections aren't there, would you say they're not a human anymore?
They'd still be a human, and like I said earlier,
but they don't have those brain connections that you're talking about.
I'm talking about personhood versus being a human.
Well, that's what I'm talking about too.
Yeah.
So I'm saying.
So I want to be clear with the terms here. When you say they're a human, I'm agreeing that even a fertilized egg is a human, is it a person that should be given equal protections.
So are you saying that a person with a brain developmental disorder, like a significant developmental
disability, are you talking about anencephaly, for example?
As an example, that they would not be a person?
So as I said,
this guy, this guy should have been talking the whole time. Okay, this guy makes I am sexist, and this guy makes way better arguments than older woman. Okay, thank God this guy's here to tell a woman how to argue. Okay, yeah, I love how this guy knows it. He knew exactly where she was gonna fucking go. Are you saying someone with a brain disorder is not a human? It's like he knows, like she's referring to like a quote unquote brain disorder where the person is just fucking brain dead. Like, oh, thank God.
It's okay to kill that person?
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying.
Then what are you saying?
As I said earlier, when there's
why is a non-sentient human not worthy of value? Because they can't suffer. They have no meaningful capacity to suffer. I would say even locals, even you agree that sentient non-humans are worthy of value, right? You agree with that, right? Because we've had like the veganism discussion before, and like you say like, oh, I think local farms would be more ethical, and it's like, well, that seems to entail that you think non-human sentience is also a value. So clearly you value sentience as well.
potential life, a partial life. You still give it some value.
Sometimes, okay.
You have to take reasonable steps to protect it. If someone's
So
born,
what steps would you give it to
if someone's born with anencephaly, there's no conflict there between the bodily autonomy of a woman and the person with anencephaly. The reason you do an abortion is not like, oh, I want to kill this fetus for fun. There's a conflict between the woman's bodily autonomy and the fetus developing. So if there's some way to resolve that and respect both parties, that would be great, but we don't have
I don't even know. I thought anencephaly, maybe I'm confusing my things here, but I thought anencephaly was like literally like fucking the child is essentially brain dead. If not like literally brain dead. Maybe I'm confusing these, but no fun abortions. Rigged. To be clear, I am in favor of fun abortions, okay? So long as they are before the fetus has ever reached sentience, but
that kind of medical technology.
So the parallel position is that if you are a human, you have human rights, regardless of how developed your brain might be, because some people have severe developmental disabilities, and that doesn't make them less of a human, or they have less.
I never said that it does.
Well, your argument actually infers that it does, actually, because it's saying that this particular level.
How many? God, she fucking sucks, dude. How many times did this guy say, to be clear, I agree they're human. To be clear, I agree they're human. I agree. He had to like go through that like 5 fucking times for her, just for at the end to say the exact same thing. Bitch. Sorry, I shouldn't call women bitch. To be clear, I call men bitches too, okay? But honestly, it's justified here, okay? Bitch, you know his position. You don't have to misrepresent it. Oh my God. Do you support back alley abortions? I don't know what you mean. I don't think like. I was in the during that hippy dippy debate, the Kim Higby guy was like, oh, back alley abortions are still usually pretty safe. It's just the term just came from having to enter the door to the doctor's office through the back alley, and it's still done by like a licensed doctor or whatever, just like illegally. Like I want abortion to be legal so we don't have to do back alley abortions, but I don't even know if back alley abortions are that unsafe. I don't know. I don't trust Kim Higby that much, but I didn't fact check that. So like it could be the case that back alley abortions aren't even like that bad.
Of developmental ability that your brain may have gives you
which exists by the way in pretty much anyone other than people with anencephaly, and those people usually die in a couple days.
But is it okay to kill that person before they die naturally because they lack this?
If they're still in the womb or after birth.
But what if they're okay? Let's take your scenario. What if they're after birth and they lack the specific connections that you're saying defines personhood?
They only have a brainstem usually.
And they're after birth. There's a little boy named Jasper. He lived almost 3-4 years.
Oh, Jasper! I love Jasper. Yo, keep bringing this guy up forever and ever and ever. Thank you. Yes, tell me about Jasper for the 5 millionth time.
Condition in his brain.
It's not okay to kill that.
But why would it not be okay to kill them when they lack this specific brain connection that you're saying makes it okay to kill the baby?
The reason it's okay to kill the fetus prior to 22 weeks is not because it's just good enough itself. It's because it's the only way to resolve the conflict between the bodily autonomy of the woman and the fetus. If someone's born with anencephaly, their existence is not impeding on the bodily autonomy of anyone else. And then you want to take all reasonable steps to help that person not harm that person.
I think we agree on bodily autonomy to a degree, because I agree that I have bodily autonomy, you have bodily autonomy, but I think my bodily autonomy ends when another human being's bodily autonomy begins, even before they're fully developed. Why does their autonomy
outweigh yours, though?
So it's not that it outweighs; it's that they're two lives. Like it would not be right for me to be killed by you, right? I have a right to live. Yes. And similarly, if I had another body inside my body that was a developing human being, which is what pregnancy involves, right? Maybe 1, maybe 2, they have a right to live and to not be killed. So I don't have the right, even though
so we do
there
not
is
agree.
a responsibility.
I don't know wait, Vanessa, are you? I don't know. I have a friend named Ness. I don't know if you're that friend. I don't think you are, but I don't know for sure. What's your position? I don't know. What if a fetus was born at 9 weeks? Would it be okay to stomp on it? If it's not sentient, which, no, I'm not, okay. I don't know for sure. I don't want to start any IRL arguments, okay? I mean, local, is there anything that's not sentient or not just not sentient, but it's never reached a point of sentience, then like, yeah, I would consider them a moral object and not a moral subject. I think that's a way easier defendable position than something that has never been sentient and something that has never reached sentience is a moral subject. I think my position is way more easily defendable, leads to way less bad reductios. It's got to be the better term there. Less bad reductios, less absurd reductios.
Now they're using my body to develop. That's how we all behave in our life. But then that child still has a right to not be killed. Parents have natural.
Why does that woman not have a right to still have her bodily functions kept intact and have like her bodily autonomy kept intact? When you can deliver the baby, deliver the baby.
What is the womb designed for? What is the womb designed for?
Like gestation.
Gestation of what?
The baby.
Right. So the womb is designed for the baby. Okay. Nice job. Thank you. Nice to meet you, Adam.
Why are they getting rid of this guy? No, you're the best one.
Hello again.
Hello. So my first question is, are you familiar with an anime or a manga series called Monster?
I'm not.
Okay. Off to a good start here. Okay, based.
Tell me about it.
In Monster, essentially you have a doctor, and this doctor has a choice. He has a choice to decide between either saving this young boy's life or saving the life of, I believe it's a sponsor of the hospital. He chooses to save the young boy's life. This young boy grows up to be the titular monster, worse than Hitler. Does that child have a right to life?
Yes, every child has a right to life.
Even if they turn out to be the most monstrous thing you could possibly produce. Even if their life means the life ending of everyone here. Does their life still hold?
I believe
Look, Elise, you could argue that, like, I want to consider it murder because I wouldn't consider it an unjustified killing of a person if I don't think they're a person. But you could still, I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean there's no harm there. Like it's obviously still, like, harmful for me if I stomp on your expensive vase or whatever, or if I kill your dog, but that's not murder. Or, I mean, I guess more colloquially you can say you murder a dog, but usually murder implies a person, right? Like, that's not like that. It's not that bad of a reductio. like
monsters are not born, they're made. So just because a child might eventually do something when they grow up and become an adult doesn't mean we have a right to kill them before that. I don't know what went on in their childhood or the choices that they made, but at the end of the day, everyone has a right to life, especially a child. They're innocent.
Let's say this child grows up and their life is miserable to the point of where they would want to
kill me. No, we're going on this. No, why? Well, actually, what if in 10% of cases the abortion saves the child from living a horrible, like, obviously if you think it's a moral subject you wouldn't say it's okay to kill them just to stop them from having a bad life in foster care or whatever, because you probably think that bad life is better than no life. Obviously if you don't think it's a moral subject, then you don't care whether or not they're going to foster care. Dog, kill me, bro.
In their life, and that's going to obviously leave some kind of ricochet effect. Everybody's going to be desperately devastated by that. Would you say that the parent who believes that is where their child's life is going?
Well, I agree, like, fetuses are still human or whatever. I just don't entail all humans with moral rights. Like, I don't know.
Does that child still deserve the right to life?
Are you saying that if a child is being abused, then we should be in support of killing that child?
Then let me be more specific. What would you say to me as someone who is a third-generation suicide?
What is more value, one sentient human or 1,000 already born 9-week fetuses? Well, it's possible that... it depends what you mean by more value. So I want to say there's like an individualized harm when it comes to like killing a 9-week-old fetus. But I would agree, like, the future sentience of the 9-week-old fetus does have like some level of value. But then it becomes a question of like, do we want to ban abortion because the potential future value of the sentience of the people getting an abortion, or have it be legal and like value the currently existing people and their like well-being over it, right? But I guess local, the way I would say, I don't know which one I would say is more value, but I would say like the killing the 9-week-old fetuses or whatever is not any more wrong than stopping 18,000 people from having sex, if that makes sense, right? So like I could agree that like one is, at some point, like the future sentience of all the people would, 10,000 future fetuses would increase GDP more. Like I could agree, like the future sentience of them would have more value. Or, once we get to, we can play with the numbers that we want to determine where that line is. But also, I don't think there'd be an individualized harm there, and I think it would be just as wrong as preventing the future sentience via stopping people from having sex versus killing a zygote or killing something right before, or killing something before it's sentient.
Suicide survivors, my mother, my grandmother, and their lives are miserable.
I'm so glad that you're here, and I'm so sorry that's part of your history.
I have never smoked pot, believe it or not.
Your mother, your grandmother,
ban
and your dad,
gay divorce,
and I'm so glad that you're here. I think your life is
Actually, ban divorce only for gay people, based.
Awesome. And I think every life is awesome.
Now, would you say the same if you knew that I was living in a domestic violence shelter where I consider taking my life frequently? Would you still say that I don't deserve to not only end that life, but especially somebody who did have an abortion, and somebody who had to make the decision to escape their abuser, their predator, their captor, someone who was trafficked and pimped. So, would you still say that raising that child under those circumstances would have either made my life difficult, or would you still say that child has a right to life if I made the decision, I don't want to be tied to a predator for the rest of my life, I don't want to be tied to my captor for the rest of my life?
So if someone's dealing with horrible abuse, and I hope that didn't happen to you, but if you were dealing with I'm so sorry. That's absolutely horrible. You deserved much better. You deserve to be taken out of that, rescued from that, and given a better life. And that would be my hope for every person, and what I'd want to work towards for every person, as opposed to saying death is the answer, or a suicide is the answer, or abortion is the answer.
Can I shift click on that? How do I make as many as I can without?
I think choosing life is always better.
Now, what would you say if I were to say,
yep, thank you as well. Appreciate it.
What's your ideal abortion policy? I'd have to know about more about when fetuses are sentient. Because I generally don't. I generally do not know. Okay, I have not. I would have to do reading on it. I whenever fetuses have typically reached some level of sentience, I would say just ban it at that point. But I don't. I genuinely do not know when that is, because I've seen a lot of back and forth on it from different people. I'd have to know more.
Hello. Hi, Whitney Shanahan.
Whitney, nice to meet you.
So first, I'm a mother.
Awesome, congrats.
And I know you're a mother too.
Yes.
And I think that as mothers, having our bodily autonomy, the right to control our own body and make our own decisions, especially when it comes to pregnancy, is paramount. And I think that calling an unborn child, an embryo or fetus, an unborn child, as mothers is disingenuous, and it is disempowering for us. I don't know how a child would fit in my uterus. It doesn't even really make sense. So
I don't think there's a clear answer. Yeah, I don't even know if we have a super clear answer. So you'd probably have to have some type of just precautionary policy that might not even be, that might be leaning on the side of 12 weeks or something, or even before 12 weeks. I don't know. I have no clue. Again, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a neuroscientist.
I think we should say in this space, out of respect for everyone, it's a fetus.
So true,
it's an
localist.
Do you know the meaning
of the word fetus? Localist.
Yes.
What is it?
Isn't it super convenient how literally every debate ever boils down to that, and every single problem would be solved if we just had local agrarian production?
A baby, an unborn baby.
Yes.
I'm not here to argue anything scientific with you. I'm here to talk about bodily autonomy.
The science does matter.
The bodily autonomy is what I'm here to talk to you about.
Well, I think both matter, right? So the science tells us.
You just had a guest who argued science with you. I'm not a scientist. I'm a mother.
I am too. But I'm saying the science, I think, does matter.
Okay, I'm so glad it matters to you. Everyone here has a different reason why abortion rights matter to them. And as me, a mother, and as someone who in a red state, when they were trying to pass a 6-week heartbeat abortion ban, I went into the ER and I was questioned about what I had done to cause a possible miscarriage, because at that time the state legislature was working to ban abortion at 6 weeks and I was 11 weeks. And I was turned away. I was questioned about what I had done. I wanted that pregnancy. I want another pregnancy. I have a child. I want to stay alive for my child. So my bodily autonomy is the paramount, is the most important thing. And to say women's bodily autonomy should be sacrificed for a hypothetical baby, a hypothetical child, because a pregnancy, that is not a child, it's a baby, it's a fetus, and it's an embryo.
So I'd love to respond to what you're saying. First of all,
well, before you respond, I just want to hear one argument, because I've never heard anyone from your organization make an argument of why the government or you or anyone knows better for my body than me.
So I'd love to respond, if I may.
How you know better about my body than me?
So I don't know your body personally.
You're right.
Obviously.
You don't know anyone's body but your own body.
But what
so
I can
you shouldn't
say,
be making decisions for
if you would let me
body.
respond, I'd love to respond to what you're saying. So your argument is that your bodily autonomy is more important than the unborn child's right to life.
No, they're equal. No, you didn't listen.
So do you have the right to kill your unborn child?
My bodily autonomy.
Do you have the right to kill your unborn child?
I have a right to use my body and my organs however I see fit.
To kill your unborn child?
No one has the right to use my body or organs without my consent.
So does that mean you have the right to kill?
Son, how is it killing him? My 5-year-old
abortion
son
is killing that child.
My
That's what an
5-year-old
abortion
son needs a kidney or he will die. If I don't give him my kidney, is that killing him? Is that killing him? If I don't give him my kidney?
If I can respond, we can't have a conversation if I can't respond. An abortion is the intentional killing of that child. So abortion,
that is your definition.
No,
it's a medical procedure. It's a healthcare medical procedure.
If you would let me respond. So an abortion involves either poisoning the baby to death via an abortion pill. It involves suctioning the baby to death in a first trimester abortion. It can involve live dismemberment of that baby in a second trimester abortion, or in a third trimester abortion, it involves a lethal injection.
So
in
what
all
does
of
that
those
do with
cases,
bodily autonomy?
In all of those cases, it's
bodily
active
autonomy.
killing.
Explain what?
Pause, Whitney. I'm so sorry.
She get to finish it. Damn.
Thank you, Whitney. Hello. Brianna, nice
so
to meet
true
you.
localist.
Okay, so I just want to get some clarification on your definitions here.
Yes.
How do you define a child? What is a child?
Okay, great question and great thing to do. First of all, an unborn
Why are
child.
liberals so bad? Yeah, literally only the Destiny viewer was good, man. What the fuck?
Child is a member of the human species that is not born yet.
Okay,
so that would include a child in the womb, or it could include a child that's in an IVF
What are
clinic.
characteristics that are distinct that create the definition of a human? How do you define a human?
A human is a member of the a human species.
So that's
it's under
it's
the
just
law.
a
Yes, under the law of biogenesis.
Nice one.
So
A human would be the offspring of parents in the same species.
There isn't even actually a good definition of species. Biologists disagree about it, right? There's like 5 different. I think there's 5 different definitions of species that all are like differently useful depending on what you're trying to do. Because there are cases where like really I can't. Oh, what the fuck? Like, you know, a donkey and a donkey and a horse can make a mule, right? Yeah, there wasn't even a solid definition of species.
Okay, so what is the distinction between a human and other living organisms? And
genetically, we might be pretty similar in some ways, but there's some key differences.
What is the key difference?
The human genetic code is substantially different than any other.
Could you say
species in
maybe
the world.
a level of awareness is something that distincts us from just, you know, let's say bacteria or plants or other life forms?
Yes, we have the ability for reason.
To have a conscious experience.
Yeah, ultimately, human beings have a natural capacity to be able to reason and to be able to choose and love and do things that.
To be clear, by the way, she'll probably won't ever say this in this debate, at least. The actual reason she cares about humans is because she believes God intelligently designed humans and only gave humans a soul or whatever. I mean, all this, like, I would just run the fucking Schmooman example on her. Like, what if there was someone who had your mind exactly, right? Or, you know, a mind equivalent to a human, right? They're exactly the same level of intelligence, exactly the same level of sentience, but their DNA is slightly altered such that they aren't a human, right? They're a Schmooman. Schmoomans can't breed with humans. They can only breed with other Schmoomans, but they look exactly the same as humans. In fact, you could even be a Schmooman and you wouldn't even know. Maybe your husband is a Schmooman too, okay? And you have Schmooman kids. Like, are they not entailed moral rights just because they're a Schmooman and not a true human or whatever? That's what I would do.
Animals might have some.
So you say that's a determinative aspect
not
of a human being. That's what determines a human being, having awareness and a conscious experience.
Well, I mean, you know, animals
that's
have
what you
conscious
just said, right?
experience, but we have the ability to reason ultimately. Human beings have a natural capacity to reason.
This is what makes us distinct from living other living organisms like plants or anything like that.
But just to be clear, human beings have the natural capacity for reason, but they don't all have the active capacity. So a newborn baby doesn't have an active capacity for language, for reasoning, for making arguments that a maybe adult would. And similarly, we all know that an unborn baby is a human, even though
it can't speak. Are the blueprints the same as a building? Like, are the blueprints the same as a building?
No.
This example sounds kind of gay. What, Schmooman? Oh, she's doing the blueprint thing. Yes.
The structural integrity of something that a building's, there's all these pieces that they have set aside. Yeah. Someone goes and they vandalize that. Would they say, oh, you vandalized?
Localist, you realize, both sides are used emotion because it's fucking abortion debate. So obviously both sides are going to use emotion. But like this, the legalized used emotion like a million times over. Look in Twitch chat, bro. What do you mean look in Twitch chat? Localist banned abortion. Oh man, I've been looking at YouTube chat just because. Just because I want to know if I get if they take it down. Twitch.tv/abortion. I don't think we have to worry about.
I hear what you're saying, but the analogy doesn't fit because
how does it not fit? Because
an unborn baby is not a blueprint.
Okay, it's not a blueprint. The genome, all the genetic makeup.
Your DNA is a blueprint, but the unborn baby is also made of cells, which are, like you said, the building blocks.
But it's not human yet, because you even said yourself that awareness and consciousness is what defines it.
What if they're
which happens in the third trimester, and we see that actually 90% of abortions occur according to the Gut Macro Institute.
Are you saying the unborn child is not a human?
Look at this. I'm taking a screenshot of this. I'm an ally.
Hi, Evan.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. So my fundamental issue with a lot of pro-lifers is they have a misreading or a misunderstanding of why exactly we grant moral consideration to other humans. It is not, unlike your view, because we are simply of the human species and a live organism. Under your worldview, and correct me if I'm wrong, at the moment of conception, that you have a right to life, and that right to life is equal amongst all human beings. Is that correct?
At the moment of fertilization, yes, we all have an equal right to life. When a single cell embryo, so the science shows us at the moment of fertilization, well, it's important, a single cell embryo comes into existence.
I'm not even
that's
disputing
unique
that.
and genetically distinct from his or her mother.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So you would prefer a world where there are less rights violations than a world where there are more rights violations. Is that correct?
Of course.
Of course. Okay. So in a world in which someone shot and killed a born human baby, you would prefer that world over someone destroying a tray full of frozen zygotes. Under your worldview, if
massive reductio. Let's see how she coped with it. This guy's based and awesome pilled.
There are more rights violations happening. A tray of frozen zygotes in petri dishes would be worse under your worldview than a world in which someone shot and killed a born baby.
Yeah,
can you concede to that?
I think we were talking about this sense
Can you
of
concede?
Well,
Come on. That's it. You said it yourself. You said I would obviously support a world with less rights violation than one with more rights violations. What do you mean? We have one with more rights violation and one with less rights violation. Clearly, under your view, which you just described to me, this one is better. Come on, bite the bullet. Come on, you have to. Come on, your view entails that. Come on. Oh, let's watch it squirm. Thoughts on the right to repair and how John Deere is screwing fire. I generally I think right to repair is a good thing. Like, I don't think there's many good arguments against it. I think.
So here's the deal. If there's a burning building, right?
Non-farm farmers' rights.
Using this analogy with these.
I hate farmers. So, oh wow, quick kickbot. Let's go. European farmers suck more than American farmers, okay? Because European farmers, the meme of European farmers mobilizing for the worst cause imaginable is true. European farmers literally are against aid to Ukraine because Ukraine, quote unquote, undercuts them on grain prices because, it's cheaper to grow grain in Ukraine than it is in some of the other countries. They're evil. And then we give... there's a little bit of discussion about this when we were talking about the CR, the continuing resolution, the budget bill that Congress was trying to pass, the farming subsidies. We give subsidies to farmers for no great reason. What is there's no point of the U.S. sugar program. It just makes sugar more expensive for everyone else and doesn't actually do anything to benefit us.
Tray of babies that are frozen, right? In vitro fertilization babies.
Nobody colloquially uses the term baby to refer to
human
embryos, by the way.
Human embryos.
Sure,
They're human embryos, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Or the born baby. Yes, I mean, under the law of familiarity, and also if I was in a household and there was in the first room my son, in the second room some other person, I would pick my son.
I'm not asking in the law of familiarity. I'm asking under your ethical worldview with respect to rights violations, which is what we're discussing.
It doesn't mean that the embryos are less valuable or that the person in the room that I didn't choose to save is less valuable. This is really important.
He's not saying that he. No, are you listening to his question? He never is saying that that it has to imply that. It doesn't matter at all. Obviously, you said that you prefer a world with less rights violations. I'm giving you an example of a world with more rights violation and one with less rights violations. Why can't you just say that you prefer the one with less rights violations? What do you mean? It doesn't matter. I'm not saying that the rights violation that takes place in the other world is any less of a rights violation. He's just saying that one has more rights violation than the other does. Come on.
Rights violations. I'm walking back because you're not directly actually responding.
I am trying to. If I may. If I want to save, in your analogy, this newborn baby from being shot, I think is what your analogy is, which is obviously horrible, or save this tray of human embryos who are in the in vitro fertilization clinic. Yeah, I would pick that newborn baby. That's not because the embryos are less valuable.
So then you just contradicted yourself because you said that you...
She's not even... Oh my God. First of all, if she... Depending on how she's saying this, she has contradicted herself. If her position is a world with less rights violation is preferable to a world with with more rights violations, then she has, and she accepts that this, which she does. I mean, presume she has to accept it, that the example, the zygotes, killing the 10 zygotes would be a world with more rights violations, but she would still prefer the world of she bit the bullet the wrong way. Yeah, she did, because she's doing that. Like I'm saying, she said well, I would pick the newborn baby, and I think what she's trying to do there is do like the cope of like, well, emotionally, I would feel like the newborn baby, you know, emotionally. She won't actually bite the bullet on like whether or not you emotionally would do one thing or the other. The world with more rights violations would have to be the one you don't prefer, right? Like you would have to prefer the one of less rights violations, which is the one where the newborn baby is shot. He's just asking which one you would prefer, not like you're in the situation and have to save one, but you
prefer
won't.
A world in which there are less rights violations, but that would be a world in which there are more rights violations under your exact worldview, because you conceded earlier that at the moment of conception, we all have an equal right to life, which means if we have an equal right to life, all of those embryos have an equal right to life, and that means there are more rights violations under the worldview in which the tray is destroyed versus the
To be clear, if there was a baby and it's like, go save that baby or go save these 10 men over there, I also might pick the baby. That doesn't mean that these 10 men are not valuable.
Come on. Oh my God. Jeez. Oh my God. This guy's amazing, dude. Oh, why she's answering totally irrelevant questions here. Oh my God. Jesus.
And it doesn't mean that the 10 men don't have human rights. It's just that this is a baby right there.
I'm not asking whether or not you have some personal more empathy towards a baby.
But I think that's what it's connected to.
But
I think that's what it's connected to.
I'm specifically asking, because we're discussing human rights, as you put it, because I also have, all of us all have a much stronger form to empathy towards women. We don't have...
Sure, and if I could just say... Sorry, time's up. That's okay. Thank you. Next.
Oh my God, absolute fucking perfect fucking reductio there, man. Oh my God, he humiliated her. Humiliated her. Jesus, I can't speak. Oh my God, that was perfect. Let the men speak more. Oh my God. Oh my God. She wouldn't answer it. She wouldn't answer it. The most she would say is like, well, personally, maybe I would not, maybe I would save the baby, but like she wouldn't actually concede. She wouldn't actually concede on like which world she would prefer. Oh, brilliant, masterful. And like he listen, I can't speak. He was so good. Like every time she was like, well, I might pick one, but it doesn't mean the other doesn't have, I might pick one, but the other ones are still that. The other ones are still that. Like every single time he was perfect. Like, I'm not asking that. To be clear, I'm not asking that. I'm asking which world you would prefer. I'm not asking about the emotions of one or the other. I'm asking which you would prefer, considering you just told me that you would prefer a world with less rights violations than one with more rights violations. You would prefer this one, right? And she'd be like, no, but emotionally I might save the baby. Like, I'm not asking. Like, oh my God, that was perfect, dude. Perfect. Jesus, amazing.
Abortion is unconstitutional and should be banned. Hello, what's your name?
Zeke.
Zeke, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm a lawyer, so I'm actually really glad that you brought up the constitutionality. So what do you find unconstitutional about the rights to an abortion? I'm just curious.
Well, first of all, the Supreme Court has found in the undoing of Roe v. Wade, that abortion actually is not a constitutional right.
Oh, I thought, okay, I was like, the Supreme Court did not find abortion as unconstitutional. The Supreme Court just said it's not an abortion, a constitutional right.
Right, so that's currently the decision of the Supreme Court. But most importantly, the 14th Amendment to our Constitution has something called equal protection under the law for all persons. And it says that no state has the right to deprive any person of life without due process under the law.
Also, liberty and property.
There's no due process for the unborn child in the womb. They're innocent, and they're a human being just like you and I. I believe they're a person under the law, and they have the right to live.
That's true. But there's also in that clause something called the due process clause.
Correct.
You cannot deprive an individual of life, liberty, or property.
Does the baby have due process before they're killed?
Wait. Substantive due process. All right. There's two different things. Liberty, right? We have to focus on the liberty aspect. Individuals have liberty to do things in their life, right, that the government cannot infringe upon. One of those things is the right to marry. You cannot limit it based on race, right?
But we don't have the right to kill, right? We don't have the right to commit homicide.
I'm getting
or
there.
murder.
Liberty also means that you have the liberty to decide when you become a parent, right? That's what kind of Roe was based off of. It was the liberty to decide when individuals become parents.
If you're pregnant, is there a child that exists?
We had this conversation earlier. We're on the legal aspect, right? We're going to talk about Roe.
I want to talk about that because that's one of the reasons.
Bro, I saw they apparently they film like 4 hours of this and like cut it down to like 2 hours because I was watching. Wait, hold on.
Still going with dating. You guys are.
Or I saw that they posted like an additional 2 hours of the Charlie Kirk thing.
So the idea is to make sure everybody gets a seated.
Oh no, I remember. It was. I guess this is a mashup of like all three. But yeah, they cut quite a bit of stuff out.
The country and 50% taxes are paid by 1% of the country. I always hear this thing of
the pro-life position is that
this isn't
you are the
this is
parent
law.
of an
I want to talk
unborn
about
baby, you're not allowed to
substantive
kill
law
that
here,
child.
right? Substantive due process determined that we have a right to determine when we become parents under Roe v. Wade. The beauty about Roe v. Wade was that it gave the 50 states the opportunity to set the ceiling for where they decided viability
So I
was,
have a
while
question
also
for you.
protecting women's rights to an abortion
I
in
am
all
the
50
parent-
states.
if I'm a parent of
so
a
it gave it
1-year-old,
back to the states while also protecting women's ability to have that decision.
I have a question
right?
for you. If I'm a parent of a 1-year-old and I'm saying I cannot deal with this one-year-old, I'm mentally incapacitated,
That's
I
not
can't
the same
handle
thing.
this, am I allowed to do child neglect and just leave that 1-year-old
That's not
in
the
my
same
home?
thing. Viability
Why is that not the same thing?
Because we've had
Because
the
I'm saying
discussion
I
on
don't want to be a
biology, the
parent.
first
You're just saying-
individual.
you just made a claim that the reason that abortion is constitutional is because parents have the right to decide when they want to be parents to the point where they could
Before
end the life of their
viability,
child.
before the point of viability, which was the issue in Roe and later in Casey, Dobbs.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that.
Why was
So
Dobbs?
if
Why
you're
did the
saying-
justices in Dobbs overturn Roe? What was the reasoning?
I'd love to respond to
Why
what you're
was
saying, but it has to be give and take here.
Okay,
So
okay.
if you're saying that a parent has the right to end the life of their child, provided that the baby is before viability, is that your position? Then it would be constitutional.
Is
that what you're saying?
The point of viability is determined by the states. Anything before that
But
cannot
why
be
is
touched.
why does my viability define my humanity? As an example, I'm not viable
Because
on
it's a
Mars,
liberty
right? You and
interest.
I,
Me
you
and
and
my
I wouldn't
wife
be able
have
to
the
be
liberty
viable
to
on
decide
Mars.
when we become parents. Not
Similarly,
Uncle Sam cannot come
Let
and
me
say
just
now
finish
you
here.
have to
Similarly,
become a
a
parent.
baby in the womb, that's their natural habitat. They're not supposed to be able to survive outside the womb at 10 weeks. They're actually in their natural environment
Yes.
where we all started our life,
But
right?
me and my wife
so
are
to remove
conscious
that baby from,
individuals who know our
but they have the
situations
natural
and can
capacity for
decide
consciousness. Give them a few more
when-
weeks.
Yeah,
They're human beings just like you and me.
Well,
They're
that's
just
when
not
the
developed.
states decide when the point of viability
And a newborn
is. Any
baby
point
has
before
less
that is me and
consciousness.
my wife's decision.
A newborn
to decide
baby has
when
less
we are
consciousness
parents.
than a 2-year-old has less consciousness and rational.
Dog, how's she still saying this after she got so massively reductive? Dude, if I was talking to that last guy and I just ate shit so hard, I had to squirm my way out of that reductio so hard, I would not still be playing the same argument, girl. I don't know what you're doing.
Abilities than a 10-year-old. We're always you don't fully develop your brain until you're in your mid-20s.
And that's the beauty of Roe, right?
But that
Is
doesn't
it's
mean a
so
mid-20s
subjective by
person
state to
is more
state. The
valuable than a
states
newborn
decide
or an
the
unborn
ceiling,
baby.
but they cannot go under the floor. That's the point of Roe and the beauty. It is messy. Legally,
Roe was
I'll do your
overturned.
job for you.
Roe was
the reason
overturned.
why
It's
people
decidedly
went against Roe.
unconstitutional.
This is why it was
Dobbs v.
unconstitutional.
Jackson overturned Roe.
Because, but I'll answer
And
your question for you.
homicide,
The
killing
reason
a human being is
people are against Roe was because they said, well, it doesn't fit the substantive due process analysis. Obviously, it is a right that the founders did not intend in there. It is in the spirit of the law to have the liberty interest to bring a child into this
So
world.
I'm arguing from the 14th Amendment, not from Roe or Dobbs. I'm saying that the 14th
Dobbs came
Amendment
from substantive due process under the 14th Amendment.
The 14th
You're arguing
Amendment says
from a different.
that
That's
no
not
state has the right to
substantive due
deprive anyone
process.
of life, and
Liberty and
it provides
property.
equal protection under the law.
That's
so the
procedural due
argument, if I
process.
just give the argument, the argument is a child in the womb has the same equal protection under the law as a newborn baby. The birth canal
That's
doesn't
legally
confer
wrong,
you
though.
legal
That is-
rights.
that's actually
well,
legally wrong.
there have been poorly decided decisions like Roe, which were overturned. Dred
Only
Scott
because
was a poorly
justices
decided
were
Supreme Court
appointed with a
decision that was
predisposition
overturned.
against that legal belief. Everything in the legal field, I'm a lawyer, right? is based on subjective stuff. Pleasure, though.
Thank you.
Hey, welcome back.
Good to see you again. Mason, nice to see you again.
So, a couple quick questions first before we begin. Do you believe that the Constitution's inerrant?
That you mean it's perfect the way that it is?
Correct.
Well, I think that what is in the Constitution is good. I think it's possible and sometimes the right thing to do to add new constitutional amendments.
Yeah.
So that the
Okay, so I could have just answered with a no there, but okay. But
Constitution can be more clear in who it's meant to protect and the rights that it's meant to protect, and that's what happened obviously with the 13,
Oh,
14,
you know
15.
what? Oh, you can't say it's an oh. Yeah, if the abortion would be inerrant if it specifically said that abortion was outlawed.
Amendment, and that's why I think historically we have, back when the 14th Amendment was put in the Constitution, most of the country saw a child in the womb as a person.
So I'm glad that you admit that.
Because I mean, I didn't commentate on any of the legal stuff because I don't know the legal stuff. I have no clue which one of them is right or if either of them are right. I think you said both of them are wrong. Like,
amendments are something that make the Constitution malleable.
Make it better. Can make it better.
Right, absolutely. So
It's not undoing past parts of the Constitution, it's making it better.
Well, there are certain clauses within those amendments that will expand upon things that were unclear or had a little bit of murky areas. And I would say that if abortion was going to be something that was a constitutional right and amendment, you'd agree that even if it is part of the
my
Constitution.
argument, to be clear, is that abortion is
Well,
already
I
unconstitutional.
think you're trying to evoke an authority that
Under our
you wouldn't
existing
subscribe to
Constitution.
if abortion was to be added to the Constitution.
I'm
this
not
is
sure what
something
you
where
mean by abortion added to the Constitution. What do you mean by that?
I'm saying if the right to privacy was again reinforced and bodily autonomy was added to that, and the right,
So
right
just to be clear,
privacy.
I support the right to privacy
What
and
happened to the back and
I
forth?
support
I love when
bodily
you're
autonomy.
interrupting people, like making sure
Well,
that
I
was a
support
thing.
those things. So it's not those are not in conflict for me. I just don't think those things mean that I have the right to take the life of my child.
Right. I can see to you that an abortion is wrong, right? Let's just agree on the same moral framework that abortions are bad. The termination of a life is something that's bad. That doesn't necessarily mean that needs to be illegal. For all those Jordan Peterson fans out there, Jordan Peterson made this argument. Jordan Peterson specifically said that even if something is wrong, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's something that should be illegal.
Hey, localists, remember our veganism discussion where you kept saying the opposite of that? Where if you kept saying, if I believe something to be wrong, I necessarily have to believe that it should be illegal. What? Oh, Jordan Peterson agrees with me? What? That's crazy. That's great. Just because you don't quote unquote support something doesn't mean you believe it that it has to be legal. What? We would all agree that killing is wrong, but we understand just war theory that there are certain instances in which killing is something that's acceptable.
I see where you're going with this, and I agree with you, largely speaking. I think,
so when it comes to something like abortion, when it, again, is trying to supersede the right to bodily autonomy, this is not something that we can guarantee. So you can't guarantee to preserve that life in favor of making a woman make decisions.
The presumption at the heart of what you're saying is that a woman without abortion, women are going to die. I think that's the presumption, and so their rights are somehow in conflict. The right to life of the child.
I wouldn't say that women are going to die, but going through pregnancy is not a simple process.
It's not a simple process.
9 months of physiological.
I don't know what you mean, but localists, we ran through this 100 times. I don't want racist people to exist in society. I like in my ideal world, there are no racist people that exist in society. I also don't think it should be illegal to be racist. These things are not contradictory. Jordan Peterson agrees with me, and Jordan Peterson can't possibly be wrong, right? He would never be wrong. Yeah.
But with good medical care, you can care for both the mother and the child. And so my view is that you should not pit their rights against each other, but we should care for both mother and child, both as patients. It's not that the child's more important than the mother. It's not that the mother's more important than the child. It's that we care for both patients.
Yeah, and
healthcare professionals can do that when they put in the work.
That's the beauty of having a pro-choice perspective, is because if women want to go through that, we absolutely should be providing.
But that's an elective abortion that you're referring to. The woman is choosing it because of her own personal reasons for whatever they might be. It's
because
not
it changes her body. Again, it's not a simple process.
Well,
if someone doesn't want to go through those physiological changes, they should have the ability to make that decision.
To be clear, when you have a newborn child on your hands.
Yes, those are not again, whether or not I quote unquote support something existing in society or want something to exist in society. I don't want racism to exist in society, right? I also don't think the state should mandate that everyone not be racist, at least in the state. I mean, I think it's justified for the state to mandate certain things, like, you can't discriminate on employment based on race, but I don't think the state should mandate, compromise on the principles of free speech and mandate that everyone not speak in a racist manner, right? Even if I don't want, racist speech to exist in society. In my ideal world, there would be no racist speech because no one would be racist or whatever. That doesn't entail that I support the state using force to mandate something be illegal, because it can conceptually be the case where something is bad, but it gets even worse if the state despite that, outcomes are not maximized when the state uses force to coercively prevent people from doing it, right?
That changes your body too. That child needs to nurse. That child needs to feed off of you.
This is something that you can give to an adoption facility. You don't have to go through that yourself once the baby is born. When you are changing your body, that is not something
here's the bottom line as I see it.
Based on policy that you're advocating for.
Parents have natural rights and natural responsibilities. A parent has a natural right and responsibility. The responsibility for a mother does include letting that child grow and not killing that child before the child can survive outside of the womb.
So you're saying it's a de facto
that is a
guardianship.
natural responsibility.
Is that what you're
it is, and
arguing?
that's how we all started our life.
But it's
and
not
that's because the child has a right to live. Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
What's your name?
My name is Zach.
Zach, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So I
watched a little bit of this person too. I don't remember what they talked about, but I think I watched a little bit of the first two girls, and then I watched a little bit of this person, and I was like, hey, wait, I should just, because I was skimming through it, and I was like, I should stream Minecraft in Jubilee. Best stream ever. What am I doing? Doing this off stream?
Standpoints that the laws in the United States should represent the general public's opinions. And when you look at the bell curve,
that quite literally just does not follow. If you want them to be able to exist in society, it means you want them to exist in society. What do you define want? No, I would say no. Again, I in my ideal world, there are no racist people in society, and it doesn't entail that I want the state to enforce that nobody speak racistly. Oh my God, man. Oh, what the fuck?
The majority, upwards of 70% of Americans believe that we have the right to abortions up to a certain point. Everyone has a different view on when that life becomes a life, but I think that it's so wrong to only cater to the very farthest end of the bell curve when you're cutting off the rights from so many women whose opinions are valid and who might have so many different reasons to get an abortion, economic, just they're not in the place to have a family.
There are often Supreme Court decisions that happen, that are made, that do not reflect the general poll consensus of the country. And this is also the story of part of our history, some of our worst human rights abuse as a country. If you had taken a poll of the Deep South, you would have found them during the time of slavery that they were for slavery. And that was horrible, right? But you don't take...
I mean, obviously, hit them with the slavery reductio every time, based. Obviously.
A poll and say, well, you support slavery, so slavery is just. So that's why we live in a democratic republic that also has a judicial system that also looks at what is constitutional, what is not. And abortion is unconstitutional because we have a 14th Amendment that provides equal protection under the law for all persons, regardless of the color of your skin, developmental abilities, your sex, your race, anything. You should have equal protection under the law. And the child in the womb has the same human person as a child will be when the child's born, and they deserve equal protection under the law.
The whole reason that Roe v. Wade was put into place, though, is because it was determined that it was too difficult to determine exactly when a life becomes a life.
There was no poll with Roe v. Wade to say, let's legalize abortion or not. That was actually 9 unelected men on the Supreme Court, 7 who decided that they were going to make abortion the law of the land. And it undid the laws of many pro-life states.
I believe that putting life starting at conception is so unfair to the women whose lives are actually being affected by these long-term decisions. I understand that from your perspective, you think that a woman should have the child no matter what because it's too difficult to decide, like, case to case or something.
Well, and we're big advocates for adoption too, because if they feel they're not in the position to be a parent,
if the child is going to be born without a brain, if the child, they can place the child for adoption. It's not fair to make a woman go through all that, and because it is permanent damage to a woman's body to bring that baby along for 9 months. Just for a lot of cases, the reason that they choose an abortion is for their safety or for their long-term health effects.
Do you know the reason for over 90% of abortions?
Why?
They have nothing to do with safety. They have nothing to do with abuse. They have nothing to do with health conditions. They're purely done. They're done for the convenience of the woman. And there's 1 million abortions a year, so it's hundreds of thousands of abortions that are done because the woman.
My belief is that the laws should be put in place.
I love fun abortions. I love fun abortions. Back to that topic again.
Meet you. I do believe that the decision should be between a doctor and the woman because those are the people who have the best interest for the woman.
One localist v. 9 elite debate.
Hello, what's your name?
That'd be awesome.
Soraya, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Okay, so I'm not really.
Look, Elise, you should apply. You know what? I actually did almost apply to be on this Jubilee episode. I remember I got it because I get their email alerts or whatever. And I was like, most of them are entirely uninteresting, but like this one was like, oh, that's a little bit interesting. But then they said, oh, you gotta make a video of yourself. And I was like, I was in the bath at the time. I'm like, I'll make a video when I get out. And then I never did it. So we could have had one non-fun here. Okay. Not that I could have done any better than that. I forget that guy's name. The bass guy who gave the epic insane reductio. I'm gonna use that reductio from now on. That was insanely good.
I honestly just rather hear your opinion.
Thanks for being here.
100%, yeah, because it is a complex issue, and I absolutely.
So I apologize for the debate that says already, but I feel like this whole convo would be expedited if pro-choice ate the bull and stated that these two sides don't agree on when a human life begins. Yeah, they had a bunch of like weird prompts before and like and they just debated like weird stuff that I don't find particularly relevant, like how much abortion increases like suicidality among women or whatever, and like that's not a topic I'm very informed of. But yeah, they obviously just disagree on what constitutes not just a human life, but what like a life worthy of value, right? Something worthy of moral consideration, and they spoke around that for a while. They did eventually get there with like 2 people, with 2 Destiny viewers. Unironically, I think one of them was a Destiny viewer because he had like the almost exact same like argument in the exact same format. Not that I would ever do anything like that because I'm not a Destiny viewer, right, guys? But yeah.
Yes, then if we ban it, how does that play out? Like, how does that look then? Let's say we ban it today. What does the next year, 5 years look like?
It's a really good question. And it's one we think and talk about all the time. And in pro-life states, it's ones that they're wrestling with, right? Because they banned abortion in many states in this country already. Yeah. And it looks like a few things. First of all, I think we got to double down on resources for women. There are a lot of resources that exist, but sometimes women don't know that they exist and that there's people that want to help them. A lot of women don't know, for example, that with adoption, that there are literally over 1 million couples who would want to adopt a newborn baby, and you can actually pick and choose the couple that would adopt. You can pick and choose how much involved you want to be in that child's life if you choose adoption or if you choose parenting, that there are a lot of organizations that want to help. In California, there are hundreds of pregnancy resource centers that provide free confidential care to women before and after birth. People need to know that this stuff exists so that they can get the help that they deserve.
I don't actually disagree with that. I'm more
and then
curious,
also education on the trauma of abortion, the harm of abortion. I think that's also part of what's important.
Kind of like to balance it out, right? Because right now it's very much like a, I guess, abortion-centric narrative, where it's like that's the way to go. So you kind of want to balance it out by saying, hey, actually, there's an alternate way of doing things.
Exactly.
What I'm more curious about is abortions will continue to happen. You probably agree with that, even if there's a ban.
Yes, there will be, and that's the thing. With any ban of anything, there will be still some illegal activity or things that happen.
How do you want to address that?
Well, I think that we need to work on helping women never choose that. But using free will as much as we can.
They will still choose
but
it.
For those that do, I would definitely say make sure that they get good medical care, because at the end of the day, abortion is dangerous, whether it's legal or illegal. Abortion hurts women.
The ones that choose to get abortions.
There needs to be, I think, good medical care for women, and especially
I'm more curious about, like, because if it's a ban.
She's dancing around the punishment for a woman thing so hard. I don't know if she actually supports. Punishing women who get abortions illegally, but. She's trying to dance around it so hard, man. Come on.
And then it's illegal. So
are you asking who should be criminalized?
I guess, yeah. Do you think that it should be criminalized?
I think the abortionist should absolutely be criminalized, 100%.
The doctor.
The doctor or the person that's selling abortions, yes.
Pause.
Hi, Sassy.
Hi. So we were just talking about, you brought up the fact that you think doctors should be, what was it?
Liable if they commit abortions.
Now, because it's murder, in your opinion?
Yes. Just like there are already statutes for illegal abortions. My question to that is just to be clear, there's already statutes for illegal abortion.
God, I know. This is another thing, by the way. I think I've mentioned this 3 times. Leela is religious. She believes in the soul. She believes the soul enters the zygote at the moment of conception. As much as she'll give her secular arguments, you're never going to change her mind with a secular argument, because she is religious and believes in the soul coming into existence, the moment of conception. Like, you're never gonna beat her in a like secular argument. We're never gonna actually get her to agree. I mean, she'll engage with secular arguments, obviously, but
statutes against infanticide, etc.
Okay, anyway. But with the doctors, so do you think the doctor should be sent to prison? Like, if this is murder, why don't we treat it like murder?
It should be treated
because
like
it's not. Well, then if I hired a hitman to kill my husband, I'd still go to prison even if I didn't pull the trigger. Anyone involved
do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, I don't think abortion is a bad thing, so I don't think that would ever be on the table
I
in
understand
my
that,
world.
but I think, yes, there should be penalties for people that kill
what
other
do you think
people.
should happen to me? I had an abortion when I was 19. So what, in your mind, in your perfect world, what would happen to me?
So if abortion were banned now, I wouldn't want it to be retroactive for people that had abortions in the past.
No, I'm talking about, let's say I have one
Well, I think
tomorrow.
that's an important point.
Like, no.
If you had an abortion and it was banned.
I'm talking about now, because this is who affects people now.
Yeah,
so what do you think? If you think it's murder and you want to call it murder, why aren't you treating it like murder?
So you're saying
because what you do is actually villainize and shame women, and that has ripple effects throughout society.
So in this scenario, you're saying if abortion was banned and you went and had an abortion tomorrow, you're asking me what I think should happen.
I want to know. Do you think I'm a murderer?
Well, here's the thing. I would want to know, did you know that was a baby that you were killing?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Do you think it's a baby?
I'm aware.
Hit him with the pedophile reductio. I think it was Parker who did it on Jubilee before. If you hold a position that, like, maybe we shouldn't arrest women who get abortions even though it's murder because, like, they are misinformed on it and don't think it's murder or whatever. I think it was Parker that's like, okay, well, like, hypothetically, if we went back like 100 years and like pedophilia was like normalized, would it? I think it was Parker with Charlie Kirk. I'm remembering because Charlie Kirk was like, pedophiles should get the death penalty, and Parker was like, okay, well, if we go back 100 years and whatever, let's say, like, hypothetically pedophilia was like normalized, like, would it be okay to not penalize pedophiles because they were misled and thought it was normal or whatever? Like,
aware of what I'm doing. I made
What
the
are you
decision.
doing? What are you doing?
I'm not letting my pregnancy go to term.
But what do you think that is? Do you think you're ending the life of a human being?
I'm not here to debate that, though. What I'm talking about right now, we're talking about the Constitution and law. And in law, I don't even know.
But if you can let me finish, it's important. In our criminal statute, there's different kinds of penalties
or
no penalties.
Depending on murder too.
Depending on how
in the third trimester,
it depends on the amount of intent. It depends on
self-defense.
It depends on the amount of intent that goes into the act and the amount of knowledge and freedom that goes into the act.
Why do you get to decide that?
It's not me deciding that. That would be the law. That would be the law. Because the government's job is to protect human human rights.
51
And the
years ago
government
that we had
protects
the right to
children.
choose?
The government's job is to protect human rights, and that includes the human rights of children. Just because I'm a newborn baby without the
it's not a child.
What
I'm
is
sorry,
it?
I'm so sick of people
If it's not
calling
a child,
it
what
a
is
kid when
it?
it's not a kid. It's not.
What is it if it's not a child?
It's a zygote. It's an embryo. It's a fucking fetus. It is not a child. I'm done. And I'm also done hearing you call women murderers.
That embryo or that fetus has a mother and a father.
Not if they
What does
don't
that
want
make
it
them?
to.
Wow. Owned. Oh wait, what's he say?
That's still a life. The mother and a father.
Not if they
What does
don't
that
want
make
it
them?
to.
That's still a life. It's still a life.
According to you, nobody in the
And
scientific
your life is
community
valuable
has
and
even
their life is
decided on
valuable.
when life starts. No one in the scientific community has decided on when life
That's
actually
inaccurate.
starts.
You can open any human
So
biology
you know
type.
that 96% of scientists in this one poll say life starts at conception, and I'm gonna pretend like that is something that actually entails moral value, even though I just got insanely reductioed on life entailing moral value because I couldn't answer whether I would prefer. Even after she literally, it's so funny that she explicitly said, I don't know where she thought he was going, where she would actually answer, yes, I would prefer a world with less rights violation than a world with more rights violations. Just to have the guy say like, oh, so would you prefer a world in which a newborn baby is shot or a world in which 10 zygotes are killed? Like, oh, that's such an insane, perfect reductio, dude.
About when they come together,
And it will
there's this
tell you
beautiful
at the
flash
moment of
light that
fertilization,
happens.
you have a unique single cell embryo that's a unique
But it
individual
still
human
has to
life.
go through your It still has to go through all these phases.
Well,
okay?
and you looked a lot
And then
different when you were a newborn baby than you look now. We all look different at different phases in our human development. When you're a 10-week-old embryo, you're supposed to look like a 10-week-old embryo. You're not going to look like a newborn. You're not going to look like an adult.
So you don't-
Human development, you look different at different stages. Thank you, Stephanie. Hello, what's your name? Adam. Oh, yes. Nice to see you again, Adam.
Yeah, likewise. So you said that persons have equal protection under the law, and I would just say that like a fetus prior to 22 weeks is not a person. I don't want to necessarily
Not
rehash.
surprised you're saying that, 'cause
Yeah,
that
I
was
don't
your
wanna
argument earlier.
rehash the entire argument, but the state doesn't have an interest in protecting a zygote at 10 weeks or 8 weeks, for example, because would you say that the First Amendment covers freedom of thought?
Yes, but back to the argument
Prior to
at
22
hand,
weeks, they don't even have the capacity to have thoughts. So
well,
like, what
they
is
have
the...
you know the difference between active capacity and natural capacity. So with natural capacity, that has to do with a
Bro,
skill.
these two are they're
Well, they
coordinating,
have a
man.
again,
These two people are based. Holy hell.
you know the difference between active capacity and natural capacity.
Sure.
So with natural capacity, that has to do with a skill that we haven't developed yet or we're not able to develop, but we have that natural capacity due to our human nature.
Sure.
Active capacity, we have the skill, we're employing it, right? If you
You don't
are
have to be employing it. I have
clear,
the active capacity to jump right now, but I'm sitting in a chair.
fair, that's true. So if you're before birth, your brain isn't fully developed yet, you have a natural capacity for reason.
I don't know why she didn't. Did she just not remember this argument earlier? Like, yeah, people apply this argument. Well, you know, maybe they're not conscious, but they're of the nature to be conscious. So clearly, they still should have moral rights, even though he should use the same reductio. I need the words to come out of her mouth that she would prefer a newborn baby be. She would prefer a world in which a newborn baby is shot than a world in which 10 zygotes are thrown on the ground and stomped on or whatever the fuck.
Language and all of those things, it's not active yet. Your
At 22
human
weeks,
value is not defined by your active capacities. Because
Yes,
if
it
we
is.
defined human value by active capacities, somebody who was the fastest runner, had the highest
Sure.
IQ, was the strongest person on the block, they would be more valuable and have more human rights
You can
than
have
the
a
person with a
gradient. You
disability.
can have a
Again, also, this view, I can't get over this reductio. It was so perfect. This view entails the reductio the guy brought up earlier, where like you have to prefer the world in which a newborn baby is shot over the world in which the fucking, oh hell yeah, the rain sets out the fire. Anyway, over the world in which the 10 zygotes are killed.
gradient of
But would you
capacity,
agree
but
with
still
that?
have a binary.
Would you agree that one
because
is not more valuable than the other?
I don't agree
They
with
have
the premise
same
because,
human
for
rights.
example, if I rub two sticks together, a flame is going to start eventually. After that ignition, it's a flame, whether it's a wildfire or a tiny spark. Prior to that, it's something else. So when you have
But if there's a
sufficient,
spark, that's fire, right?
yes, and when you have
And
the
when there's
sufficient
a- and then
connections
there's a
in the
human
brain,
embryo, that's a human.
That's not the spark. When you have sufficient connections in the brain to sustain a subjective experience.
Bro, how many times? Why does she keep going back to the human thing? How many times does this guy have to say, yes, it's a human, I'm not disputing it's a human? How many times did he have to say that before? Before she accepts it? Why do you keep going back to
you're arguing
this?
from a position of what I would call ableism. You're saying
It's
that
not
until that person has a certain,
true.
because you're saying that until they have
Who
the
does my definition
if you let me
exclude?
finish, you're
Who does
saying
my
that until
definition
that
exclude? You're
person,
making an accusation.
you're excluding people who have the active capacity for certain abilities. And I'm saying,
Give me
if
a
you
type
have
of
a
person
natural,
that is not encompassed by
well,
my
the baby with
definition.
anencephaly or hydrocephaly, we were talking about
Sure,
them earlier.
but
They're
do you
just
remember what
as
I said
much
earlier as well, which
well,
is
you
that
said
if
they
someone
were
is a
human.
partial or potential human, they should still be protected.
But
The
that
reason you
goes
have an
against your
abortion,
logic, though.
no, it
That is
doesn't.
that is a
I value an
self-defeating
acorn
position.
and I value an oak tree. They're not the
Because you're
same
saying
thing.
that
And I would
the-
never sacrifice an acorn acorn for an oak tree.
You're saying they have the value with hydrocephaly, but then that's only after 22 weeks. But
It's not
even
the
though they
same
lack
level
the
of
same,
value.
they lack the
It's not
same
the same
synapses.
level of value. They don't have
Why
full
would they
person.
vote this guy out, man?
Good job.
Rigged.
Hello again.
Hello, Julia, right?
Yes.
Thanks for the follow.
So you had mentioned that regardless if it is illegal or not, women are still going to get abortions. So how do you justify the
goddamn, it's a
fact
bot,
that
I knew
Far
it.
less if it's illegal. The abortion rate goes down dramatically when it's illegal.
they're not going to report if they're doing it illegally because there's going to be repercussions? So why not?
God damn it. I hate these arguments so much, man. Like, obviously, abortions would probably go down if abortion is illegal. Shocker, shocker, yes. Obviously not crazy to think that. And obviously, even if they don't have to report, criminals don't report the crime that they do. We still can have estimates of how much crime goes on based on evidence we find and based on like victim reports and like
Prove that live births go up in states where abortion is illegal. That is the fact of what has happened after Dobbs v. Jackson, and some of the trigger laws went into effect and some states made abortion illegal. So we know more women are having babies. So even with unreported illegal abortions,
natural
live births are
capacity
still
seems like
going up.
nothing but to me. Also, they'll
Do you
become a
understand
person later in the
that
future.
people when
Great,
they
we can
know
kill
that
them as a person
abortion
then.
is illegal?
Well, she's defining personhood based on natural capacity is her argument. Like she's defining personhood being based on like, oh, you have this set of DNA and that DNA grants you the passive or like the natural capacity for it makes you of the nature to be rational or of the nature to have thought. And I mean, yeah, I would agree. It makes more sense just to define personhood when they have the more active capacity of actually being sentient than just the potential for sentience as again, because I mean, one, I think the reductio that guy gave earlier, where like if you support a world of where all humans have equal rights or whatever, and you're defining a person or all persons that have equal rights, and all persons are just like anyone with the human DNA, you'd have to say that like, oh, I'd prefer a world where one newborn baby is shot over a world where there are like 10 zygotes that are stomped on. I think that's obviously just absurd because there's clearly a lot more suffering in one world where the newborn baby is shot. And then you could, well, I mean, a lot of times when people run like the human, thing, you could say like, well, what if there was an alien race that was like exactly as sentient as us? Would you entail them rights? They're not human, but they still have a high level of sentience. Or, you can run the like Schmuman argument, where, someone who sounds exactly like a human, thinks exactly like a human. In fact, you could even be a Schmuman, but nonetheless has different DNA. Do you still entail them rights? Although she might just do the same. She might just do the same, like, well, they're still of the nature to be rational, regardless of whether it's human rationality or alien rationality.
Or that women have more
Let's say a baby is born but isn't sentient, or doesn't have the magical neural pathway at 9 years old. Is it okay to kill them? Like anything that's not sentient, I wouldn't entail, like, or anything that has never reached sentience before. I wouldn't entail more rights to. I don't know. I like when you say like 9-year-old. How about immigrant baby rights law? I only give the right to an abortion for asylum seekers. That's for illegal immigrants only. Okay, only if you cross the border illegally can you get an abortion. And it should be free. The state should cover it, but only for immigrants. Yeah, that's a base position. But yeah, like any of the like localists, I think that like we both have to like bite the whatever. We both have to bite the bullet. Like, yeah, I would say like it's okay to I would say like there's no individualized moral harm happening when you quote unquote kill a 9-year-old that isn't sentient. I don't know what it, or has never been sentient, isn't sentient, and has never reached sentience. But you would have to bite the bullet that you would prefer the world in which 10 zygotes were stomped on over a world in which a newborn baby is shot. Or even I could probably even make it like, I mean, at some level you would, presumably at some level you'd say the level of suffering caused is too much to outweigh the 10 lives. But like, I could even make it torture the baby, couldn't I? Like, we literally torture the baby. That would still seem, presumably torturing one person is still, less of a rights violation than the world in which 10 zygotes are killed, right? So if you intentionally ran over someone's 9-year-old non-sentient child who's sitting in a chair, I don't know what you mean by non-sentient and child kind of preclude each other to me, because child implies sentient, at least to most reasonable people. So I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know. Again, and also you have to specify whether they've ever reached sentience, because I would value a human who has at one point reached sentience. I would any human who has at one point reached sentience, I would entail like a future like ours property to, where they are entitled to a future like ours, so they still have value in the sense that, like, you know, they're entitled to the future like ours. So it would still be wrong to deprive them of future sentience or whatever. But I don't even know what you mean. You have to specify more. Non-sentient 9-year-old child. Those preclude each other to me, because I would say child implies sentient, and then specify whether they've ever reached sentience. Why do you get this? Why do you get to impose your judgment of his value? I mean, one, because I'm right, but two, I'm also not even doing that. You recognize there's an asymmetry in that. My pro-choice position, if you believe all humans are morally valuable or whatever, you don't have to get an abortion. But if you don't believe that, you're still allowed to get an abortion. But also, like, if I think I'm right, which I do, I will argue from my position. I don't have an issue with, quote unquote, imposing a position that I have a high conviction in being right. Like, what if your parents think he has moral worth, but not you and Uncle Samuel? I mean, again, they don't have to get an abortion. I don't know what you mean. But what was I going to? When you say lifelong vegetable, I mean some quote unquote vegetables still have sentient experience. Like, and you have to be more careful there than like just a vegetable, because I would say vegetable and sentient, magical neuro. I don't even, Locust. I've literally said I don't even know when fetuses are sentient. I literally don't know, because I've never looked that far into it. And I'm not a neuroscientist. I have no clue. It's somewhere, but it's somewhere. I've never seen anyone really say it's later than like 20 weeks. But like, so it's probably somewhere earlier than 20 weeks. But I don't know. I really don't, Localist. I'm not pretending to know. Like,
of abortions. Why not? Why would you pretty much want to defund places like Planned Parenthood, places that actively help women have safe abortions, and then it further prevents miscarriages in the future?
What I really want to work against, and some of the work I'm trying to do now, is work against this narrative that gives women so much fear about children. We are told to fear pregnancy, we're told to fear birth, we're told to fear being mothers, and our society also tells us to celebrate abortion. And I think that's a very anti-woman view, and I think we should flip the script on that.
All unborn babies one day before sentience is subhuman, no moral worth. I mean, I don't entail, when you say no moral worth, I do entail some moral worth to potential sentience, but I wouldn't say there's an individualized harm in, or I would say it's just as wrong to kill that non-sentient human being that has never reached sentience before as it is to prevent the parents from having sex, right? Those are both like equally potential sentience to me, right? Like, I wouldn't say, I mean, obviously you're saying potential sentience in one day. So, I mean, maybe you could make an argument like one is imminently sentient and one is not imminently sentient. But I would say, yeah, it's just as wrong to prevent parents from having sex as it is to stop a zygote from becoming sentient, right? Like, I wouldn't view these as that different, right? Even if I entail some value on future sentience, I would say, yeah, it's not like an individualized harm there. Like who is harmed, Localist? Who is the subject that is harmed when I kill a zygote, or not a zygote, when I kill a fetus one day before sentience?
Instead say, actually, our superpower as women is the ability.
Like, in my view, there's no moral subject there, because they're not sentient and have never been sentient. So
to bring life into the world.
Our superpower of women is the power to choose. That's feminism. The power of choice. If you want to be a mother or you don't want to be a mother, that's feminism. If you want to be a stay-at-home mom, you want to go to work.
But the difference, my friend, is this: when you're pregnant, you're already a mother, and we can't deny the scientific reality of that human life. That is a human life, a child, a son or a daughter that has rights too.
If you force women to have pregnancies and you force women to basically change their entire life, we're not forcing the men to do that.
Well, I think we should force the men to do that.
Okay, great. Well, have you met a man? You think they're going to do that? They're not going to do that. They're really not.
But what you're getting at, which I think is a really good point, is that we have this sort of approach in our society when it comes to sex and relationships, where men and women, and a lot of times men, I don't want to just say men do this, women do this too.
Half of these debaters are cringe, okay?
Where we treat this very maybe casually. We have this all backwards. Instead of looking at sex and relationships as something really beautiful, something you commit to for life, you sacrifice for the other person, you love that other person, And then if you conceive a baby, you love that baby, you fight for that baby. I think that is the view we should be moving towards as a society, instead of sex being casual. If you get pregnant, just have an abortion.
There were two non-cringe debaters, and both of them were men.
Man abandons
Which
the
is
woman.
a very heterosexual view, because we're not including queer
There
sex
are
in this.
literally, I don't know why. I don't know why, but like, there are infinitely better abortion discussions, literally just in Discord servers. Like literally, like let's just go to like, I don't want to like leak all my Discord stuff, so let me find the server favorites. But like literally, let's just go to fucking, where is it? Just go to like the like abortion ethics like thing, and oh, this isn't a debate channel thing here, but like there's plenty of people who like have actually like read like philosophy papers and like will constantly like cite like different philosophy papers at each other and actually use like formal logic and actually like do all these things, and like it's so much more meaningful than like any of the stuff that happens here.
Narrative in which sometimes sex is
Well, if
often
the queer sex brings life into the world, either way, I think at the end of the day, we're still talking about human life.
That's great, but often, but in this regards, in this document, we're not giving people sexual education. If you go into Planned Parenthood, they not only give abortions, they also provide STD testing. They allow men into Planned Parenthood, people without health insurance. If we're talking about healthcare as a right.
Time's up.
There's several of you I'd love to keep talking to, so I really appreciate
Please,
everyone.
if you're not a coward,
Doing
if
this
you're
is
not a
awesome.
coward.
I actually would love to chat more with Dana. I think she's behind me.
No, I was gonna say, if she wasn't a coward, she would have chosen the guy. I think like Evan was his name or something, or Eric maybe. Oh no, yeah, Evan, I'm pretty sure. Coward. She knows she would lose. Oh my god. Am I spelling that right, or is it? Oh my god, insane. Coward. Why do they talk for 20 fucking minutes?
I chose Dana because I didn't feel like we actually got to have the conversation. I got to hear from Dana.
Dude, unironically, I hate to say it, Bubby, but like, the men were way better at arguing than a woman. They were though.
About some of your position and why you believe what you believe. I didn't really feel like we got to dialogue about that a lot, so I'd love to do that more, and I'd also love to hear what your claim would be that you want to talk about as well.
So my claim is that my bodily autonomy is the prevailing right in this debate.
Thank you. And I feel like that's something that's come back up again and again in the conversation as a through theme that we're having. So I hear what you're saying. I agree that we have bodily autonomy. I have the right to not someone to come and hit me, hurt me, etc. But there's a very unique relationship when a woman is pregnant with another human life, with another body, and that's her son or her daughter. Whether she wanted to get pregnant, intended to get pregnant, when she's pregnant, there's that unique relationship that springs into existence with the existence of that new human life. And a few times it's been said today, well, the science doesn't matter. We're just having my opinion, my personal story. The science does matter a lot, because science can help tell us what is real and what is not real. And science does tell us when human life begins, and it doesn't magically.
I can't. Hold on, I want to look this up now. I don't think Leela believes in evolution. I'm pretty sure she doesn't. This was 3 weeks ago. Yeah, our Adam and Eve, our biological ancestors. I'm pretty sure. Well, I'll skim through some of this, but I am almost certain she is like a fundamentalist Christian, like literally believes Genesis should be taken literally.
Let's take that for a moment. There's so much good stuff to unpack here, and we're going to get to the proof for the existence of God in maybe towards the end after exploring this piece, because I think it's connected.
Like, see, like
to the Big Bang Theory coexisting with the Genesis account and both being true, parts of the Genesis account potentially being allegorical, as you're saying, but there's core truths that don't change, like the man and woman, you created them, in the image of God, you created them. But something I've always wondered is, there's a theory of evolution. Of course, there's macro and micro evolution and certain aspects of it that we know are more maybe provable than others. But this idea that God created man innocent with free will, and then we chose to sin, and we broke, we brought upon the curse of death, et cetera, right? How does that fit into the scientific reality of the origin of the universe and the origin of humankind? Were there two initial adult human beings that dropped out of nowhere? Were there maybe 1,000 of them that God just created as adults potentially, that then were given the choice whether or not they were going to obey, and then disobeyed, and that disobedience carried on for generations? What's your take on that?
Well, by the way, I have a book called Science, Reason, and Faith, Discovering the Bible, put out by our Sunday Visitor Press, OSB Press. I have this explained in the first 3
sections. Yeah, she literally does not believe. She believes in intelligent design. That's why, again, earlier she said the uterus is designed for a fetus or whatever, because she believes in intelligent design. She doesn't believe in evolution.
Begin at birth. Human life begins before.
She doesn't care about science. She denies. She actively denies science. Like, you actively deny an entire branch of science, evolutionary biology. What do you mean you care about science? What? Like, no, you don't. Like.
Before birth, and human life begins at the moment of fertilization. And so, I'm all for bodily autonomy. I believe that our bodily autonomy as women ends where another human being's life begins. And when I'm pregnant, there's another body inside my body, and they deserve the right to live. And yes, that's going to mean maybe a few months of me trying to hopefully take care of my body because it's feeding that body, and then delivering that child. And if I feel I can't parent, then there's other options. But I still have a responsibility not to kill that child via an abortion.
So I'm going to tell you a story. So I am a mother. I have a 22-year-old son who has autism. And I became pregnant when he was around 6 years old. And I didn't want to have that child. And so I had an abortion. And I had the abortion when I was about 6 weeks along because it wasn't a child. It was a mass of cells. And I made that decision very distinctly. I didn't have any regrets about that decision. I actually didn't have a lot of debate about that decision. I had a child where I lived in a state where we didn't have an insurance mandate. So I was working really hard to get my son the help that he needed with his autism. And I did not want to be pregnant. I was in a relationship. We made a choice because that was a choice that I made for the mass of cells that was in my body.
I totally hear what you're saying.
And I need you to understand that it wasn't about what am I killing, what am I keeping alive. It was what was best for my body, because I then would have had to carry that child to term. And I also want you to know that when I had my child,
Biden admin. Oh, we're talking about Biden now. Biden admin censoring big tech explicitly abridges free speech and freedom of press. I don't know. I didn't pay attention in 2020. I guess with the new Mark Zuckerberg shit, maybe I'll do a day researching this. I'm not convinced that Biden ever really did that. I don't even think the Twitter files revealed that much. Not only is it a conferred power, it's an explicitly prohibited usurpation alert. Well, you think everything Biden does is usurpation. What do you mean? By the way, do you think it's usurpation that Trump wants to kill the congestion pricing in New York? You at least agree, like, if him trying to do that. I mean, we'll see. He's not in office yet. We'll see how he tries to do that. Would be a usurpation, right? You would have to agree to that.
In this world, and my birth was actually very dangerous.
That's me. I don't think Twitter files would be much true. I mean, I don't.
That you receive.
I haven't read the Twitter files, but I read most of that. I don't even think I read all the thread actually. The thread by the person who actually did read them all. Like I localist, you haven't read the Twitter files. At least not all of them. There's no shot you have. You don't read anything. I don't have a strong conviction take on it. Like what? I'm just telling you what I think. Otherwise, I would say, I know.
I'd love to respond to what you're saying. I think it's absolutely horrible
that
women,
Destiny video real. I get all my understanding from Destiny, and that's based. No, I didn't read the Twitter files themselves. No, I read other people recapping them. Because the Twitter files a lot. Again, I don't have a high conviction take on it. I don't know how many times you need me to hear me say this. If I came out and said I know the Twitter files didn't reveal that much because I watched a Destiny video, or even if I, what I actually did, which is read the to be fair, the same Twitter thread that I saw Destiny read, yes, but it wouldn't be fair for me to have a high conviction take on it. I'm explicitly saying I don't have a high conviction take on it. I'm explicitly saying my understanding is they didn't reveal much from what I've read, but I haven't read the Twitter files themselves. Oh, fuck. We need to impeach Biden tomorrow. Well, a little too late for that, but...
color of their skin are not getting good healthcare. I think that's ridiculous and horrible. So we are aligned on that. When you talk about your baby and you saw that baby as a clump of cells, you said it wasn't a baby to you, it wasn't a child, and you had that abortion, you have no regrets. Our feelings or our beliefs about other people don't change that other person, that other human's value. So I could have feelings or beliefs about my son, about a person I walk past down the street, about anybody in this room, but that doesn't change whether they're good feelings, good beliefs, bad beliefs. That doesn't change that person's innate human value.
Wait, also, local can answer. You agree it would be a usurpation if Trump actually is able to get rid of the congestion pricing in New York, right? You would have to agree to that, right?
Innate human value, not because of their capacities, not because of their abilities, but because of their innate human nature that we all share. And human nature doesn't start at birth, doesn't start a few weeks or even a month before birth. It starts at the beginning of a human.
No, look, let's give your unironic take. What do you mean? No, I know you have to agree that's a usurpation, right? By you know how you typically define it. Like, that's the federal government telling not even a state, just a city, a locality, what to do. Like, are you saying New York isn't entitled to tax congestion, which is a base tax, by the way? Haven't read about it. I'm just giving you the hypothetical. It doesn't even matter if he's actually going to do it or not or anything. I'm just giving you the hypothetical. Hypothetically, if Trump is able to do it, would that be a usurpation? I could even say it doesn't matter. Like, is it hypothetically, if Biden did it, would that be a usurpation? It doesn't really matter what I'm just asking a hypothetical, like, what would he be doing? I mean, trying to get, I mean, there are different ways he could do it, obviously. Like, he could try to tie it to, like, I don't know, highway funding or something. But, like, you already say that, like, trying certain mandates to, highway funding is a usurpation. It doesn't really matter how he does it. If he is trying to tell New York what they can and cannot tax, how is that not a usurpation? How do you not define that as a usurpation? Coercing states is illegal. Yeah, so you would have to, would you agree that that is illegal? Like, what do you mean? You would have to agree that's a usurpation, right? Forcing states is also... Wait, can you just answer my question? Why are you so incapable of this? New York can do it. So you would agree that Trump trying to tell New York what to do is bad then, right? Or even if not bad, like a usurpation. You would have to agree that if he is able to do it, that would be a usurpation, right? Can I just get those words to come out of your mouth, or are you never gonna do that because you're just a hypocrite? Boys are gonna munch. I'll see you in a bit, Bobby, then. Thanks for stopping by. Look, this is not gonna answer. Wait, what action could he do that isn't a usurpation? What do you mean? If you think that coercing states or forcing states is illegal, and you'd find like force and coercion as like just like would it be? Here's the hypothetical, okay? Answer this directly, localist. If you don't answer it directly, I am unmodding you, okay? If you do not answer this directly, I will unmod you. If President Trump says, we are not going to give New York highway funding unless they remove the congestion tax, would you say that is a usurpation? Fucking all no sticks. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
life, which is fertilization.
But that's your opinion. So there isn't actually scientific evidence that states that human life begins at conception.
There is a tremendous amount of
Don't
scientific
kill me. No. Why do we do this? No. Why do we? Who cares? Who cares if it's life or not, brother? We already ran through this. It doesn't make sense.
Textbook, you're going to find that the development process begins with fertilization of the human life.
What it says is that,
and also if you're in an in vitro fertilization clinic,
what it says is that there is cell multiplication.
But it's not just any cell multiplication, because you're made of cells, right? I'm made of cells,
well, sure.
right? Okay, you and I are clumps of cells, right?
100%.
But we're unique clumps of cells. We're individual clumps of cells that constitute a whole human. And at the moment of fertilization, you know what you got? You got a whole human. They're very small, but you have a whole human that just needs. You have a whole human at the moment of fertilization that just needs time and nourishment to grow, but has a unique genetic distinction.
But it doesn't always go that way. So, for example,
you could miscarry, yes.
Yeah. So when I had my miscarriage, I had a clump of cells that then grew and then did not grow into a human child.
I have a question for you. You said you have a son. How old is he now?
22. He's 20. Oh my goodness.
You look great, by the way. I have a question. I'm just curious, because you're talking about the baby you miscarried, the baby you had the abortion of, and you called them clumps of cells. Did you see your son when he was unborn as a clump of cell, or did you consider him as a cell?
I didn't consider him clump of cells.
You did or you didn't?
I did, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So for you didn't really feel connected to even him until he was born.
So I knew that until he was actually out of my body, that there was not necessarily a live birth that was going to happen. So because I lost a child, and I understood that having a pregnancy does not mean that you have a live birth and a baby at the end.
That is absolutely true.
And so for me, that choice about what is happening to my body.
Were you sad after the miscarriage? I'm just curious. Or were you kind of feel fine afterwards? Because I had a miscarriage too. I felt deeply sad by it.
So
women feel differently.
I was ambivalent. Okay. I was not ready to have a child. And I was going through a divorce at the time.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it sucked.
It sucks,
But
yeah.
also, it was okay because I was not ready to be at that point. And I didn't even make that decision. My body made that decision for me.
I hear everything you're saying, but here's the reality. You're strong. You are the one when you're pregnant. If I get pregnant, I've been pregnant now 4 times. I'm more powerful than that baby, right? Because I have the power to talk, walk, do whatever I'm going to do, and that baby is completely dependent on me, right? And even when there's a newborn, totally dependent on everybody around them, if not their biological mother, whoever they're handed off to, right? It's incredibly important for rule of law, for justice, for human rights, that we are especially careful to protect the rights of those that are dependent and weak. Because if we live in a society that just says the strong get to choose what they want because they can, that's not a just or a loving society. And that's why I'm so pro-life, because that baby, you're right, they're totally dependent on the mother.
Absolutely.
They're completely unable to defend themselves, speak for themselves. And that's all the more reason why we as a civil and just society should care about their right to live and, by the way, help that mother. It goes 2 and 2, right? Because you can't just care for the baby and not care for the mother. You got to care for them both.
And when that is a viable life outside of my body, 100%.
Well, we should care at the beginning of human development. That's my position.
Yep, and
wait, okay, no, you know what, maybe, okay, they kind of have a disagreement on what we should value here, okay, maybe they'll actually have that conversation, of what, what life should we value, what life shouldn't we value, okay, maybe they'll have that conversation, maybe, we'll see,
and women who are pregnant need extra care too. It's not like you just get care when the baby's born, you should get extra care before.
Yes, they do.
Because you're carrying a new life.
While that is still in my body, this is my body. And that is my choice about what happens to the things that are in my body. That is the choice.
Here's a question for you. Your womb. What is the womb designed for? A woman's uterus. What's it designed for?
It is designed to carry a clump of cells to eventually, sometimes, grow a fetus.
And how did you start your life?
Come on. I mean, first of all, it's again. First of all, designed because again, she believes in intelligent design because she's fucking retarded. But anyway, like what a cope answer from the other woman though. Are really designed sometimes to maybe bring like, you know what she's asking, you know what she's doing, man. Come on.
Come on, where were you before you were born?
I was in my mother's egg sac.
I'm aware that you think that look close.
Right? No, I was in my mother's egg sac.
That wasn't you yet. An egg is not you.
The egg was a part of me, and then the other part of me was in my dad's, I guess, testicles.
So,
I mean,
it wasn't you yet, because you is when there's a whole human, right, and a unique individual
so when I was born,
identity.
Then yes, then was me.
But the science shows. Come on, the science shows at the moment of fertilization, sperm egg fusion,
the science doesn't actually show that.
It does show that you have unique individual genetic identity that's distinct from your parents.
The science shows that when an egg is fertilized, that there is cell multiplication.
But what kind of cell multiplication? It's not like skin cells.
Well,
it's not skin cells. What is it?
It becomes skin cells.
Well, it develops its skin eventually. But what is it? What is it? Come on. What is it?
It's a mass of cells.
But what is it? It's a human embryo, right?
Well, yes.
That's developing rapidly.
But it is a clump of cells.
But we already said we are clumps of cells. You're kind of using that pejoratively, like, oh, you're a clump of cells. You can be aborted. You can be miscarried. It doesn't matter. Who cares? You and I are clumps of cells. It's a little dehumanizing. You're being a little dehumanizing.
Yes, I am being dehumanizing because it is a
clump of cells. Because we are clumps of cells. You acknowledge that.
Yeah.
So you're not wanting to dehumanize us, right? Why wouldn't you dehumanize us with that term?
Because until you are actually outside of my body, there are no rights. Because if there were, my friends,
but I keep asking you why, and you keep saying just because it's in your body. Why does that
there would
child
already
have
be
rights?
laws on the books. And currently, there are no laws on the books that say that anything that happens before that birth means that they are not actually live.
That's actually an.
I mean, first of all, like, just because there aren't any laws in the books or whatever doesn't mean you don't think people have a right to it or whatever. But also, like, we have abortion. What do you mean we have abortion bans?
So
what
even
do you
in
mean?
states like California, there's such a thing. There has been such a thing until recently, last 2 years, as illegal abortions. Are you aware of that? So even in states that are blue states, there are illegal abortions where it says, yes, before birth, this is a person that has some rights, and we're going to protect them. And similarly, if you're
so
Scott
that's an
Peterson,
illegal medical procedure.
One other example.
It's about the medical procedure,
another
not
example.
about the actual
Here's
life.
another example.
So
Scott Peterson, he killed his pregnant wife Lacey and their unborn son Connor. Connor, in your view, was just a clump of cells. He wasn't burned yet, but his dad killed him. Should he have been penalized for killing both his wife and the pregnant part of his wife, the baby, the boy, his son Connor?
No.
So you think Scott Peterson should have got off scot-free for killing his 8-month-old unborn son?
Scott Peterson should have been penalized for killing his live wife.
But not Connor. Connor had no
Connor
rights.
was not alive.
So if I
Connor was in her body.
So if I'm a woman,
Connor
so if a
was in
woman's
her body
boyfriend
and was not a human being with rights on this planet.
This is very dark because you're saying if a woman is pregnant and her boyfriend
alive,
slips drugs into her drink to force an abortion on her, she wants to have this baby, he puts drugs in her drink, would you say that there should be no penalties for that man and what he did to her?
Against the mother's
But you just said the baby
body.
is not born yet, so it has no rights.
That is against the mother's body, not against that. That child does not have rights.
It's just a drug designed to kill the
rights.
baby. It's just designed to kill the baby in her womb.
But it's designed to harm the tissue that is in her body because that's her body.
So you're saying
It's
it would
her
have been
body.
wrong. Scott Peterson should have been given penalties for killing Connor.
For harming Lacey.
But not for harming Connor.
For harming Lacey.
So if a man...
So Connor is a part of Lacey, then it's harming Lacey.
So if a man kills his girlfand's unborn baby, he should not be penalized for killing the unborn baby, only for
harmed
in some way
mother.
harming her. That's time. Thank you. I mean, I thought it was great. I really appreciated everyone coming and giving it their
Come
best.
on.
I think we all
Please let Evan speak. Please. Please let Evan say, I ethically owned her and this bitch didn't pick me because she was scared.
to have conversations that were meaningful.
Come
and
on.
I think this is
oh,
the most-
wait again. Sorry. I shouldn't. Yeah, I call everyone bitch, okay? I'm trying not to demean women, okay? My bad, chat. Don't cancel me.
that we're facing as a country. I thought it was really interesting, myself as a mother, to talk to another mother who's on the other side of this. I was disappointed, though, that I didn't hear any arguments I hadn't heard before, just doing this activism for 7 years.
I wasn't going to change her mind, and she wasn't going to change my mind, which is often the frustration going into these.
Do you need me to be PG-13 or no? Okay, because I think Lila's... She is okay with holding a 10-year-old down, making her give birth, but she's gross. That's what I think of Lila.
There were some women that shared that they had had abortions. Obviously, that can be really raw. I think that goes to one of the things that we try to spread awareness about, which is that abortion does hurt women, that abortion leaves trauma.
Honestly, I wanted to swing. I really wanted to swing. Your whole lack of empathy and you telling me that my child should be standing right here, like, I promise you could have gotten Jerry Springer real quick if y'all had allowed it. You absolutely know nothing of this experience, which is why I like that a lot of the black and brown women really got in her face about that.
She felt like she had no choice. She was saying I was drug addicted, or I don't remember all the details of her story, but if you felt like you had to have this abortion because of domestic violence and poverty, is that really a choice?
So I firmly believe that Dana and Zeke were the strongest debaters in this.
Mason's really well informed. Mason's really smart. Two that really stood out to me were Cece and Dana.
Miss Dana, hands down. Just to see someone who had been through what I had been through, but older, and having that wisdom, having that patience.
Being able to have an opportunity to push back against a
They are
narrative
all
that is
sleeping on
harmful
Evan.
to
What do you
people with
mean, bro?
uteruses, I think is always a valuable space.
Is there a middle ground where abortion is okay in some circumstances? I would say no. These are lives, human lives, and it's life or death for that
Is
child.
is this just what people, or do they talk this way because this is what people care about more? Am I the weird one? Am I like the weird like philosophy bro or something? And like no one actually cares about those arguments. They care more about like the random like anecdotal like personal experience. Am I? I feel this dumb.
Know that there will ever be a middle ground, because what I'm talking about is healthcare, and what she's talking about is her emotions.
Honestly and truly, yes, we can find a middle ground, but there has to be a lot less shaming from pro-life people, because I don't care what you say, I'm not a murderer for choosing myself. And honestly and truly, I believe it was her children. In this situation, she'd have a completely different tone. They often do.
I think it's incredibly important to have conversations with people that you disagree with. And so I'm really grateful for everyone that came today, and I'd love to do it again.
Kill me. I mean, we had two good people. Evan only got like a little bit of time to speak. Like, God, that reductio was so perfect. Oh my God, perfect setup. Just to be clear, you would agree, you would prefer a world with less rights violations and a world with more rights violation, right? And he's like, yes. And then instant, epic, gaped, owned, reductioed.
in violent altercations, and if that went down,
what the fuck,
then
man?
we would agree, then we would see it. But no,
Man, every time I click on Sarah's stream, it's some insane shit, man.
the opposite form of police departments gained firearms.
We got a fox.
They're
Well,
violent.
I mean, I love Melanie. Don't get me wrong, but oh, what's up, Isaac?
Not fun.
Mhm.
You gotta stop him. You gotta
Stop
stop him.
who?
Not fun. Look at what Localist did.
I know. Banned abortion. Yeah. No, don't worry. I unbanned it because I removed the ban. Yeah, because I'm an ally to a woman.
You're so based. You're so based. My 6'1", 200-pound of pure.
I know.
So based.
I know.
Have fun. I just had to comment on that.
Oh, that's all you wanted to say. Okay. Okay.
I mean, listen. I think you want to circle jerk about abortion, or have you not even got to that yet?
No, we just finished watching it.
Was it good?
Yeah, there were only like, I feel like there were 2 people who had good arguments, and both of them were men. But maybe I just think everyone at the end said that like.
Why did you feel the need to clarify that? You had to clarify gender?
I mean, it's just like, it's unfortunate. I'll say that. I just everyone at the end said like other people did better though. It's just maybe I'm the weird one. Okay, I care more about like the actual like philosophical arguments than I do about just like the anecdotal experience of like women being like, well, I was a drug addict and like I don't. What the anecdotal experience of women who are like a drug addict and like, like it's like.
Anecdotal experience of women being raped. I was like, holy shit, we're going out strong.
Well, I mean that too. I mean, like realistically, like, am I gonna care more like if you cite a philosophy paper at me, or just like, or if you have been raped in the past? Like, I don't know. In terms of.
Do you remember when we were talking about like debate strategies going forward, and I was like, nah, you have this problem where you bite bullets. I was like, the stuff you say, well, I agree with a lot of it. Okay, I think the problem is you don't do a little bit of hedging first. And you just kind of like dive in, and sometimes it feels like you kind of,
Dude.
like, well, I do agree with this, so I'm just gonna say I agree with it. It's like, no, but people don't usually say that. Let's pull back a little.
What do you want me to hedge? I'm just saying, like, in terms of like whether I think the argument fails or succeeds, like your anecdotal experience is less relevant to me than like good arguments.
Yeah, just say that. Don't say anecdotal experience of someone being. that one goes up a little too hasty.
Maybe. Oh, good. There was this really good. This one person, Evan, did like. I think he did really good. He had this really good really good reductio. He set it up perfectly. He asked a pro-life person, Leela. He was like, to be clear that like you value human life, right? And she was like, yes. And it was like, you don't think that we should violate the rights of any humans, right? She was like, yes. And he was like, okay. So would you prefer a world with less rights violations than a world with more rights violations? And she was like, yes. And then the insane reductio. It was perfect. So you would prefer a world where, 10 zygotes are thrown on the ground and stomped on or whatever. Like, I have a petri dish of 10 zygotes and I destroy it. Over a world where I shoot a newborn baby. And like she would not answer it, bro. She did this like insane cope of like, well, emotionally I might feel one way, and it's like, and he every time he did this perfectly was like, I'm not asking you like what what you would do like emotionally. I'm just asking you which world would you prefer on the basis of it having less rights violations. And she was squirming, bro. It was perfect.
I think you punch the baby in the face and then stomp the zygotes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I prefer both. Yeah. Okay. Wait, are you streaming?
No, I just got done. We were playing the greatest game of all time, League of Legends.
League of Legends.
Use that experience to help people. But then even if they have,
and I think I can go to sleep happy. All I needed. Okay.
All a man need for real.
I didn't check. I haven't checked Twitter recently. We're gonna bait and couple into liking me, and we're gonna make fun of you. I got no
It's I don't think it's gonna work, man. Dude, I don't think
I can make him believe. I can make him believe.
Dude, I've had dreams.
We need to Sam Cedar him. Okay, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, yeah.
I really want to do that. I'm not. Listen, no one in chat knows. I think it would be really funny because like, let's have a cool like talk about this, and then I switch into you.
That'd be perfect, man. Oh my god.
I need to like bait him. That's what I should do. I need to bait him with like a retarded argument that even I think is retarded, and then he'll be like, "Oh, I can dunk on this kid." One second. Censorship problem is made worse by making it taboo to insult people. I could comment on this and be like, I think that we should censor people who are mean online. I'm doing that. One second.
No, don't do that. Don't do that, man.
No, because I'm gonna be like, talk about it on stream, and he'll believe it.
Don't do it.
Rage baited.
We don't need to do it. It's mean. Don't do it. I don't give you permission to do it. Okay. And I own you. I made you.
Well, now I have to do the tweet.
Fuck. Don't do it. Don't do it.
You're gonna like comment on it. He is baiting you. He is trying to switch you.
Yeah, I will. I will. He's trying to Sam Cedar you, bro.
And then it's gonna be like reverse psychology, and then he's not. And then I'm gonna actually Sam Cedar him with Manar, and then he's gonna be like not ready for the amount of retarded argument that we're gonna go to. Oh my god, there was a really funny moment. I didn't tell you this, but it had to do with like why I left that. I was on Word's stream, and someone was just being. He was like fighting us on like this idea of consciousness being in the brain. I was like, listen, I know we're not definite, but I think it's like pretty sure there. And I was like, wait a minute, are you just religious? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, oh god, this conversation doesn't go anywhere. And then he was like, what do you think that, bro? You're just like a cringe, like Reddit, like liberal. I was like, no. I was like,
True.
Like, a text that I'm never gonna be able to like convince you off of. And
yeah.
I was like, you agree, like whatever you're gonna fall for is like completely anti-scientific. He's like, well, Western science, obviously. And I was like, wait a minute. What religion do you follow? And he was like, Islam. And I was like, listen, I'd rather believe in that than I'm like a 9-year-old. And then we're arguing about, and then I'm throwing shit because the minute someone's religious, I don't care about. Listen,
sure, yeah.
As in like people I respect. Okay, I'll just rage bait, and I'm doing all that, and then I'm like, hey bro, I got a guy you would love, and I copy him and paste Menar's YouTube, and he goes, oh, he's my friend, and I was like, I fucking knew it, dude. Just happened to be a friend of Menar.
Of course. Menar gets around, I guess. I mean.
Are you gonna join the Raging Tomatoes live call? Are you gonna call in?
I don't really. I mean, they're doing an open panel afterwards. I don't really have a position on gun control, so everyone there would know more than me. I don't know if I would.
Is the panel gun control?
Yeah, they're having a gun control debate, and then they open the panel up, and usually, the open panel will, jump around a bit, but usually it stays basically on the topic.
My idea on gun control has always been like it's weird to like. My problem, okay, is that like when I'm gonna be quick because I don't want to fucking sit here and talk about guns, but it's like I feel like whenever you're banning parts of the gun, the way they ban parts of the guns, I don't know if you've ever really looked into it. It's just really wrong. And if you ask any Republican, it's really funny because they'll always tell you like, well, the reason it's hard to define it's just hard to define like what gun parts are, which is really funny because they're a Republican. And like one of their main things is like, define this really socially constructed issue, and it's so easy to define. You can't define it in one word. But then when you're talking about guns, they'll make the liberal argument. Well, it's kind of hard to define what something is, and like when they're making it, they can like switch parts around, and you can easily find loopholes in it. And I was like, I just think it's always crazy. So I don't know how I feel about like banning parts of guns. My biggest thing that I'll always be for is like what Australia has, the mental background checks, and that's really about it. Everything else I'm pretty agnostic on, but mental background checks I feel like should always be a thing.
Yeah, I would say background checks and like. Some people are really against red flag laws for some reason, but red flag laws seem to make sense to me.
Pretty big,
yeah, but I don't have high conviction takes on gun control, so.
Other than those two things, you should be a high conviction on those because it's just common sense.
What do you have a high conviction take on the TikTok ban, upcoming TikTok ban?
I think it's stupid, but I think that like the right of a government to ban an app should probably be given to the government.
Well, I mean, if they, I think most people agree with that. It's just whether or not TikTok is actually using data maliciously or whatever. Like,
oh, it definitely is, but so is every app.
Well, I think the concern with TikTok though is specifically China is going to be accessing it. Which
are they going to ban like? There's just so many like. Is TikTok the only popular app that comes from China?
No, I think that the way the law is written, I think it's only been applied to TikTok so far, but it does actually apply to other things too. So like I think theoretically like Temu could be banned because they're probably harvesting data too. It's just only been applied to TikTok so far, but I don't know. We'll see. I think also the concern is TikTok's like, you know, media sharing. So like if there's Chinese influence on it, maybe they're promoting a pro-China message or whatever.
I don't think that person. I've never seen anything that's very pro-China on TikTok, to be fair. But
I mean, I wish like the whole like court arguments right now are all about like whether it violates the First Amendment. I'm like,
it's about whether or not like the government has the right to do it.
Yeah, and it's like I wish they went over the evidence more because there's like a little bit of evidence that like they're doing something. Like there's like statements from like one person that like the CCP has access to the data. There's evidence that like
that's proven. Yeah, that the dude testified to that in court.
Oh, he testified. I didn't even know he testified to it in court. I thought
in the ceremony. I thought whenever he was asked, he was like because like the way the economy works, like if the CCP. I think the question that was asked, I could be completely wrong though. I could be completely gaslighting and lying to you. But if
that'd be awesome.
The question was like, I know. The question was like about it's like what could the CCP theoretically like request your data and you'd have to comply and you wouldn't be able to tell us that like because the way they operate, like they could make you do it and tell you not to release it and you probably wouldn't be able to because the way like the CCP works. And he like really weaseled around that answer. He was like, "Is it theoretically possible that they requested like the data and you gave it to them? Is that a possibility that could happen?" Weasel around that, and he was like, "If it did happen, is it possible that they could require you like not to disclose that?" And you weaseled around that one, and that was like, really
Yeah. Okay. There was also it might have been the same person, it might have been a different person, but I think it was probably a different person because there was a person who made a comment to The Guardian, and he was talking to The Guardian, I think anonymously, and was like, yeah, the CCP can access the data, they have some like backroom access or whatever, but he wasn't weaseling out of it, like he like came out and said it to The Guardian, so it's probably a different person. But there's some evidence kind of like maybe some like manipulation. There's basically one paper by some think tank that's like comparing the ratio of hashtags about, you know, China neutral topics on TikTok versus Instagram. And it's like, you know, for a lot of China neutral topics, the ratio is like 2-to-1 because there's more users in Instagram. But then for like Ukraine, it's like a lot bigger, there's a lot less pro-Ukraine stuff on TikTok. And there's like a lot less pro-Israel stuff and a lot less pro-Taiwan stuff. And especially when it comes to like the Uyghurs and like Tibet, it seems to be pretty heavily skewed. So, but I don't know. I don't know if that's enough, but.
And the point I would make is, well, I don't know about for Taiwan, but for like was it pro-Palestine stuff you said was promoted?
Yeah, pro-Palestine. Yeah, there's
like for a lot of these stuffs, I feel like these are just like the young popular positions, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's like
pro-Palestine was being promoted more than fucking pro-Israel.
Yeah.
That like older than 25 people don't use.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's like there's probably more. I mean, some of the
smoking gun they think it is.
Yeah, well, some of the hashtags, like there was like a hashtag like Stand with Kashmir or something that like has like 200 million like hashtags on Instagram, but like none on TikTok. It's just like banned, and it's like, okay, well, like clearly they banned that hashtag or whatever, but maybe, I don't know, maybe there's other hashtags that they have banned too that are like China neutral, and they, for whatever reason, they just ban controversial ones that are similar to Stand with Kashmir or whatever. So I don't know.
So, okay, I'm reading something right now. There's a 2022 let me find the exact line. But apparently in 2022, BuzzFeed released something, June 17, 2022, and its leaked audio from 80 internal TikTok meetings shows that U.S. data has been repeatedly accessed from China. I'll send you the thing I'm reading right now. I don't know if you've seen it. It's in chat.
Sure.
This would be... I think it's just basically saying what I thought earlier. Like, technically, yeah, it says the engineers in China can access user data in the U.S., even on non-public accounts, and the CCP could theoretically at any point go through this data. So it does seem like the CCP would have direct access to user data, public and private.
Yeah. And also they can they can sell too. Like it's not even a strict ban. It just forces them to sell or be banned. Which if they don't sell, that is kind of suspicious. Like why aren't you just willing to sell?
It seems like what is held is face print, voice prints in certain jurisdictions. Wait, what? TikTok is one of the few apps that requires clipboard access. What is? You can see my clipboard.
Bro, I was about to say they're gonna know all the Rule 34 you copied, bro.
Oh my god, you see my wig tweet? My wig tweet was a banger.
I don't think so.
Oh, so Wig tweeted here. Let me find it real quick. So Wig tweeted out. So it's a picture of a flag, and it says, "Finding your people makes you realize there was nothing wrong with you." And then Wig says, unironically, one of the issues with the internet, toaster fuckers find their people, and they all tell themselves it's okay to fuck toasters, and it's totally normal. And really, it's the world of the clown. No, if you fuck toasters, there's something wrong with you. Which, by the way, I think it was just a positive message. He brought it to its like hyperbolic extreme, and it was like this shit.
Yeah.
I commented. I said, bro, there's literally a rule in the manual of toasters that you are allowed to fuck them. Look up Rule 34 toasters. I thought that was a banger.
That is.
I thought I cooked there. That was a good cook. Okay.
Incredible.
The tweet's a little old. I came across it now though. It was made on January 12th, and I did it today. I'm 24 hours behind.
Damn.
Yeah, I go famous if I hit that day 0. Also, non-fun. I was gonna make a joke about this, but okay. I don't want to be rude, so I'll damage myself first. Okay, we both both of us. Okay, do you understand how funny it is that like let me find the video. Okay. Non-fun. We both agree we are tall and skinny men, correct?
Yeah. Well, I'm not. Well, I wouldn't agree that I'm tall, but yeah, I'm average height. I'm 5'7".
Damn, I'm 6 foot. Damn, that's crazy. Oh my, sorry. Now I have something funny you about, and I'm gonna save that.
Damn. Okay. Well,
I just thought.
I see how it is. Okay.
I mean it in a funny way, but like I like the like what is a man in that panel. It's like all but like one dude is like not generally like the male masculine. Actually, maybe two. I didn't see that dude in the bottom right. It's like all of us. I do as well. That's why I was saying I'm gonna throw myself in there. We look like internet people. I'm not gonna lie. We don't look the best. Okay, we don't got like giant. We don't have like the general. What is it called? Like the masculine perfect type. Okay, so I thought it was really funny. The panel is like. I just thought it was funny.
What, did they were making fun of me?
Oh, did they make? I didn't even watch the video. No.
Oh, okay.
I just thought it was funny that it's like I don't think like I would aspire to be like any of like the 6 people. This is so rude.
You wouldn't aspire to be me?
Like physically, no. I'm already there, Nava. Me and you are in the same boat probably. Like our BMIs are probably within a of each other. Okay. I need to put on some muscle mass. Okay, I'm trying. I can't. Actually, non-fun. I learned that I need to just start drinking water. I'm not gonna lie to you, non-fun. I don't think I've drinking a pure water. Okay, you can't judge me right here.
I'm not gonna. I don't drink water, man.
I don't think I'm drinking like pure just water in about a year and a half.
I mean, I don't know when the.
I drink like flavored water.
Yeah, I almost never drink water. Water is just fucking lame. Like.
Exactly. But non-fun, I've been looking into it, and I've gone to the gym for a while now, and I'm really bad at putting on muscle mass, and I talked to my doctor about it too, and he kind of pointed it out to me, and he was like, I think you need to look into muscles, and I was like, why? He's like, because you know how much water you need to like build tissue, like muscle tissue? I was like, no, and he's like, why don't you look into how much it is and look into how much you're getting? And it's like, I'm not getting a lot of water, non-fun, and apparently like to build muscle you need a lot of water.
Does flavored water not count now? Like, am I not? I mean, there's still water in that.
Non-fun. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't even drink a lot of flavored water. No, I'm like 96% soda and like 4% Propel while I'm at work.
I mean, I drink like Propel or like like Mio Energy, like water enhancer flavored water occasionally, but I am mostly like energy drinks and like I have tea right now. Thanks for the follow, Radif. I appreciate it. I was gonna say, fuck, I forgot what I was gonna.
Yeah,
fuck it. Oh, yeah, this guy, one of the guys on the panel, Soy Pill, the guy in the bottom left. He said he was gonna gym pill me.
Let's go. I gym pilled my fucking co-host. Whenever we do podcasts now, we go to the
her as an individual.
Damn.
Because there's a gym in my apartment complex, so we would go lifting. Trying to go through this. Or is there any AI tag of making fun of non-fun? I want to see when you got made fun of non-fun.
Made fun of? Oh, I don't know. They didn't make fun of me that much. Listen, at least Fabian didn't say he could rape me this time.
That is valid. You should have done a job. You should have been like, I don't think real men rape, or make jokes about rape. Maybe I'm crazy. This was such a weird panel for you to be on non-fun. It's just like so out of your like. Not out of your.
I'm a modern man.
Out of your like expertise, like yeah, you don't do anything around like red pill or culture. You're usually just purely academic, purely like.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
It's so weird for me to see this.
Wick invited me on a panel, and he was like, he actually gave me two options, and in hindsight, I should have done the first one. The first one was American hegemony. That was just a broad thing that I wasn't really interested in it. Now, what the panel actually ended up being was mostly talking about, like, you know, Trump threatening to fucking annex Greenland. And, like, okay, I'm more interested in that than modern men stuff. But I thought it was more general than that because he didn't specify. So I just did, well, I'm a modern man. I'm not going to turn down Wick. I don't know. I need Wick to do a fucking panel on tariffs, okay? And that's what I need him to do. But he hasn't, or maybe he's done one, but it was a while ago by now. I don't know.
It's hard to find a Republican who knows anything about tariffs. Not fun. It's hard to find a liberal to find that he knows anything about like tariffs.
No, that's not. Plenty of people are pro-tariff now that Trump is pro-tariff. What do you mean? Like.
True, but they don't know anything.
Yeah, but I can make fun of them. I can destroy them. Dude, I have a if I ever do debate Pentuple again about either I've offered him a few debates, right? But if I ever do talk to him about like tariffs again or about immigration, I think I offered as well, just the economic benefits of legal immigration, because he was even complaining about the H-1B visa stuff and everything. I literally I don't want to do this too much, but I think it'd be really funny to be like, hey, just by the way, you know, I'll engage with my opponent's arguments, but just know he knows nothing about economics. And like, I will ask a few yes or no questions in this debate. These are questions from the AP macro exam, an exam I got the highest score you can get on when you are 17. And the answer to all these questions are yes. If Pentuple says no, he would have been marked wrong on this exam. And like, they're all questions of like, oh, you know, does immigration like increase human capital or whatever? Like, does immigration shift the PPF curve outward, which he's not going to know what that is. I'll have to modify it a little bit to make sure everyone understands what it means. But I think it'd be awesome to do that just because just a showcase.
That's a good point. Sorry, I was reading something in the background. I just saw a tweet that was like, I'm actually really in favor of the TikTok ban because probably like the actual like health damage it's causing people's attention spans. That's actually probably a good job.
Okay, well the reason I'm in favor of the TikTok ban is because just as a content creator, it's the shittiest fucking platform to use ever.
It's a worst form of media. Fucking, you have 13 seconds to make a video, and you have 2 seconds to get them fucking hooked before they switch to the next video.
I know, and it's horrible. Even it's just annoying for whatever reason. Like it's laggy on my browser, and like I can't even stream to it without like signing up for like an affiliate organization. It's like, I don't want to do that. And like, if I do stream on it, I can't have a banner showing where else I stream. It's like, bro, really? Bro, like.
It also incentivizes just like the worst form of content. Your mob farm is just not working for you. Are you struggling over there?
Okay, yeah. So we had this mod. You can see how like I'm swinging my sword and like it's like all these animations and stuff because it's a modded server. And that makes it impossible to hit these fucking things in the corner. So like you just have to shoot them with your automatic rifle to get rid of them.
Yeah, of course. Minecraft always has the automatic rifle.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god, it's time non-fun. It's time for the political Minecraft server, and we get people to join, and it's just a server with a guns mod, and the map is Israel and Palestine, and you can in game mode. Tell me that shit wouldn't go hard, bro.
I don't know if the pro-Palestinians would do it. They might find it a little offensive.
You don't think I can get Casey operating a fucking MC30, bro? You don't think I can get him in there?
I don't know, man.
I need Casey in an A10 Warthog stat, bro. I need, oh fuck, wait, no, he'd be on the fucking Palestinian side. I need him in, what are the Rust fucking helicopters called?
I don't know. I don't play Rust. You think I don't have the...
It's the mini-copter here. I'll leave you on Discord so you know what it looks like. This is what Casey would be operating, okay? Casey in this, hear me out.
True.
Yeah. I have the time, okay?
Escaping from the open-air prison concentration camp.
Like, bro, wait, do you think that there's a Roblox Israel and Palestine map, like, game? I have to look this up.
There's got to be something analogous to it. Like, I mean...
Because I was thinking, I was like, do you think that it would be like the Roblox prisons? That's all I'm thinking of right now.
Yeah.
And now I'm thinking, like, do you think there's a Roblox map where you pray as a Palestinian, your goal is, like, to fucking get to the Sinai?
I mean...
What's the word Israel? Let's see what I get. I get Israel and Palestine world. What is this?
Jesus fucking Christ.
You can share opinions, debate, and duel with swords.
Oh my god.
Do you want to play some Israel? Wait, no, can I interest you in some Israel and Palestine world real quick?
Link it, bro.
Here. Go to this, okay, and just click. There's only like... Just find the server that I think there should only be one server. But if there isn't, just find the one with me in it, okay? You should be able to tell which one's me. But I'm not in yet, so I'll tell you when I'm in. But as of right now, there's only one server. This is like... No fun. This is like peak content. Damn, I should have not stopped streaming it. I think my followers will love fucking Israel and Palestine, okay? I know, which side you taking, non-fun? Am I gonna be the... Am I gonna follow in Menard's footsteps and switch sides, or which one are you doing?
I don't know. Why is Roblox not letting me fucking log in? I mean, I guess I gotta be pro-Israel. I gotta still practice, you know, so.
Same account launched. Okay, well, if you say that, then why the fuck is it not loading? It said same account launched the same game, which is true. The first one wasn't loading, so I hit play again. There's only 5 people, so I assume I joined the fucking only server there is. Same account launch screens from a different device. This is the same device. You were lying to me. Non-fun. They're trying to stop me. It's the Mossad, non-fun. They know if I fucking...
They know, yeah.
I have that shit solved. Oh shit, I'm in. This game is not Israel versus Palestine. Fucking you wait, bud.
Don't bully people for where they come from.
Israeli... Non-fun. We should be TikTok debaters. Isn't there voice...
There is voice chat. I don't know if you have it enabled, but...
Let's do a change my mind event in this server.
In this server?
Non-fun, where are you, non-fun? What's your name?
It's non-fun11. I'm holding up a sign that says poop.
I see you. Come here, non-fun. I'm defending... Wait, let me get to the... I gotta get to the Palestinian side. 1 second, non-fun.
Oh, I'm on the Palestinian side. Fuck. Wait, how do I pull out a sword? Oh, wait, you have to be in the middle to use the sword.
Non-fun, look at this. Look at me, non-fun. Look at me. Look out. He has a gun.
That's not fair.
Non-fun. Is he repping like Israel like a?
You think? Bro is the Great March of Return, shooting our kneecaps, bro. What the hell?
I didn't notice his shirt. No, he's wearing the Star of David.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's wearing the full Israel. His name is Big Justice.
Non-fun. Someone just said some crazy shit.
Where?
Oh no. Read the signs.
Do you have voice chat turned on, Isaac?
No. One second, wait. Is it even on? How do I turn it on? Maybe
Isaac is not a baddie. They're asking if you're a baddie. I don't know where Isaac is. I'm talking to the... Bro, why are you shooting me?
Wait, how do I... Also, why the fuck did you just say I'm not a baddie? What is wrong with you?
I don't know. I think they wouldn't consider you a baddie. I don't know nothing against you. It's just...
Okay, here we go. Can you talk now, fun?
I mean, you'll be able to hear other people if you can...
I can't hear other people. I just hear the guns. Non-fun, the gun never stops. Do you know they paid money, non-fun, on this map to kill people?
Based?
Some levels. Oh god, that is some levels of Israel. Oh, non-fun, you have to pay for the shirt he's wearing.
Based?
Non-fun.
I'm paying for it. Wait, is it only in this game? It's not even like a... Oh my god.
You are correct. He's dancing on him. Can't spell your username without big. That's kind of hard. Non-fun. When did voice chat became a thing?
I don't know. It came a thing a while ago.
And I don't hear it, but I also don't know where it is in settings.
You might have to verify. Yeah, I think I had to send a picture of my ID to use it. You might have to verify.
There's no fucking way you're joking.
No, they at least had that. They might have gotten rid of it, but like, yeah, you had to fucking verify your identity in order to use the mature features or whatever.
Why do I always hear fucking kids on Roblox on TikTok then?
Well, they might have. Hey, I think they might have gotten rid of the
Account settings, privacy tab. One time we're getting this to work. Privacy and content maturity. Go to under microphone and camera input.
I'm doing this fucking sick ass obby right now. Fuck. Oh my god, there's no... You have to do the whole obby in one run. There's no checkpoints. Are you kidding me?
That's so based.
There's no way I'm going to be able to do it in one go, man. It would take hours.
I think I can do it in one. Because you know what I have in my soul, non-fun?
What, the gauze and spirit?
I was going to say the Israeli one, but yeah.
Oh, okay. I must escape the open air prison.
What the fuck? You use a camera to animate your avatar with your movement? Non-fun, I can walk it in the game and walk in real life, maybe. Do you think that's what it means?
It might mean... what did it say? Animate your... Fuck, how'd I die again? Animate your movement with...
my phone number? Maybe I should add my phone number anyway, since this is my account from when I was like 7. Maybe having a way to verify it is a good idea, so I never lose it. 785-898.
Everyone in chat, send them STD checks at random intervals.
That was the STD check. That wasn't my numbers.
Oh.
Oh. I just want to be able to yell at non-fawn.
I just want to be able to yell at children. Oh my god, I hate... I hate this, the parkour where you have to jump around corners. I'm not good at it. Okay, I'm almost there. Alright, I made it. It's not that hard. I can get on this stupid swing now. I can put on... Can I even put these on? Are these... Oh, I can.
I'm just saying, I think we peaked with fucking Roblox. I don't think we can do better.
Like, we as in, like, what, humanity?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so, too.
But seeing Big Justice mow down pro-Palestinian people, it does kind of bring joy to my heart.
I'm on this swing right now.
Swinging for peace. Bro, you
yeah.
Cats up there.
You can.
Do they have proof up there that the U.S. that Israel did the strike? Fucking what's the fucking one?
The hospital. I forget which hospital.
I was talking about the what's the one with the fucking attack on the boat? It's been too long.
Oh, the flotilla raid. Yes,
sir.
Well, we know Israel.
Up there?
I mean, Israel did the flotilla raid attack.
But
It's just.
was it justified? We don't know, huh?
Oh, yeah, proof of whether it was justified. That's what, yeah.
They have the proof of there, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
I think Trump should get both people onto this map from leaders of both sides, and then they fucking fix it all.
Why? Oh, no way. Dude, I'm doing fucking loops on this swing right now.
I was going crazy in the Roblox Israel. Is there any other ones? One second, I gotta see if there's any more. Prayer Simulator Palestine. That's two fucking. Israel, Jerusalem, Middle East 2007. Why does that feel like a year I should know?
I don't know what happened. I don't think anything that bad happened. Unless it's like a bombing I'm not remembering. To my knowledge, 2007 was a.
I need to translate. There's
That was after the second Intifada, before Cast led. So I don't know. I don't know what it was.
I need to see if this is a good server to come on to. Oops, Google Translate did not respond. Please try again. What the fuck, Google Translate? You have pointed up.
L.
I'm white and uncultured. I need this. Non-fun, I'm getting closer to my sub goal. I don't remember if you remember what my sub goal was because it was set a while ago and then I stopped streaming.
Yeah, I have no clue.
It's titled I drop a diss track on non-fun.
Oh.
I noticed that I was getting close because
yeah, you stopped streaming
it
forever.
didn't show up until and also apparently just didn't show up. But then I hit 10. I got 10 away from it today, and it popped up when I went.
Wait, how many? What's your sub goal at? You.
It's like 130. It was so long ago, non-fun. Okay.
130 subs? What the hell? Do you mean followers?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I was like, you have 100. You're gonna get 130 subs? Like what?
Non-fun. Get back down here, non-fun. We have to solve the conflict. How are we going to solve the conflict when the people who get the furthest ahead just stay at the top?
It's real. Uh-oh. Oh, I fell.
I'm so based. I just watch you fall. What happened to being good at parkour?
Perhaps. Oh, fuck. I lost on my fucking...
I can speak. Oh,
what's up, bitch?
Whoa. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
I just want to say, Big Justice, you're my hero, man. No, wait!
Big Justice, no!
Get him! Get him! He loves Palestine. Get him! Not me! I love Israel! I love Israel! No, Big Justice! Me and Israel besties! Me and Israel... They pay me! They pay me!
Big Justice, please! Big Justice, please! I'm the biggest Hasbro defender, bro. Oh. Big Justice, why? Roblox got mad at me for calling you a bitch. It doesn't like when you swear.
That's really funny.
Big Justice, please. Why do you hate me? Oh, I'm muted. Oh wait, no, I'm not. I thought I was because another pop-up came up when I called you a bitch the second time. God damn it. God damn it, Big Justice. Big Justice, this is just like the Great March of Return when the IDF shot the peacefully protesting Palestinians, inching their tent closer back to their stolen land. Okay, all they wanted was their land. They were peacefully protesting to get their land back, and you shot them. I'm reporting it.
What do you think someone so young becomes so... How do you think someone so young becomes so defensive of Israel? Let's jump him. Let's jump him. He's in the middle.
I mean, it might live in Israel. I don't know.
Go, Navon.
He's not going to come in the circle because he knows
He is. Look, he already just fought someone. Oh, fuck. Fuck, you can't stab him. The game is actually coded well.
God damn this. Oh, he's here. No, he killed me immediately.
Yes! Oh, I got killed. He's dead. We killed him. And by we, I mean some random person walked by and stabbed him.
Let's go. Oppression stopped. Conflict ended.
We freed.
We have freed Palestine from big justice.
Bro, gunning down I like, bro, he walks around and he guns down the people with the Palestine flags and he lets the people live with the Israel ones. It's actually crazy.
Wait, so I should just be carrying the Israel flag?
Bro, look at him. He's just chilling next to people with the Israeli flag. What? I'm gonna pull up the non-fun. I'm sitting next to him with the Palestine flag. He's gonna gun me down. Watch. Oh, wait. He hasn't noticed me yet. Oh no, non-fun. He's looking in my soul. Bro, he can't hit. Real Israelis have better aim.
Yeah, the formal trading. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't care about the Israel flag, people. Dude, let's go. Dude, let's go. God, we gotta all follow our leader, no, Big Justice.
This is literally non-fun. This is right makes might in real time. It's literally... Fuck up. Fuck. Non-fun, did you just get a follower during this?
Yeah, but we're pretty sure it's a bot.
I think it better be. What the fuck? Non-fun, let's go. Alright, non-fun. Let's switch. I'll send you the link now. We're gonna support the Yaki. We're gonna. Oh no, wait, never mind. You have to pay money. Oh wait, never mind. I have to update my content maturity settings to join this. What? Okay. I have to fucking verify my account to go to fucking modify. I mean, to risk the fucking
enhance her physical attraction.
What is this? Okay, I went to the second highest one that you don't verify for, and it was fine.
Okay, well, I mean, I gotta go, man.
One second, I'm fine. I don't know if you can hear that. That is my headset.
No, I didn't. I heard you, like, scream.
Okay, I can't hear you currently. Give me a second. I had to mute my headset so I can go and fucking mute this fucking...
Okay.
That was so loud, my Jesus.
Real.
Bro, it was just some Islamic song playing at full blast.
Based.
Oh, this is not. That's crazy. It's gender separated, non-fun.
Bro, obviously in accordance with Islamic law, it has to be. What do you mean, bro?
I did not.
Okay, man. I gotta go edit the videos I just made.
Wait, what? The reactions?
Yeah.
The reaction? I've been doing this funny thing that I'll be like, I'll watch videos, I'll stream, and then at the end of the stream, I'll be like, I know we need to watch a video and actively engage, and then we turn that into a video.
You what? Sorry, you...
Oh, did I cut out? I was like, whenever I'm streaming, I'll like watch videos, and then like, but like I won't like fully react to them. I really just
yeah.
for the engagement, and at the end of the stream, I'll be like, we're gonna. In my head, I'll be like, I know we're gonna actually watch a video and actively engage, and that will be the video we watch.
Oh, goddamn, he just left. He didn't even say goodbye. Okay, well, goddamn.
Free, bro.
Okay, well, I guess that counts as a goodbye. All right.
Stay safe. Love you. Free Palestine.
See, there we go. Okay. Appreciate it, Isaac. Appreciate it. Well, thanks, everyone, for watching. I love streaming. I love that you guys watch me stream. Damn, a lot of people are streaming. Head over to Dylan, okay? I will stream again tomorrow. I didn't stream for a while because I was lazy and now college has started. But we don't do much the first week. So I will stream again tomorrow. Love streaming. Love that you guys watch me stream. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you have not. That's where I upload my epic reactions to all this stuff. Appreciate you guys. See you guys tomorrow. Yeah. Bye, chat. Thanks, chat. Bye, chat.